Welcome to the second day of the ADIDAS Next Generation Tournament Finals. The first match today is between Emporio Armani Milan and ratiopharm. For Emporio Armani Milan, number 7, number 9, Samuele Piccoli, number 12, Davide Tropoli, number 19, Luigi Guido, number 22, Achille Ravasi, number 23, Diego Caravaglia, number 24, Peter Rosovic, number 27, Dennis Valerao, number 33, Leonardo Alessio, and number 41, Charles Alba. For ratiopharm, number 1, Oliver Kuhn, number 2, Dirk Chess, number 3, Jordan Miller, number 4, Luca Gamosca, number 5, Milo Murray, number 6, Zoran Milicic, number 7, Joel Svick, number 8, Noah Ezenge, number 9, Bana Rubio, number 10, Endurance Ayamikui, number 12, Jonas Milinskas, and number 14, Nico Gerlich. Our referees are Maxime Hubert, Sergio Manuel, and John Mauricio.
Attenzione massima ai loro stand che si muovono molto, quindi facciamo velocemente uscire il pallone dai pick and roll per muoverla e attaccare i loro close out. Roll profondi al ferro per chiudere, sigillare ed essere pronti a prendere i rimbalzi offensivi. Attenzione, su 3 arriviamo di corsa, corriamo con l'esterno per attraversare e
3 points, equal practice. 2 points, yes, Two points, no other century. 1 free throw coming in. Foul number 23, Euroleague. First personal foul, second team foul. foul over.
Shut it, okay? We are talking about attacking this guy. Every time you attacked him, you scored, okay? Find the guy, what is he defending? If he's defending no one in the corner, just pass it to him and drive on him. We score every time we attack him. They're trying to hide him on the wing players because he's terrible on defense. Be patient and attack that. Don't be with some excuses because we passed across or passed to them, okay? Yes, high-low, fine, if it's open. Just pass it to our players. We got this. Be focused. All right.
One team.
Let's go, Chief. Jarvis. Chief.
Foul Belgrade. Leonardo von Hesse. First personal foul, 15 foul.
Toffa 4. Case 3, Lonni 1. Taglia fuori Ioso,
Foul on 12, David. First personal foul, first team foul. 2 points, 0 sets. Foul number 7, Ricardo Cancelo. Three points, that is not allowed. Timeout taken by ratiopharm Ulm.
Rimasti in attacco in nemmeno 20 minuti. Che porcheria! Guys, listen. We should be winning this game with like 15 to 20 points right now.
Capo, se abbiamo la possibilità, hai la palla in mano.
10 open threes and 5,000 free throws. Breathe. Find a way. Away. Warm team. Find a way.
2 points, Dennis Badalao. Two points, Noah Ezeki. 3 points, Samuele Piccoli. 3 points, Samuele Piccoli. 27, Dennis Badalao. Second personal foul, 5th team foul. Samuele Piccoli. Two points, Andrea Jokovic.
As we get a timeout, Milan will still feel like they're in control of this one. They lead by 9.
Achille, vai per toffa. Ehi, Aki. Donati qua sopra. Case, vai per Ioso. Case, sei in questa posizione qua. Sì.
Ma la rimessa laterale.
Di qua. E quarti campo di là. E da quest'altro lato. Mettiamo la palla in campo. Andate a bloccare, mettiamo immediatamente il pallone in campo. Sam, sei in questa posizione qua e Suigo sei qua sopra. Nel momento in cui la palla entra in campo è un'uscita secca, ok? Per uscire e tirare. Andiamo, forza. Andiamo.
Well, 5 seconds left in the first half. Coach Catalani making use of a timeout. He wants to make the most of this. Oh, whatever he said in the time, I didn't quite work. The errant pass. They get a shot off, though. Basket is waved off. Nicoli didn't get a clean look at it. Suigo couldn't tip it home. But we go to a half-time, and, well, Samuele Micoli looks like he's coming up a little bit lame there. Hopefully he's okay. Players will head to the locker room. At the break, EA7 Milan 42. Ratiopharm Ulm 33. Well, a tight tussle. And a threat of breaking open. Closest margin of victory in day one was 16 points. This one had a nail biter written all over it until the second quarter, when Milan finally got their transition game going with consistency. And Ulm decided that they couldn't make a three-point shot to save their lives. A 24-13 run in that second period. Milan led by as many as 11 points. Got hot from deep. And their passing game really came to the fore. 9 assists that they had. Ulm struggled to get points. Offensive rebounding. And shot blocking is keeping them close. But the three-point shooting of Milan is the thing that we're singing about. And we talked about Samuele Miccoli before the game, and he is having an outstanding performance. Ulm with it all to do. They trail by 9. Well, as we look at the numbers, Ulm 1 of 14 three-point shooting, 56% free throws, but the volume is helping them. 14 makes, 25 attempts. They need to improve that percentage. Neither team is shooting particularly well from two-point land, but Milan getting hot in that second period. 39% from 3. That's got them looking good. Ulm with the challenge. 42-33, Milan leading at the break.
We are all one team.
Halftime is winding down here at the ALBA Music Hall in Berlin. Fascinating game between Milan and Ulm. One that the Italians are leading by 42 points to 33. This day 2 of the ANGT finals, the 23-24 version. Group A action. Coming up after this will be Real Madrid against Mega Miss Belgrade. We've got a good game here, though. It's cooking along nicely. We've got a Milan team that is scoring the basketball well and defending quite well, but you've got an Ulm team that is dominant on the rebounding side of things. So even though they trail by 9, Ulm are by no means out of it, and even with Milan up by 9, they will not be feeling like they've got the job done. Both coaches will have made some adjustments in the locker room to try and improve on these numbers. For Milan, they've got to get rebounding. 18 offensive rebounds for Ulm. And for Ulm, they've got to make a shot. 1 of 14 three-point shooting. That's just not good enough. They shot 33% yesterday, 8 of 24. And their free throw shooting has to improve. 14 of 25 overall. Leading performers in the game, well, Noah Asong for Ulm. With 7 offensive rebounds, you'd hope he'd score some points. Leading scorer for the Germans with 13. And Dennis Badelau had 14 points. But right behind him is 13 from Samuele Miccoli. So Milan have got a 1-2 punch scoring-wise. Ulm don't have any more players in double figures. Rebounding, well, Badelau's also getting it done on the board for Milan. As we say, next up after this one, 11:15 Central European time. Real Madrid take on Mega Miss Belgrade. That's going to be a really good game. And then in the afternoon, we have the Group B games, ALBA versus Paris, and then Barcelona, who were just a war child yesterday. Everybody sitting in awe of how good they were, take on the Americans, overtime elite. Teams out of the benches, final words of support and encouragement from their coaches. Interesting to see what steps Milan can take to improve rebounding in particular. And what Ulm can do defensively, their transition defense was average at best. They were allowing Milan to get away. And the best way to stop a fast break is by making baskets. So if Ulm want to stop Milan getting out there and running, they need to score. Good to see Samuele Miccoli bouncing up and down on the sideline. Quite sure it looked like he twisted an ankle at the end of that second period. And the referee stepped back out on the floor. There's Miccoli. We highlighted him before the game. 13 points, 3 of 3 from the three-point line. Yesterday, he only shot 2. Shot the ball quite well yesterday. He just couldn't even get a shot off. Milan was so focused on him. I mean, Madrid rather was so focused on him defensively. And today, he's having some good looks at the basket. So it'll be a Milan possession to start the third period. Noah Asong just checking with the referee that he did win the jump ball to start the game. Ulm will get the ball in the fourth. Third period underway. Milan lead by 9 points, 42-33, and they come out firing from deep. Donati misses the triple, and Asong gets his 13th rebound. There's going to be some special number if he gets extended court time today. I'm sure somebody, probably David Hine, who we spoke to earlier, he's probably got the record books out somewhere to find out what the biggest single game rebounding number is in ANGT history. That number is under threat right now. We had a single game record in assists in the Barcelona ALBA Berlin game. Good defense from Milan to start the third period. Luigi Swigo poking the ball away from Niko Jurkic. Both teams starting with the same 5 that started the game. No significant foul trouble, that's probably why. Badalau is continuing where he left off in the first half. Well, you see the foul count. Milan, 15. Boom, just 4. Well, we're gonna make that 5 because Endurance Ayamenku has just picked up his second. Dennis Badalau draws the foul. He was going to shoot 2 free throws. Well, we say that Ulm were 14 of 25 from the free throw line in the first half. Milan were perfect, but they only shot 3. Badalau, who before the tournament said how excited he was to represent Romania at this level. He's having a big game today, that's for sure. 17 points personal, 8 rebounds. Caught a foul there on Ayamenku. Breaking free, Lonati on the inbounds, gets the layup. And Milan, well, offensively, they are continuing to play with confidence. It's a 5-0 run to start the third period. Jervis Chefs tries to open the scoring for the German outfit. Ayamenku tangling up for the rebound. Well, how's about that for effort? Luigi Swigo finds his teammate Mikoli, who leads the break, and then, wow, another block there. A song says no way to Dennis Badalau. And Ulm, defensively, not bad, but they are not getting anything going at the offensive end. A song, this time he gets fouled, and that one will send him to the line. That's a strong drive there, just takes off on the dribble. Kile Lonati. Getting rid, sure that a song has to earn his points at the stripe. And a song who struggled with his first 3 has made 6 in a row now. This is the second. Ayamenku continuing the battle, albeit with 3 fouls. And the young man who's smart has lit up the Uber Music Hall already today. He's getting down and dirty on the basketball court now. Ulm looking for their first points the second half. Lucas Sarnowska kicks to a song. He misses the 3. Ayamenku just ravaging the backboards now. 4 offensive rebounds for him. Jurkic, shot clock running down. But Milan defensively is getting better by the moment. The steal, and Mikoli in transition gets the layup to go. Good block from behind. Kaseya halting the progress of Scherfs. Excuse me, Jordan Muller. I see Mikoli really upped his intensity today. He's got 15 points. As I say, they've got this 1-2 punch from Milan. Mikoli and Badalau scoring virtually at will. It's a good old tussle up top, Kaseya against Mikoli, rather, against Sarnowska. But Milan, for all their suffering the pressure, finding ways to get open looks as the Song pulls in another rebound. Sanoska says, let me get my team on the scoreboard. He fails. And Ulm, well, I'm sure their coach must have told them, get off the three-point line. They're now 1 of 16, 1 of 17 beyond the arc. Meanwhile, Milan, recognizing that you can have success if you go to the basket. If that's Iamenku, that'll be his 4th foul. And Diego Garavaglia is going to go to the free throw line. In fact, Iamenku was fouled out. Endurance Iamenku was just starting to find some rhythm, offensive rebounding, 6 offensive boards for him, but he is fouled out with 2 points, 3 block shots, and 7 boards. I'll tell you, remember this young man's name. I think he's somebody we will be seeing at future ANGTs, that's for sure. He'll be disappointed to foul out. What he really wants is his team to get themselves back into this one. Only point of the second half so far has been at the free throw line. Meanwhile, Milan, 7 points they've put up. They're led by 9 at the break now. They lead by 15. Quite sure what the pause in proceedings is for. The officials will sort it out in a short order. Some of the other teams already hanging around, keen to get on with the next challenge. Maybe a little bit late. This being a music hall, there's a lot of hotels literally on the doorstep. So let's just say the locker room facilities are not at a premium. Not a lot available.
Correction, 4th personal foul for number 10.
Yeah, that was. I just went with what was being said. We thought Iamenku only had 4 fouls, and that was accurate, but they put up 5. And in technology, we trust. That has been corrected, so Endurance Iamenku will have the opportunity to get back in the game. Meanwhile, Diego Garavaglia will shoot a couple of free throws. Goes 1 of 2. And so Ulm now looking for their first field goal of the second half, trailing by 16 points. I'm sure they would probably say, how did this happen? And as they turning the ball over, that's how it happened. Milan gift it right back as Kasea can't handle the hot pass in transition. Just for context here, ratiopharm Ulm, 21 offensive rebounds. And we've still got a long, long way to go in this one. We've also got 14 turnovers. Which is part of the reason why they're not even getting shots off, let alone scoring. Well, Coach Ragnarsson wants to feed his big man, and the Song can't get the tip back to go. Milan toughening up on the rebounding side of things, but not able to convert. A Song in transition. This time, the Frenchman makes no mistake. His first field goal of the second half, his team's first field goal. 50-36, Milan lead. Make that 53-36. As
2 points.
Achille Lonati goes to 7 personal. Well, that's a long 2 there, not a 3. Well, Coach Ragnarsson, he wants to go to a song, and a song is making a good job of passing the ball out. And his teammates, though, are not making the open shot. That time, Bulio misses the 3. And Jervishevs is fouled in transition. Andrea Josovic stepping in, no question about that one. Well, haven't committed just 4 fouls in the whole first half. Ulm have already committed 4 here in the second. Milan have joined them on that number. So we'll have free throws the rest of the second period for any defensive fouls. Well, Sonoska throws the ball away. That's something we've been saying an awful lot today about Ulm as a team. 15 turnovers. And of course, at the other end, Achille Lonati makes another 3. That's 2 in a row for him. He goes to 10 points personal. Muller, step back jump shot. That's a difficult shot at the best of times. The scoring woes of Ulm continue, and meanwhile, Milan are starting to ramp it up. Josovic with the transition bucket. Timeout is the response from Ulm. They're in danger of being blown away now. Timeout on the floor. Milan 57, Ulm 36. Let's see if we can listen in the timeout of the German outfit.
In this game without being ridiculous. I hear nothing but excuses like, who should I pass it to? This is no team effort. This is a joke. Just a joke. This is not how you guys wanna end the season, and this is not what you wanna show here, all right? Listen, go. If we get stops, go transition, try to get paint touches to kicks. If not, you call plays, we run them, we set good screens, we be aggressive, we are fine. Okay, let's go. Come on, come on. Come on, defense, guys. Come on.
Well, the reputation for Ulm coming in after their performance in the Dubai qualifier was a toughness. But they were able to dig deep at every challenge. And that's what something Coach Ragnarsson saying they are not showing so far in the opening 2 games. Let's see how they respond. Still plenty of time to get back in it, but 19 points, 21 points rather, that's a big deficit. Song hasn't made a 3-point shot today and does not correct that. And then they turn it over again. And the story of the game on the offensive end for Ulm is missed 3-point shots and turnovers. 5%, 1 of 20 from behind the 3-point line, and 16 giveaways. Milan, meanwhile, appear to have found a recipe for success. It's a 15-3 score in this 3rd period. I think Ulm definitely look like they're getting tired, which is why Milan are able to get easy shots. Meanwhile, Noah Asong continues to add to his numbers, and look at that, another turnover. This time, Kulami passing the ball where his teammate was supposed to be instead of where he actually was. And Milan, well, you have to defend the team that's defending itself, because that's what Ulm are doing. It's almost like they're playing defense on themselves. Optimistic three-point shot. Andrea Josevic now 0 for 3 from beyond the bonus line. And you see that shooting percentage, 35% versus 5%. Very difficult to make those kind of differentials up. You got to make some buckets. Song this time looks to move the ball on. Chefs steps back and he's fouled in the act of shooting a three. With just 1.3 seconds left on the clock. Josevic commits the foul. And Ulm with an opportunity to get a three-point play. But they're going to have to make some free throws to do it. Something they've not been great at doing so far today. 15 of 27 at the line. The fact they've shot 27 free throws, and Milan, rather, have only shot 7. That normally would translate to a big lead, especially when you've got 22 offensive rebounds. But 1 of 23-point shooting and 17 turnovers. You get an offensive rebound and then throw it away. That's a turnover. Well, actually, it was judged to be a 2-point shot, and Chefs makes 1 of 2. 20-point lead for Milan. Under 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Steal for Ulm. Chefs trying to make something happen on the dribble. Goes through, no foul called. Ball's tipped out of bounds. We'll go back to the German side. 11 on the shot clock. Van Elswyk actually getting all ball, and then it's Lenati who tips it out of bounds. Kulami trying to do something special off the dribble, and well, when you've missed 19 of 23 point shots, another 3-point shot is hardly likely to be the solution. Milan not able to make the 3 either. But it's still a 20-point cushion for the Italians. Now Ulm still trying to persevere, trying to do things off the dribble. And it's just not been working. It worked at the beginning of the first period. When Ulm had the lead. Oh, great hustle there from Asong. He gets another block shot. But the hustle from Garavaglia. And despite the impressive stat line for Monsieur Asong, it's a disappointing score, but for the Germans, they trail by 22. Asong shot clock running down. And he finally gets a bucket, but that's a bucket hard-earned. Asong goes to 18 points with the fadeaway jump shot from the corner. Just 6 points in the third period for Ulm. Asong making the FEC. He's just gassed in the corner. Shot clock running out, just a toe on the line. Final minute of the third period, and another turnover for Ulm. This game has gone from bad to worse for them. There's Van Elswyk. Stretches his long arm up to get his first points of the game. Ulm again trying to beat people off the dribble. And Asong gets his shot blocked. Garavaglia leads the break. Mikoli, and they move it on. Well, you have to say, Norbert Asong is looking tired now. He's played the entire third period. Coach Ragnarsson wanting something special to happen. You're getting nothing special if you can't give a guy a break. And at the end of the third period, Milan looking fresh as a daisy, a dominating, a fatigued and tired looking Ulm. Just 6 points for Ulm in that third period. And Milan have blown this one open. After 3, correct score is Milan 63, Ulm 39. Well, Milan started out the way they meant to go on. First it was battle out, then Achille Lunati got hot. And Ulm just tried to shoot their way out of it. The fact of the matter is, that's their only field goal in the first 8 minutes. They had a couple of free throws to go with it, but Milan have been consistent offensively. They end up with 21 points. And it has to be said that by the end of the third period, Ulm just looked exhausted. You look at the stats and the rebounding numbers, well, Ulm 52 rebounds, including 22 offensive. But look at that three-point shooting percentage, 1 of 21. And they can't make a layup either. 10 of 34 two-point shooting. There's very few games in the world of basketball that you are going to win if you shoot the ball like that and turn the ball over 19 times in 3 periods. Final chance for Ulm to do something positive. Now Asong finally gets a break. He sits down. He's had a huge statistic night. 18 points, 15 rebounds, 4 blocks. He's replaced by Jonas Zelinskas, the number 12. Kulami, better ball movement now. Milan just sitting in the zone defense, just sitting back. Boom, keep trying to beat them off the dribble. Old saying goes, let the basketball do the work. Move it around, pass. Move the ball and move yourself, which is something Milan are starting to do. You see the players moving every time the ball goes somewhere. And it creates open lanes, and Samueli Mikeli exploits one of those seams in the defense. Drives down the gut, he gets fouled, and he'll have 2 free throws. Mikeli goes 1 of 2. Boom. Trying to get something going down here. Jurkic throws it away. Well, what we've just been saying about Ulm the entire second half is either missed shot or turnover. Meanwhile, Milan are just easing their way into it. Ulm looking tired now. Kasea able to easily create the open shot. Missed shot, offensive rebound, and finally a bucket for the Germans as Zelinskas pops one home. I think Mikeli tried to get a little bit cute there. He was trying to catch Tofanine open on the baseline. Well, normally, if your team has given up 23 offensive rebounds and been out-rebounded by 20, your head coach would be furious. But Coach Catalani, there's not a lot to worry about because your team have a 25-point lead despite being hammered on the backboards. And Turnover number 21 for Ulm as Milo Murray steps on the baseline. It's starting to get ugly for the Germans. Came in with such optimism. Meanwhile, Milan are just oozing in confidence. How's about that for a move from Luigi Swigo? Only his first basket today, but they've not needed him. They lead by 27 points. And there again, wasn't a turnover, it was a missed shot from Ulm. I feel so bad for these young men because they really put their heart and soul into it. But effort is not enough at this level. You've got to play the game well. And Milan is certainly starting to do that as Davide Toffanin gets in on the three-point act. Milan now 9 of 27. As Milicic gets his shot blocked. Kasaya off with the three. There's a foul on that play, and it's Toffanin getting tangled up with Zoran Milicic, the young Polish guard. Well, in day one, we had 4 games. The closest margin of victory was 16 points. And today we started out with a 30-point blowout, albeit that there's 7 minutes to go. I think we've got every expectation that we'll have a closer matchup in the second game here this morning. But Ulm have just simply dissolved in the second half, and it happens sometimes. Milan, meanwhile, have just grown in confidence. We talk about 22 turnovers for Ulm, 13 steals for Milan, as Jordan Muller finally gets a bucket. He goes to 6 personal. Dennis battle out. He has been really very good today. This is the player we were expecting to see. 19 points for him now, game's leading scorer. Ayamenku goes down low. This shot for Ulm. At the other end, Van Elswick can't convert. Ulm just don't have the energy even to fast break anymore. Zielinski tries to feed Ayamenku down low, and he's fouled in the act of shooting. In the first half, Ulm had 25 free throws because they attacked the basket so aggressively. Just 4 free throws in the second half because they've been shooting and missing 3-point baskets and turning the ball over. And finally, they do something, attacking the rim. And Endurance Ayamenku as to his points total, doubling it to 2. Playing with 4 fouls, remember, not 5. That little error in the third period, but for a moment we thought he'd fouled out. But now he moves on to 4 points. His team trailed by 28 midway through the 4th period. Dennis battle out, raises up with confidence, defensive rebound. Ayamenku, 8 personal for him now. And Milo Murray trying to get the fast break going. Ball kicked defensively by Dennis battle out. And it'll be an possession on the baseline. Things don't get any easier for Ulm in day 3. They take on Real Madrid tomorrow. They really are going to have to dig down, find their personality. That's what's been taken out of them. It's almost like they're playing a shadow of the team that we saw competing in the ANGT Dubai qualification tournament. Luigi Swigo is fouled out. There's little risk of losing the game. It won't have a massive impact on proceedings. Milan, well, they look ahead to a matchup against Mega Miss Belgrade. They'll be hoping to play this sort of level of offense, because how's about that transition basketball? Missed the shot, but they get the ball back and battle out. Leads the offense. Charles Atama down low against the shot blocker. Fades away when he should have leaned into the basket. But at the other end, Leonardo Van Elswyk protects the rim. Offensive rebounds now. You can see Ulm almost out on their feet. Neither team is making open shots anymore. Just reflection of the sort of energy and the effort physically and mentally players put into this. Disappointing day for Coach Ragnarsson and Ulm. But Milan just keep scoring, and it's that man battle out once more. He goes to 21 points personal. The lead staying at 30. Offensive rebound, Zielinski rejected by Charles Atama. See, even when they get the turnover, they get the steal, Ulm just haven't got any fuel in those legs to pump them down the court. This will be a painful loss for Ulm. The stat sheet won't help. It's one of those days you almost don't need to look at the stat sheet. Just rip it up, throw it in the bin, come back ready to go tomorrow. Murray working up top, trying to get something positive going for his team. And that positive will be more free throws. Milo Murray attacking the basket. Van Elswyk coming over with the help.
Third person, 15 times.
Well, the good news for Ulm is they get a few hours extra rest tonight. Although I'm pretty certain all of these young men will be attending the Turkish Airlines Euroleague semi-finals. What a prospect that is in store. Panathinaikos against Fenerbahce, and Real Madrid against Olympiacos. I can tell you that the Uber Plaza around the arena and the music hall will be filling up pretty much from now. There was a smattering of Olympiacos and Fenerbahce and Panathinaikos fans around the arena last night. Real Madrid fans are here, of course, early because they're supporting their ANGT team. What a weekend in store we have on the main stage. A couple of good games in prospect here, including the one coming up next after this. Milan. Controlling this game completely now. But don't go anywhere. If you've got time, stick around, because Real Madrid against Mega Miss Belgrade could be something special. Missed shot from Milan, but now almost so tired that Milan are now the rebounding kings. Missed shot from Kasaya, offensive rebound, and then he drives through looking for the foul. fumbles it out of bounds. Turnover for Milan, that's their 9th. Now Kulami leads the line for Ulm. Murray, well, for the 23rd time today, I will say, Ulm turn it over. Josovic goes back to his point guard, Kasea. The Milan team teasing. Well, Josovic trying to get a little bit cute, but the Milan players are tired as well now. That might have worked in the first minute, but not in the 37th. Derbyshev's off the mark. Well, Ulm scored 33 points in the first half. So far here in the second, they've put up 13. Milan, meanwhile, getting plenty of opportunities, but they look tired as well. That just shows how much effort these young men put in there. 16, 17, 18 years of age. Something they will learn over time. These are just emerging players. Economy of effort. Often the most effective players are not necessarily the fastest players. It's the players that have the ability to change pace. It's the change of gear that makes all the difference, so that you're not tired. You've got some energy deep in the fourth quarter. Something that both of these teams are lacking now. Fortunately for Milan, they've got a 31-point lead as they get tired. And Endurance Ayamenku has just fouled out. This time there's no question it's his 5th. A tired foul from the number 10 of Ulm. Leonardo Van Elswyk will make his first trip to the free throw line. Under a minute left in this game. A game that, well, I think both teams will be pleased to see the end of because they're so tired. But for Ulm, this is one they'd rather forget. They want to lick their wounds, come back, ready to close out Group A tomorrow against Real Madrid. Milan, buoyed from victory, will prepare for mega miss Belgrade. Sarnowska remains scoreless today. And this one is just about done. As Atama goes to 4 points personal. 79-46, 33-point lead for Milan. Oliver Zoran Mitsic rather trying to get something to happen. And that is going to be the end of the action. Oliver Kulami will dribble this one out. Handshakes all round. A simply outstanding 25 minutes of basketball from that man's team. Michele Catalani brought his team back from a deficit at the end of the first period. But midway through the second, they took control and never looked back. They led by 9 at the half. At the end of the game, they lead by 33. And there's nothing like victory to put a smile on your face. Final score, EA7 Milan 79, ratiopharm Ulm 46. Difficult to pick a single performance out of that, but that man there, Dennis Badelau, I think is prime for the player of the game. It was a great defensive performance, although Ulm will be disappointed that they could not capitalize on the opportunities that they had. 24 offensive rebounds they had. Could not convert them because they were 1 from 26 in three-point shooting. Milan, meanwhile, will celebrate. Again, another over 30% from the three-point line, 9 of 30. But they're solid defensively. Let's hear from the head coach of the victors. Michele Catalani is with David Hine.
Coach, congratulations. I know it means a lot for this program to be in this AGT finals. Your thoughts about the victory?
Yes, for sure. It's very important for us. It's an amazing experience to try to be competitive in that level, and we are very happy for this first win. We played a tough game yesterday against Real Madrid. Today we wanted to do more, especially in the second part. We did great defense, I think, and that was the key for our victory.
What does it say about this program that you're able to come here and beat a team like Ulm and only allow 13 points in the second half?
Yeah, we are like I said, we are very happy. We are this kind of identity. We have this kind of identity. We need to build by defense our success, and for us it's very important to be here and to be competitive on that kind of physicality inside the game. And for us, today was a good game on the second part when we grow up in our defensive part. Of course, everything was easier in offense in the second, and we need to do one more step to be competitive also tomorrow against Mega.
All right, let's go with that. Good luck tomorrow.
Humble Coach Catalani, respectful of the opposition. Thrilled with the victory. But we've got a player of the game to talk about as well. We were singing his praises yesterday and all of today. Just the second player from Romania to compete in the ANGT finals. Denis Badalau is the ANGT player of the game.
Dennis, congratulations. We're just watching your highlights. Big victory, first one for the club here. Your thoughts?
I'm glad to get the win today. It was a tough game. We were intensive. We had good communication, and that was all we wanted before the game. And at the end, we won it, and that's more important for us.
This is a Euroleague team that's trying to build up something at the youth level. How important do you feel like this is for the club to come here at this competition and compete?
Probably it's the best thing that can happen to a team, to come here to compete with the best players in Europe, with the best team in Europe like Real, like Barca, and it's very important for the image of the club to come here and compete, and that's all.
All right, let's go with that. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, fine performance there from young Denis Badalau. He was simply lights out all over the floor. 21 points, shooting percentages to be proud of, and did the dirty work on the backboards as well. 12 rebounds for the player of the game. Well, what feels like the warm-up event for the main attraction in Group A. Ultimately dominated by the Euroleague club Milan against Ulm, of course, outstanding in the Euro Cup for several years. They got some outstanding players, but ultimately, defensively, they were okay, but they made so many errors that it allowed Milan to get some rhythm on the offensive end, and once they got their nose in front, they never looked back. Some impressive individual performances from Ulm, not least Noah Asong, who should be noted for his 18 points, 15 rebound, 4 block performance. But in the end, Milan had too much for the Germans, and they win by 33. That numbers stats sometimes do tell a story, and they definitely do today. All 1 from 26 three-point shooting. They will get off the three-point line tomorrow, that's for sure, when they take on Real Madrid in the second game in Group A. Milan, well, they shot the ball reasonably well, defended aggressively, and that will have an impact from them. They move up into third position, tied for second with Madrid, but on countback, they're pretty much third. And that will be the next game. Real Madrid takes on Mega Miss Belgrade. That's the last game in Group A. And we'll catch you for more action next time round. The ANGT marches on. It's bye for me. We are here at the Uber Eats Music Hall at the ANGT 23-24 Berlin. It's the finals of the ANGT for this season. Group A action coming up. Second game of the day is Real Madrid against Mega Miss Belgrade. And as the two teams go through their warm-ups, this arguably could be the game that decides which team from Group A goes to the final. I can tell you Milan played Ulm before this one. And then Madrid and Belgrade both won yesterday. Look at the standings, confirmation there that Milan comprehensively beat Ulm by 33 points. That means the maths are straightforward for Real Madrid. If they win this game, they will qualify for the finals because they play Ulm in the final group stage. And Ulm cannot qualify. Now, for Mega, win today does not get them there. They still got to do the job on Milan, who they will play tomorrow in the first game. But this qualification, that's for people far more intelligent than your commentator to explain. So we like to focus on the action today. This is set up as what could be an outstanding game. Urban Kroflic is one of the players to watch for Mega. Been injured all season. His first appearance for them this year was yesterday, and he came up with some big numbers. And Jack Kyle only joined Mega a week ago, and his reputation he's lived very much up to. He was outstanding in that victory over Ulm yesterday. And now they're going to check their standings to another level as they take on a Real Madrid team that is the reigning ANGT champions. They've won 4 titles in their long story career. Look at the key players, and for me, he wasn't, a lot of the numbers, this man's performance did not turn up in the stat sheet yesterday, but Declan Duru was an outstanding defender. He led that team in energy and effort. And this is the man I call the quiet assassin, Igor Demin. Just didn't put a foot wrong. And so while other players, Diane and Gonzalez, would have got the plaudits, Demin has just proved he's just so good at everything. He's tall for a point guard. He gets the ball to the right place at the right time. But the best thing about this Madrid team is their defense. Coach Juarez has got a formidable system that he works to. And of course, the reputation of this club precedes it. Pressure comes with it as well. But they are playing with confidence. They feel good about retaining their crown as the undisputed champions of the ANGT. Many of these players, it's their 3rd or even their 4th competition representing Madrid in the ANGT, and they want to go out on a high, that's for sure. They were nothing if not impressive in the dismantling of Milan. Milan has shown how good they are, beating Ulm by 33 points today. And Madrid swatted them away, relying on their defense. And what about Mega? Well, they have a great history as well. 2-time champions, winning the last title 2022 in Belgrade, where they took down Madrid in the championship game. Now they've got to defeat them in the group stage to have the right, or the chance at the right, to go to the finals, which will be played here on Sunday in the Uber Music Hall. Talk about the two teams. 2 fine coaches in display here as well. Coach Avramovic, Coach Juarez. really have done a fine job with their group of players. And they've got the right balance between coaching and teaching. Ruthless when they need to be in driving their players on, but also understanding that these are indeed young men at the beginning of their journey to greatness, perhaps. But most importantly, trying to develop fine young men for the next generation, not only on the basketball court, but off it as well. Fascinating. Last night there was a transition forum with the leaders of the Euroleague Players Association. Had all the players, all the teams together, talking about the difference between playing at this level and going to the next level, which is the professional stages and beyond. Look at the lineups. Good to see full stat sheets out there for both teams. No significant injuries picked up in the victories that they acquired yesterday. Madrid, somebody referred to them as a factory of talent. These players, some of them will get on to grace the courts in the famous colors of Los Blancos. Real Madrid, 11-time Euroleague champions, looking to add to that this weekend. Of course, Turkish Airlines Euroleague this evening. Our focus is here. This is a great way to warm up for that. The starting five for Mega. Ognjen Nikolic getting the start in the 4 position. Real, well, shake up the starting lineup. Sidi Gueye getting the start alongside Amadou Traore. Ismaila Diane, who was so, well, simply awesome in the round 1, just comes off the bench. And also a start for Gildas Jimenez. Declan Duro will come off the bench also. Coach Juarez shaking things up with his starting lineup. It's the important game. Some say, well, it's the crucial game. Madrid, the recipe is simple. Victory and you have qualified for the finals. Doesn't mean to say they'll let up in their final game against Ulm tomorrow. For Mega, victory will almost assure them. They'll have to take care of Milan first. None of our officials are competing for anything. Crew chief right now is Manuel Attard. And the officiating is an important part of this whole experience as well. Referees are always learning. And there's no finer classroom than on the court at the ANGT. You have to say the officiating so far has been pretty impressive. Second game of 4 today, and we clatter through them. We get the Group A games out the way, then we've got the Group B games this afternoon. Quiet in here for the first game. Can't say the same in here now. The stadium is filling up. And of course, with all the EuroLeague teams in town now for the Final Four, we have all the seats here on the ground floor in the Uber Music Hall filling up. Berlin, the host, of course, to the ANGT and, of course, Turkish Airlines EuroLeague Final Four. What a weekend in prospect. Panathinaikos against Fenerbahce and Real Madrid against Olympiacos. But right here, our focus is with the under-18s, or 18 and under, we should call them. These players have turned 18. As we know, the youngest player on display this weekend is 12-year-old for Barcelona. So these are truly the next generation of players. Mega, for them, it's important to get off to a good start. And they've got to be patient. You know this is a next-level defense you're going up against with Real Madrid. But they've done it before as a club. Urban Kroflic was actually on the team, the #1 of Mega, that beat Real Madrid 2 years ago in Belgrade for the championship. With Real Madrid, well, expectations are high. But I think it's safe to say these players relish that pressure. Start is important for them, but depth is at the forefront for Madrid. The fact that they can shake their whole starting lineup, put Jimenez in the starting lineup in place of Kylian Mbappé, shows just how good they are across the board. It will be Guille against Sibi for the jump ball. And round 2 is underway for Real Madrid against Mega Miss Belgrade. And it's Mega that gets the first offense of the game. Straight away, see the impressive defense from Madrid, making it difficult for Mega to even make a pass, and then Sibi underneath the basket, hounded, and bodies flying as the energy soars in this opening exchanges. Demin, pull-up jump shot is good. As I said, Igor Demin, he just makes it look easy, so it doesn't look like he's working hard, but he is an outstanding prospect. As is this man here, Jack Kyle, living up to his billing. Joined the Mega team just a week ago. And now he's facing the challenge of taking on Igor Demin. Demin, same move, same outcome. 2 dribble, pull-up jump shot. Nothing but net. At the other end, well, Ognjen Nikolic did all the footwork, missed the layup. And the price they pay, well, it looked like Sibi got an awful lot of ball. Jimenez goes for the layup, rejected up top, fouled underneath. And we'll have our first free throws of the game for Gildas Jimenez. Two free throws to come for Jimenez. He makes the first. Jimenez, not long, turned 17. Goes 1 from 2. And in the early exchanges, Madrid lead by 5 points to 3. Kroflic underneath. Can't get the layup to go. The battle for the boards, the ball will go back to Mega. See, it's Traore disrupting the attempt from Kroflic. And despite Mega trailing, they don't seem in any way intimidated by the defense of Madrid, although yeah, something, Nikolic trying to get a little bit cute with the no-look pass on a rapid round. Could have taken the layup himself. Instead, they get the ball back. 6 on the shot clock. Kale receives it. Got to work quickly. Well guarded by Jimenez. So has to pull the trigger and misses the 3. Rebound to Real, and here they come. And the first time we said his name, Hugo Gonzalez leads the fast break. Jimenez swings it cross court to Demin. Demin has no option but to pull the trigger on the jump shot. Our defenses of both teams showing out well to start this game. And that there, as Amadou Traore takes on the Declan Duru roll, throwing his body around, pokes the ball away, and forces the turnover. Demin is so confident on the basketball, as is this man here, Hugo Gonzalez. Maybe tried to sell the foul a little bit instead of concentrating on making the shot. Goes out of bounds, last touch by Real Madrid. Full court pressure from Los Blancos. It's Kale, slides up the court, behind the back, dribble, finds a wide open Zrentic. He shoots the air ball. Despite the hustle of Ognjen Nikolic. Madrid will have the ball back on the baseline. Now, I've spoken to a few pundits and experts ahead of this one, ahead of today's action. And without exception, they said this is the game to watch. I think this is going to be a tight one. It certainly looks that right now. 5-3 is the lead for Madrid. Gonzalez. Nice composure from the number 10. 25 points he had yesterday. Gets his first of this game as Kyle tries to reverse layup. Smothering defense from Madrid, and then the foul in transition. Kroflic halting the progress of Demin. On the inbounds, it is that man Gonzalez. Now Guille feeds back to his number 10. Gets his feet set. Off with the three-pointer. Offensive rebound, Traore. Pretty much all over the place right now. And that's a trademark of this Real Madrid team, is they will hustle for days. They do not take their quality for granted. Traore, back-to-back offensive rebounds on that play. And at the other end, Jimenez commits the foul. Halting the progress of Kroflic. Sideline possession for Mega. Kale doesn't fall in the double team this time, but does throw it away. Guille with the steal. Demin again, just so cool and calm. Calls the offense, gets it back, and gets the players moving. Finds Jimenez, who feeds down low, and there's a foul underneath. Traore gets shoved in the back. I think it's Kroflic is not happy with the call. If it is Kroflic, that's going to be his second. Coach Abramovich doesn't take any risks, and he straight away will start making his substitutions. Well, he's left Kroflic out there with two. Instead, it's Alexander Vojinovic who joins the play. Vojinovic was really impressive yesterday. Only 9 points, but 4 assists, 5 rebounds. Just hustled all over the floor for the men in pink. Traore. This is the free throws, but transition bucket for Mega. And off the missed free throw, they ran a perfect fast break. Get themselves within a point. We said the defense was going to be tight in this one, and it is proving so. As Mega forced the Madrid turnover, Jimenez has the ball knocked out of bounds. And a double team in the post. Kale brings the ball up for Mega. Midway through the first period as Traore commits the foul. He want to get that steal on that high screen and roll, but that time he's a step slow. And Traore, relishing his opportunity to start the game, takes a seat. He's replaced by Ismaila Dian. Dejan, who had 14 points and 10 rebounds, an impressive performance yesterday. And he comes out challenging shots here. Gonzalez fouled in the act of shooting. There's going to be 3 shots for him. Nikolic, let him know. He was almost telegraphed. He was committed while the foul's called on the sideline before the shot. No harm in trying your arm. Good defense there by Nikolic. Makes up for the foul with the steal. Mega transition opportunity. The ball comes off the foot of Gildas Jimenez. Remain Mega possession. Kale working hard against Deming. Finally gets the shot off. He's caught for the travel. Maybe trying to force it a little too much there. Good defense by the number 9 of Madrid. And now he's got to do good offense as Kale is defending him aggressively. Gonzalez now facing up against Kale. Dejan up top. That's not his spot on the floor. Jimenez drives aggressive to the basket. There's a big rebound by Dejan, but he cannot convert. And here comes Mega in transition. That's great defense. Oh, the blocking foul is called on Gonzalez, and he looks perplexed as he certainly had his feet set. Gonzalez took the time. The referee judging that he leaned into the left, maybe a shade. Well, let's be said, once the referee's blown the whistle, made the decision, that's what the foul is, whether or not you like it or not. Kroflic trying to make something special happen over Bosniakovic, but he cannot get the shot to roll. Neither team really having much success. Mega only made 2 shot baskets so far in the opening 6 minutes. Madrid not much better. They've only got 7 points themselves. So the defense of both sides is impressive. We'll find out what happens here as Gonzalez has to move the ball on. Bosniakovic makes the 3 at the buzzer. Mitar Bosniakovic gets his team into double figures. As still, Mega cannot get a bucket. 10-6. Madrid on top. Missed jump shot by Deming. Coach Abramovich urging his team to find open looks in transition, and that's why as Alexander Vujinovic puts his name on the score sheet. 3 points for him. Mega back within a point. 10-9, Madrid on top. Gonzalez with the crossover dribble. Bosniakovic, such an aggressive player. Subtly in off the dribble. Dejan misses the layup. And at the shot clock buzzer, there's that man Bosniakovic hustling and gets the ball back for his side. You have to really like the effort that Bosniakovic will give. "13 points in the victory over Milan yesterday. Comes off the bench again. Straight away, his hustle plays. Gets his team another offensive opportunity. Deming will take the ball out on the baseline. Flex screens and cuts on the baseline for Madrid. Sidi Gueye drives hard. He's drawn the foul. I think that's Abdramani Sibi. That's his first. They might have caught it on Nikolic. His second foul. Well, this one so far is developing into a defensive tussle. You see in the first period, the tone is set by the way the teams play. And you see they're both playing bone-crunching intensity on the defensive end. And as it stands right now, every point is crucial because neither team's able to seize control of this. What do you like from both coaches here? Anybody who watched the earlier game between Ulm and Milan saw how important fatigue was. These guys put so much energy into what they're doing. You've got to use your full bench. There's no dead weight on these rosters. Every player has to be expected to contribute. And there, Jack Cahill shows his contribution. He draws the foul going to the basket. Ismaila Diane commits the foul. That's his first. Cahill, 3 points so far. Does not add to the total with his first free throw. He missed the pair. I only said how important it is to make free throws. Mega 0 for 2. Madrid 2 from 6. No question. The players on both teams know how important this game is, and that's why you see the hustle. Declan Duru announces his presence on the court. As does Ismaila Diane. Offensive rebound. But Mega come away with the stop. And Vojinovic pulls up. Can't get the jump shot to go. Well, we knew the defense was going to be tight for both teams, but over 8 minutes gone in the first period. And between them, these two teams have got 12 points on the board. Madrid, offensive rebound, looking to correct that. Bosniakovic rips it away. Well, there's a foul call. Who have they called that one on? And they've called that one on Bosniakovic. Coach Warren said, hold on, my man had the rebound. How did he end up catching the... So Bosniakovic has got the ball. Well, he's fumbled it and then a foul. Wow, who'd be a basketball player? Bosniakovic looks up, can't believe it. Both coaches locked in. See Coach Avramovic taking a moment there to speak to Petar Milosavljevic as Cahill finally gets his team to make a free throw and gets them into double figures. This game is tight as a drum right now. 11 points apiece as we come to the end, approaching the final minute of the opening quarter. Adrian Ansves hands off to Egor Cemin, who finds Diane, who cannot convert. And then Abdurrahmanis Zibi comes over, commits the foul. So although Diane's frustrated with himself for not getting the score, that's a big call because Zibi has committed his second. And he's a crucial player for Mega. Now two of their key players have got a couple of fouls each. Sibi has 2, as does Urban Kroflic. Ismaila Diane looking to get himself on the score sheet. Left-handed, makes the first free throw. Diane, as close to a veteran as you can be at this age group. He will be aging out, turns 18 this year, so he will not be back for the next ANGT. I expect to see him gracing the floor for the senior team. This is 4th ANGT competition. Champion last year with Real Madrid, looking to retain that crown. Jack Cahill draws the foul. That's a messy one. Asier Miguel chopping the German on the arm as he comes off the high screen. Yeah, hands on the hip, just got tangled up with Sibi. for Kale. I believe we'll end up with 3 free throws here. When you talk about champions, Mega won 2 ANGT titles themselves. I already said Madrid have won 4, and they are the reigning champions. It is very difficult to defend your title because everybody wants to beat you. There's an extra motivation when you take on a champion. And that's why it happens so rarely. And of course, Real Madrid in the luxury position this weekend at this ANGT and the Turkish Airlines Euroleague, that they have 2 reigning champions, both the under-18s and the men's team. Ismaila Dian is looking to give his team the lead, but no. Mega lead by a point. Now Vojinovic controls the play. Kale working off the dribble up high. Pulls the trigger, misses the 3. Declan Juru, there was a hustle play involved. He had to be there, you knew that. And now Madrid will hold for the final play of the first period. Angeves drives, tries to use the screen, but Ismaila Dian commits the illegal screen. Slaps the floor in frustration. It's that left arm he sticks out there. We talk about how these players at this age are still learning how to play the game, and one of the biggest challenges, certainly of the modern game, is for a big man to set that high screen, especially in a world where the screen and roll is so important. Right now, nice pass by Kale, finds the open man, the right choice in Dejan Filipovic, but his 3-point shot comes short, and despite leading for most of the first period, Real Madrid finish it behind after 1. Real Madrid 13. Mega miss Belgrade 14. Well, Mega led 3-2, and then they took the lead at the end of the period, 14-13. In between, it was very much Real Madrid seemed like they were in control, but they just couldn't get their offense going. And meanwhile, Mega growing in confidence defensively as much as anything else. And now we've got a true defensive tussle on our hands. These clubs know how difficult it is. We're going to see if the defense continues to rule the roost, or will the offense will pick up. As we look at the numbers, Mega 0 from 9 on 2-point shooting. You can't get any worse than that, 0%. But Madrid are not showing themselves in glory. They're only 3 of 14. The big number in favor of Real Madrid, 20-10, plus 10 rebounding. This game finally poised. What adjustments will be made? And we'll make an adjustment here quickly in the commentary position, as I'm joined once again by our esteemed journalist colleague David Hine. And David, what have you thought of this one so far?
So if you're the coach and you say we haven't made a 2-pointer and we're being out-rebounded 20-10 and we're leading by 1 point, 3 of our main guys have 2 fouls, it's got to be okay.
Life is good. So the only way is up.
You're not going to not make a shot all games.
Well, you know, anyone who's joined us will need to know that David is the esteemed knowledge, the foremost knowledge on the ANGT. We're going to talk a lot about this game because it's so important today. And it was you who told me that Madrid win and go to the final. These kids feel the pressure?
I think once you're in the game, it doesn't. I don't think they feel any pressure. It's just a matter of getting through your execution and doing your defensive assignments and everything like that. Maybe in the build-up, whatever. But once you're on the court, I don't think you played the game. So
well, we're seeing the defensive intensity here. Mega really have just swarming around the basket against the bigs of Madrid. So is Madrid, we talked about them as a factory early on. but they know they're up against something special today.
Yeah, I mean, Mega is one of the leading programs in the youth in all of, even all of the world. You really have to say that with the players that have been produced from this factory, Mega.
Well, block and foul call for the illegal screen. So, see the defense is leading the 4. Man, that was Dejan Filipovic who's sticking his shoulder out there. Yeah, we talk about the Mega as both these clubs as huge development programs, but isn't it true to say that Mega, more so than some of the other programs, as Andres lays home the sweet layup, finally get a score, Mega recruit domestically more so than some of the other programs. We're looking at Ulm earlier on, they've got the French pipeline. This is very much Serbian-led.
Yeah, selective then from selective recruitment from outside the country. I mean, there are so many great players in Serbia, which is, amazing, how the country's been picked apart over the decades, and they're still one of the superpowers of world basketball. And, they're winning, I would say they're winning the battle with Zvezda and Partizan as far as getting, many of the top guys in the country to come here.
I'm glad we're on neutral territory when you said that, because I'm sure there's plenty of Zvezda and Partizan fans will dispute that with us, but that's the whole point. That's why we get to be fans. We love the sport more than anything. You also have to look at
the track record of how many young players have come through the Partizan and Zvezda system that have gone into their pro team, or let's say Euroleague teams, and Mega is definitely right up there competing, and
But also when they do that, if you're Partizan and Zvezda, you can pick the prime assets from Mega when those players graduate, when they come out. So that's, there's more of a motivation to focus on their senior teams, perhaps. Mega, obviously not Euroleague champions historically, or ABA champions.
And that's one of the good things about this Mega team, is that, many of these guys have been able to play some minutes in the ALBA League, which is against the best teams, in the entire region. They're playing your Partizan pro teams, you're playing your Zvezda pro teams.
Well, you're talking about the rebounding edge for Madrid. It continues to be that way, as they've got 10 offensive rebounds now. And is Madrid as a group that much better than Mega rebounding?
They have a lot of length and strength, and when you're able to bring a team like a guy like Diagne off the bench, and Bosniakovic off the bench, it's pretty impressive.
It's a big bucket.
Embarrassment of riches with what they're able to do.
Well, I'll tell you, but Mega are hanging right there, as you said. They're minus 10 rebounding, but they're tied on the scoreboard. Where's the quality where's the difference maker between these two teams that you see?
I think the difference maker will be your Gonzalez, your Diagne, your Demine, your Bosniakovic.
So you think the star power of Madrid, you'd expect that to win through?
The veterans. Those guys have been, they won the title last year, and that's one of the things that you have to kind of consider about this team, is that all 4 of those guys are going to be gone next year. And so what does, that's one of the things in this business, is also think about what they look like next year. Your Duro is going to have to take a much bigger role next year. Jimenez is going to take a much bigger role next year. Who are the players that are graduating out of the program, and what is the team going to look like next year? Sorry.
Well, Madrid certainly defending with some intensity, and Coach Juarez is using the depth of his whole roster. He's got 11 players have already been on the score sheet so far. Not quite so much from Mega. So you talk about the star power of Madrid. Are there any players that has caught your eye that you weren't necessarily expecting to have big starts to the tournament? Hugo Gonzalez does not count as one of them.
No, Hugo. I love watching Duro. You've mentioned him a couple times, and just the energy that he brings. And I think next year is going to be really fascinating to see where he takes his game, especially sort of on the offensive responsibility aspect. Because all these other guys are so ball dominant, and he's been sort of the energy guy, and so what he does. but you know, here is Jack. You know, KL. Just think that he's, you know, 2 weeks ago he was here in Berlin and he won the under-19 domestic championship and with a different club, and now he's come to Mega and is just, you know, fit in perfectly. You know,
well, you talk about Jack Cahill and you know how exciting it is for him to win the German domestic championship. Now he's here with Mega at the ANGT. But of course, Declan Dura is German himself, so he's got an extra edge to come back in front of some of his home fans.
And to be honest, I mean, it's not. I live here in Germany, and but you know, it's a chance for some Germans to actually see him play because he's been in. This is his 3rd season in Spain, and you know, we here in Germany, we don't see him play. You know, basically, you know, ALBA. No, you know, you can't really get ALBA games, you know, anywhere, and so this is really kind of a chance to see really one of the best players that Germany. An up-and-coming Germany country, nice basket there. You know that you know, get a chance to see him.
Well, you know, we're talking about the star power of Madrid, but Mega certainly not intimidated by them, and they are hanging around, as you said, being out rebounding in a big way. But they are playing their part here, only trailing by 2.
They have to go into the halftime with those guys on 2 fouls and not on 3 fouls, because, as you know, once you get to the 3rd foul, your game plan, everything else, how you defend everything, that makes so much of a difference. So,
well, it's lesson learned, and that you and I talked about this a little bit before the games. How important the coaching is with this. Obviously, in Abramovich and Juarez, you've got 2 of the premier under-18 coaches. You know, how difficult is it to strike that balance between the coaching and the teaching?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to bring these guys into your professional team. Mega have a little bit, you know, you might want to try to bring them into, you know, higher levels to, yeah. Whereas Real Madrid has a real dilemma. You have an 18-year-old. Where are they going to play? They're not, you know, very few of them are going to play at the in the professional team. You know, does Hugo play next year? We'll see. You know. So.
David, thank you. We're going to listen into the timeout, and we will catch you very soon. Thanks for your contribution.
Thanks.
Prvi si. Double drag. Double drag. Open the ball. Double drag again. Drive inside, okay? Down. Down.
Yes.
Well, as Coach Abramovich urged his team on, the man that was player of the game yesterday is certainly starting to have that kind of impact here today. Hugo Gonzalez, quiet starts the game, but he has been impressive here in the 2nd period. 6 points, 5 rebounds, a PIR of 12 already for the player who's got a championship in the ANGT and is desperate to repeat, something that very few players get to do. Great talking to David Hine there. You should follow him if you're interested in understanding more about how the under-18s develop across this ANGT. He follows it throughout the year. Back to the live action. Gonzalez draws the foul on Vujinovic. Midway through the 2nd quarter, that's just the 2nd team foul for Mega. Both teams haven't committed 2 now. Abdurrahmane Sibi taking a seat. Important for Mega, as David said, to not let their star players, Kroflich, Kale, and Sibi, they don't want them to have any more than 2 fouls in this 1st half. Good defense, Solomon pokes it away from Gonzalez, and then the nifty behind the back wraparound pass finds Kale. And Mega up to the challenge right now. They're all square, 21 points apiece. And Gonzalez comes up against the wall that is Vujinovic. Solomon wants another steal. Instead, Duru to the rack and rams it home. Declan Duru takes it to the next level. And Madrid take the lead once more. 23-21, 4 minutes left in the first half. There's a travel called there. Ognjen Nikolic. The lob pass seemed to be in the air for an age. As was Declan Duro as he powers his way home. Madrid lead by 2. Methodical in that half offensive set. This game is almost like a playoff intensity. Half court, grind it out. Duru goes from hero to anti-hero as he turns the ball over. How's about that for a wraparound pass from Luka Solomon? Yeah. Smothering defense, Mitar Bosniakovic. What a quality player to have coming off the bench at this standard. Yeah, Madrid, I have to say, with their A-list defense out on the floor. Just swallowing up Mega's attempts to get points on the board. Mega showing zone defense now, and another steal. Lucas Solomon, someone call the police. We've got a burglar, a pickpocket in the gym. Solomon, back-to-back steals. Madrid, though, just man-to-man defense to absolutely die for. Filipic hesitant, doesn't know what to do. How's about that for a drive, though? Ognjen Nikolic looks at the Real Madrid defense and says, I can take you on, and he takes 3 of them to the rim. Gets around Duru. The help defense comes over from Demin. But Nikolic, not intimidated, will go to the line and shoot a pair. He does say please. And the first one goes home. Nikolic makes the pair. The Mega just will not go away. They trail by just a point, where Madrid are dominating the rebounds and having more success, you have to say, in the half court, but they still only lead by 3. 25-22. Again, the lob pass, Filipovic kicks to Solomon, who cannot get the roll. And Madrid nursing their lead, dominant rebounding. They're plus 12 on the backboards. Kylian Michet drives, and they get another rebound. As he goes out of bounds, last touch by Filipovic, excuse me. Igor Demin justifies why we highlighted him as a player to watch before this game. He's running the play again, this time with the 3. That one's off the mark, and finally Mega pulls in a defensive rebound. And what this first half will do for Mega, it will show them that they've got every right to take on Madrid. They fought, they've gritted. And they say you may have the star quality, but we've got a spirit that means we can take a victory. And maybe in a best of 7, Madrid takes that, wins 4 games, but they're only playing them once. Mega are not intimidated at all. Here is this man here, Jack Cale. How's about that cross court? He's got Solomon wide open, and they're back once again. Mega on level terms, 25 points apiece. And looking for more as Solomon trying to get the steal, dives in but commits the foul. Look at that pass there, cross court, Jack Cale. Assists, few and far between today. Between these two teams, they've got 9 assists in the first 19 minutes. But then again, they've only got 25 points each as well. Coach Abramovich wholly invested in this one. Gonzalez shows his investment. He shoots the 3. Offensive rebound, and again as Bosniakovic shows that hard work does pay off. He tips it home. 12 offensive boards for Madrid. Mega have got to rebound better if they think they have a hope of winning this one. Oh, Solomon aggressively on the drive. And then from deep, the hustle play. On the weak side, Milošević tries to run down the loose ball. Watch this hustle here. Perhaps Suzentic should have grabbed the first ball, and that's what the frustration Coach Abramovich will have as we come to the end of the first period. 30 seconds left till the halftime oranges. Madrid with the slenderest of leads, 27-25. And it stays that way as Traore misses the layup, and then bodies fly everywhere for the loose ball. I love Mitar Bosniakovic. He just loves the rough and tumble. The ball hits the floor, he just throws himself in. And they'll get a chance to talk it over. Timeout. Just under 20 seconds left until the break. We'll listen in on Mega, who trail. Real Madrid 27, Mega Belgrade 25.
They are going catch on the screen. You must open on the short roll, or you must open at the pop, pass the ball, and then change the side. Okay? Listen. Nick, open on Sibi. It will be a catch. Sibi, open on the pop. Put the ball on him. Nick, pin down for Kroflic. Srzenta, Kroflic go in, then play. Okay? Okay? If you can cross that catch and play. But we play on 12 seconds or 10 seconds before. Okay?
Well, Jack Cale talked about it before the game. We talked about him all through it for Mega. Important thing to remember is he's only been with this team for a week. He's had some impressive numbers so far. 12 points, just carrying his team offensively. A couple of assists and a couple of rebounds as well. Now he's looking to close out this first half in style. Matched up against Kylian Michet. Let's see if the offense that Coach Abramovich wanted comes off. There's the high screen. Told Sibi he's got the open. Now they swing cross court. And Kroflic drives down the lane and he will get fouled. I think there's going to be free throws on the back of this. And indeed they are. Michet gets a piece of him. Kroflic, another one of those stars like Sibi, playing with 2 fouls. That one is way off the mark there. Kroflic, of course, a former ANGT champion, albeit didn't play very much 2 years ago. Makes the second. And we get the timeout called. This one is nerve-wracking. Coach Juarez, he wants to make the most of this final 5.2 seconds. He doesn't want to coast to the locker room. He leads by a point, 27-26.
Saca Kylian. ¿Vale? Adrián, Ego. Tiene un bloqueo para que se abra y recibe uno. ¿De acuerdo? Mitad. Ahí. ¿Vale? Hay tiempo más que de sobra. Bloqueamos a un lado para salir. Atentos a su... Que ellos os acordáis que hacen. Si no, con Adrián a más de seguridad. Tenemos tiempo más que de 1 para 1. ¿De acuerdo? Y están en bonus. Si podemos, con Hugo, Hugo. Si hay puerta atrás, a puerta atrás. Si no, atacan. Al lado que esté Mitan para la ayuda. Da tiempo más que de sobra. Vamos, tío. Vamos.
Well, the game as tight as this, 5.2 seconds could be the difference between victory and defeat. And at the end of this game, it could be these final moments that we will talk about. Madrid need to go the full length of the court in 5 seconds. They get to the half court with the inbounds pass, and Gonzalez drives, he's tangled, he's ripped, the hustle. That shot is going to come to nothing as, again, the nagging defense of Mega holds firm. And we go to the halftime break. The royalty that is Real Madrid with the slenderest of leads. Halftime here, Real Madrid 27. Mega miss Belgrade 26. Well, some would call this one a game for the purists. Your commentator loves this kind of defensive intensity. The offensive highlights are hard to pick out. But that's a credit to these young men because they are finding the seams. They're finding the way to get points on the board. A balanced attack from Real Madrid. Leading score for them has 6 points, Gonzalez and Demin. Gonzalez continuing to show himself out as one of the quality players at this tournament. Some great individual moves, but no dominance except for Mega. We have one Jack Cale who has been just terrific the whole 20 minutes. Great contributions off the bench. Lucas Solomon is one to pay attention to. But ultimately, this game right now, only a fool would say they knew who was going to win it. Impressive defensively. Outstanding effort-wise. And the stats. This is why this game is so finely poised, because Real Madrid have got plus 13 rebounding-wise, and Mega cannot make a two-point shot for love nor money. So if you told Coach Abramovich at halftime he'd be losing by a point, having made 2 of 17 on layups, he'd say, I quite fancy my chance of doing this. We'll find out where this game goes in the second half. Halftime break coming up. We'll catch you right after this. Halftime coming to a conclusion at the Uber Music Hall in Berlin. Real Madrid 27, Mega Miss Belgrade 26. This is round 2 of the ANGT 23-24 finals Group A action. And what a tight one we had in the first half here. Madrid and Mega both came into this game off the back of successful opening round performances. Madrid, of course, reigning champions. And Mega look like hungry usurpers. They want to take the crown from Real Madrid. Real, knowing and feeling the pressure of how difficult it is to repeat as a champion. Some say it's easier getting the first one than it is the second. Mega can bear that out. They had their title taken away from them last year. Now they're trying to take that off Madrid. For Madrid, straightforward. Victory today and they will be guaranteed to top Group A and reach the final of the ANGT. Mega losing by a point, but those stats tell them that they are very much in this. They can't buy a layup. They make a 2-point shot, they'd be winning. Meanwhile, Madrid, their 3-point shooting, they've been putting them up as well. 1 from 9, not working in their favor, but rebounding is the big story. 31 rebounds for Real Madrid, but that is being negated by 12 turnovers. Leading performers, well, you see this balanced scoring, Damin and Gonzalez for Real Madrid, 6 points each. Gonzalez with 6 rebounds and 3 assists. And for Mega, it's all about Jack Cale, 12 points. As we find out, this is Group A. Coming up after this, we've got Group B games. Berlin against Paris, and then the final game today is Barcelona against the overtime elite, of course, who are from the United States. Look at the standings as they are. Mega with the edge over Real Madrid right now because of their points difference. Madrid beat a pesky Milan team by 25 points yesterday. Milan, who then went on to smash Ulm earlier on by 33. In the second half, it has to be said, there's some of the Ulm players already back. Milo Murray amongst them. Jordan Muller. What happened in the first game between Milan and Ulm, and there's learning for both of these coaches here, is they got tired. So the court minutes is important. Got to manage court time for these young stars because yes, they're young, but they can only go so far. You've got to manage it. You've got to keep them under sort of 25, 26 minutes if you can. Especially if you're Madrid. But this game does have a sense. It has a taste of the decider for Group A. Mega will still have work to do if they do get the victory. They'll have to make sure they beat Milan tomorrow. But one thing's for certain, they cannot afford to lose if they want to have a shot at going to the finals on Sunday. Madrid, well, I guess they've got less at risk. They win today, they know they've made the finals, they can rest everybody. Coaches can play tomorrow if they win this one. 5 back on the floor. Madrid will get the second half underway. Igor Damin probably being the standout player for Madrid in that first half, despite the efforts of Hugo Gonzalez. Gets them going as Gonzalez misses the first shot. And Mega, straight away, we got an issue here. I think that's Urban Kroflic who's hit the deck. He's gone down in some pain. Oh, I think he caught an elbow to the head from Igor Demin. No foul called. Kroflich go to the bench. Looks like he's got a sore tailbone by the look of things. Hope to see him back. This shows the confidence Coach Abramovich has in his players. Vojinovic comes in place of him. And the man of the moment for Mega goes to the basket. Kaya, what a block out by Ismaila Dian. Forget the ball, just get Sibi out of the way. And now Madrid trying to get themselves set on the offensive end. Swinging the ball around, moving the players. Gonzalez, who else gets the shot? Air ball though. Shot clock running down, and Demin misses the three. And then the foul is called on Gonzalez, challenging Sibi once he got the rebound. Abdurrahmani Sibi, who's limited in the first half, having picked up 2 fouls. Gonzalez picks up his second. He's just giving a good healthy shove in the back. Kale, 12 points personal, brings the ball up the court. Looking to get some action in the post. Instead, he's getting the screen. And he just goes one-on-one and has to force one away, and has about that for a finish. Jack Kale, 14 points personal, more than double the total of any other player in this game. And he gives Mega the lead. City Gay with the travel. I think everybody in the building was waiting for him to turn that one over. Fake the three, but in moving his feet, he gave it up. And Mega with only their 3rd lead of the game. Bring the ball up the court, looking to extend it. There's a legal screen, and that's Sibi. That's his 3rd. Gonzalez, credit him. Chasing Kroflich off the down screen. Sibi got himself bundled up. That's a big call. Now there's a question for Coach Abramovich. Feel for Sibi that one. And feel for Demin, because Kale is an absolute man possessed with the steal. Nikolic can't get the layup. And again, the scoring exploits of both teams leave something to be desired. Another turnover for Real Madrid, and another missed layup for Mega. Gonzalez closely got it by Vojinovic. Dian goes at Sibi, has about that for a rejection. Abdurrahmani Sibi. Somebody tell him he's got 3 fouls. He said, no way you get the dunk on me. Dian goes sprawling. He was going for the foul. Instead, he gets put on the Sibi highlight reel. There's a whistle off the weak side, and that's Vojinovic who's being called. Getting tangled up with Hugo Gonzalez. Oh, that shows how important Mega think it is to keep the ball out of the hands of the number 10 from Real Madrid. I don't mind Guille in the post. He has to suffer. Demin. There's Gonzalez. Pivots, dances through. Shot clock winding down. He wants the foul. The ball is tip free, and here goes Mega with an opportunity. Sibi ends up with the rebound. Vojinovic slices down the court, throws it away, and here comes Demin. And Igor Demin finds Guy. Oh, he definitely got away with the travel there. And Jimenez hits the travel. Coach Abramovich, he's not doing a rock and roll dance. City Guille got away with a travel. Well, mind you, so did Ognjen Nikolic. who will go to the free throw line to shoot a pair. Demin hands off to Guille, who takes a bit of a dance, and then Jimenez drills the triple. Coach Abramovich says to the referee what everybody else seems to think. Meanwhile, Ognjen Nikolic at the other end, he is fouled, and he will go to the stripe to shoot a pair. Well, there's no telling what the difference in these two teams will hinge on. It could be free throw shooting. Mega 7 of 11 so far. Real Madrid just 4 of 8. Despite the plus 15 rebounding for Real Madrid, it's been negated because of the 14 turnovers they've got. Oh, biting moments for Coach Suarez. Sorry, of Real. He knows the path to the finals goes through Belgrade. This problem is Belgrade didn't get the message that said they needed to lay down and die. They trail by a point, 30-29. Reigning champions on top. Demin working against Cahill. Jimenez does not get away with that travel. It's one of those attempts there that Jimenez, you just got to take the shot. You catch the ball, Demin moves it on. You got to shoot it. Oh, it's Guille. Sorry, I apologize to Jimenez. City Guille traveled several times. No foul called there. A lot of contact. Gonzalez at the heat in the heart of that defensive stop. Guille moves it on. Vujinovic goes for the steal, comes up with nothing. Gonzalez. That's Jimenez. Now that's Guille. Challenges Sibi, and there's a rebound and finish. Ismaila Dian has quietly gone about his business. Coming up with good numbers now. 4 points, 8 rebounds for the number 4. Cahill. Mega need his magic. They do not get it as the jump shot is off. For all it feels like Real Madrid are in control of this game. They only lead by 3 points. Demin misses the layup. Dian hits the floor and hits his head. We'll get a stop of the game here. Foul, I think, is called in transition. Vujinovic, I think, has drawn that on Gonzalez. If it is, that's his third. Ismaila Dian went down hard. You see the game being played in good spirit. Jack Cahill wants to make sure that he's okay. Comes up with a loose ball. Oh, didn't, maybe just caught his head on the floor. It's not as if it doesn't hurt, but it's not as serious as it could have been. And they see Cahill's first player to try and see if he's okay. Dian, crucial part of this Real Madrid team, as is Hugo Gonzalez. As he picks up his third foul, he'll take a seat. Coach Juarez wanting to make sure he's got him available for the whole fourth quarter. Kroflic, quiet since he picked up his 2 fouls. And now he's not going to have a chance to make much more noise because he's got Bosniakovic on him, but the bank is open as he kisses it off the backboard. And we're all tied up again. Midway through the third quarter, and we are nowhere near having any idea which team is going to rule this game. Dian finds Demin. Is it stolen? Sibi almost pokes it away, and see Coach Abramovich just relishing the effort from his team. Yeah, Kroflic, wow. You get 3 points no matter how it gets in there if you shoot from beyond the arc. And the stat sheet says 3 points. It does not see off the backboard. Big rejection from Sibi, and it's at the shot clock buzzer. Real Madrid players imploring the referee to call goaltending. There is nothing goaltending about that. That is a rejection. Demin goes to the rack. Sibi sails high, swats it away. And now Mega has a chance to take the lead for the 4th time in the game as Mitar Bosniakovic continues in his, shall we say, aggressive vein of defending. He picks up the foul, just grabbing and snatching hold. Yeah, innocent as a babe. That's your 2nd foul. Kale gets the ball now. He's facing up against the defense, and he's in desperation there. The help, though, Sibi somehow comes up with it. The ball rolls around, and that man Demin just quietly slips in there, gets his 6th rebound. Nice pass inside, nice finish. Demin doesn't do anything spectacularly, but he does everything well. The drive for Jinovic, and a foul is called. Let's see who that is. If that's Dejan, that will be his 3rd. If it's Demin, it's his 1st. It's going to be Dejan. Ismaila Dejan runs underneath Alexander Vujinovic. Nice pass from Guille to find Demin at the other end. Take you back to a conversation with David Hein in the 2nd quarter. He said that the edge that Madrid has more than any other over Mega is they've got that bit of star power. They've got the veterans. They've got players who've been there and done it before. And that's what you've got in the likes of Demin, Gonzalez, Dejan, and Duru. What Mega need to do is to settle down. They've got to make free throws. 1 from 2 is not going to do it. Vujinovic makes just 1. It's a 1-point game. Madrid working against this smothering man-to-man defense. A rare jump shot. Declan Duru generally sees to his teammates, but there, chanced his arm from deep. Milan now, Real Madrid rather, 2 from 12, and Abdurrahmani Sibi gets the layup, the assist to Kale. And guess what? Mega has the lead once more. Angeles looking for Bosniakovic, who misses the 3. Kale snags the rebound. And then Kale whips through, and he finds, wow, Vujinovic. How is that for a play? Jack Kale, that is the play of the game so far. He sucked the entire defense from Real Madrid and their bench Got 2 points in the third period. Well, you have to say, if either one of these teams manages to score 20 points in a period, you've got to think they're going to win, because the most scored so far is 14. Well, I said that they were going to start getting tired. I'm not seeing fatigue yet. I'm just seeing intensity. There's a foul on the wing. Vojinovic commits his third. Sometimes you forget that these young players are between the age of 16, 18 years of age, play with such maturity and composure. It's on both sides of the basketball. This isn't just offensively, defensive as well. I'm talking about composure. There he is himself, Mr. Composure, Igor Demin. Dials up points 9 and 10 in his personal tally. Kroflich, another player we're expecting to see do something good, and he doesn't. He throws it away, and who steals it? Demin again. Igor Demin. But then he's trying to kick it back, trying to find Duru behind the line, but it's Kroflich who knocks it out of bounds. Having turned it over at the other end, he saves his team on the defensive end. Oh, you think about ANGT, you think about free-flowing, explosive basketball. This is play-up intensity. Two teams where every play makes a huge difference. The stars are shining, Demin and Kale. And it is those two again. Kale down the lane, steps back, has it blocked, and Demin comes up with the loose ball. Madrid looking to tie it up. Duguay with the layup. Well, Coach Juarez looking as chilled and composed as if he was getting ready to go to the beach, not looking through the difference between making the finals and going home early. Third quarter winding down. The ball's moved on. Jack Cahill at the buzzer cannot convert. Madrid clean up the backboards as they've done the entire game, plus 17 rebounding-wise. And then a silly foul there, Jack Cahill. That wasn't necessary. Sidi Gueye get his team's third block shot at one end and getting his 5th point at the other. A minute left in the third period, plus change. Demin hounded, triple teamed, got to get rid of it. Can't get rid of it because Sibi is there. And then the ball's poked around and knocked around, and ultimately Nikolic fumbles it out of bounds. This is the way Mega have played this whole game. Just scrap, scrape, kick, punch, pull hair, anything to stop Madrid. Little call there by Igor Demin, telling the referee to play. Make sure you get that floor. That's a chance to catch your breath as well. They may not be showing it, but their legs are getting heavier. There'll be adrenaline that carries them through the fourth quarter. What a turn up for the books. If this man here, Coach Dragoljub Abramovich, can take them to a victory here, that'll be one he will relish for many a year to come. Wozniakovic kicks it up top. Demin at the buzzer. Big rebound from Abdramani Zibe. Ball ends up in the hands of who else? Jack Cahill. That's a matchup. Germany on Germany. Cahill against Duru. And of course Germany wins because they're both German, but it's Duru who gets the stop. Now Demin can hold for the final shot. Can Madrid get points on the board to close out the period? No, because Sidi Gueye has turned it over with an illegal screen. And the referees are being consistent. They have called this every single time today. So when you take one call, you can argue with it. But if they've called it 4 times, as a player, you cannot complain. So now, Kroflich can't even get a shot off. The answer is going to be no. He throws it up. And if the name was hit the backboard, that would be, oh, the referee's called a foul. Well, there's no instant replay, so, well, there's the foul. You can see it. Traore's not happy with it, but he did get him on the arm, and he did go before the buzzer. Well, but, and of course, the referees do not have the luxury that you and I have of instant replay, but that is a good call. And great to see the referees discussing that after the fact. Traore is not happy with it. But now Urban Kroflich, who's been hampered since he had 2 fouls in the first period, has the chance to give his team a lead going into the final period. And you could hear a pin drop in here. Everybody is wholly engaged in this most intense of atmospheres. Kroflich, 1 from 2, now 2 from 3. Makes a pair. 7.7 of a second going on the clock. Well, there's an issue with the clock is showing 5 seconds, but trust me, the third period is over. And Mega, with a mighty 14 points in the quarter, go in with the lead. After 3 periods, Real Madrid 38, Mega Miss Belgrade 40. Oh, it's not. Well, I don't think we've ever had a game 2 that had the intensity of a final, but that's what we've got here. Real Madrid victory sees them book a place in the final. A Mega victory almost sees them book a place in the final, subject to them beating Milan. This has been a defensive tussle throughout. There's been some good passes, there's been a couple of offensive highlights, but this has just been all about smothering defense and a smattering of sparkle dust. And that's reflected in the percentages. If Mega had missed 6 free throws, they'd have more breathing space. If Madrid could make a 3-point shot, they'd be ahead. Plus 17 rebounding for Madrid. They've got 18 offensive boards, but they've got 19 turnovers. Mega 11 steals, but they're only making 4 of 24. That's 16% 2-point shooting. The Real Madrid fans looking to see their world-famous club do a championship double to retain 2 titles this weekend. Right now, they're at risk of falling out of the race for the first one. Fourth quarter to get underway. It will be Madrid possession to start proceedings. Everybody takes a breath. You could almost cut the atmosphere in the Uber Music Hall with a knife. I'll check at the score. scoring table. I think because the ball was tipped on the way in, the referee's probably saying that at least 1 second must have come off the clock. Given the end of the third period, 1 second is almost as important as a lifetime between these two teams. And indeed, the second is taken off, and we're underway at last. Igor Demin swings and feeds Bosniakovic on the wing. Ismaila Dian playing against Sibi, who has 3 fouls. It's poked away. Duru, though. Declan Duru, who we highlighted him before the game for his defense. But he comes up with a huge bucket there. Kale feeds Kroflich, left-handed. Probably wants the ball on the other side. Kicks it back. Nikolic down the lane, and he throws it away. Ognjen Nikolic, his second turnover of the game. Good hands there from Sibi, but then Duru is available. And we've said this so many times since the half, we're all square. And this is a game that if a team was to get a 5-point lead in this fourth period, it almost lights out. The most points scored by either team in a quarter is 14. Mega scored 14 in the first and the third period. Madrid scored 14 in the second. The way these teams are going, if you think normally in the fourth quarter, teams slow down, this game could end up barely over 50 points to win it. Gonzalez playing with 3 fouls. Desperate for the jump, and there, Kroflich has to say he's made a mistake. And is that Sibi foul? If it is, that's 4. It is Sibi sticking his hand in, and that's a lesson that a young player's got to make. You've got 3 fouls, you cannot go after a 50-50 ball. You've got to let it go. And now the important big man takes a seat. Sibi sits down. 9 rebounds he's had in this game. His rim protection has been crucial. So now Madrid, do they lick their chops? Do they attack the basket? The answer is yes. Bosniakovic is fouled on the way. No rim protection there. And Mitar Bosniakovic is fouled in the act of shooting, converts, and he has the opportunity to get the 3-point play. Filipovic comes over. Referee says he gets him on the arm. I expect to see a lot of substitutions in this fourth quarter. Players will start to tire, and a 3-point lead at this late stage could mean everything. Bosniakovic gives Madrid that lead. Hale finds Solomon on the wing, and there, Duru. The defensive intensity, but he throws the ball away. Well, he's got to credit himself for a remarkable steal. Just great defense. Dives over the top, almost like a rugby player. But then, that shows how intense this is. You cannot make even a little mistake at this level. Lucas Solomon will take it out of bounds. This time he hopes to take care of the ball. Kale with a crossover dribble. Filipovic finds Kroflich. Steps back, left-handed. No good. There's a foul underneath. That's going to be Duru. Declan Duru is going to be called for the illegal block out. So you can block a player out by jumping and putting your body between them, but he looked at him first. It's almost like he's run into him. Declan Duru commits his second foul. Be a new 14 for Mega. Vojinovic with the three and gets it. Alexander Vojinovic gets us all square again. Only the third player in the game to double figures. He's got 10 points. How's about this for composure? Gonzalez hounded by Vojinovic as he's been all day. Dejan, big size mismatch in his favor. There's a whistle underneath. That's going to be Dejan Filipovic. I think that's his third foul. Duru beats Gonzalez. Can't get the jump shot to go, and still points are so hard for either side to get. And as Vojinovic gets the rebound, he's fouled in transition. Adrian Anžves takes him down. How's about that for a matchup there? Bosniakovic tries to take the KO challenge. So right now, Mega are all about this man here, Vojinovic. And that's why he's back-to-back threes. Alexander Vojinovic. A 6-0 run for Mega at the hands of the number 24 in pink. Gonzalez finally gets to elevate. Well, this is almost like a scoring outburst. Back-to-back scores down the floor, then a turnover. Nikolic not able to handle the pass. Bosniakovic works it round the outside. Almost stolen away by Nikolic as Anžves gambles with the cross-court pass. More substitutions we see. Gonzalez elevation going to the rack. Ooh, Gonzalez just about got away with that one. Demin kicks it. Bosniakovic heaves, and it gets nothing but air. And the defense of Mega holds once more. Bogdan Nikolic hounded by Declan Duru. Now Vojinovic again. This time Nikolic can hold on to the ball. Kroflic got to make something happen special. Cannot do it as Igor Demin with the outstanding defensive stop. Now Bosniakovic takes on point guard duties. It's stolen away. Vojinovic again. And the foul in transition. Hugo Gonzalez saves his team from the basket, but cannot stop the man from going to the free throw line. Sloppy pass there, one-handed shovel pass by Bosniakovic, and how's about that for hustle from Gonzalez? But Alexander Vojinovic, is he proving himself to be the star of the day? Gonzalez sits down with 4 fouls. Pressure now on Vojinovic. 1 from 2 last time at the free throw line. He's got 2 to come. Well, in case you're thinking about the rest of your day, after this you've got ALBA Berlin against Paris, and then Barcelona against the overtime elite. But this game may be going on for a while yet, because Vojinovic, the hero from three-point land, misses 2 free throws. Miche finds Bosniakovic, and Mitar Bosniakovic, cool, calm, intense, gives the lead to Real once more. Kale feeds inside. Filipovic gets his shot blocked by Demin. Madrid about to make a surge midway through the fourth quarter. There's activity on the bench for Mega. The activity on the court for Madrid is Kylian Michet, who misses the three-point shot. And the ball goes out of bounds, and the referee's given that to Real. Let's see what quite happened there. They called the foul on Filipovic. And that will send Ismaila Dian to the free throw line. And he's one of few people today who's actually made every free throw he's tried. He's 2 from 2. These are crucial. And you see Hugo Gonzalez on the side, nursing a blood injury. Well, Gonzalez, a hero in his own right, though he committed the foul, getting injured. The free throws were not made. And now, Real Madrid, a 4-point lead. Not said that very often today for either side. We've got a timeout. The pressure mounts midway through the fourth period. Real Madrid 50. Mega Miss Belgrade 46.
Jack. Nick. Sibi. Kroflić. Može Ana gore. Jack. Don't just go and go on the right side. Just try to set the fake screen to your guy from defense, move on that side. Open. Nick screens the Sibia. Sibi, move. Reject. Attack. Schwaba is in the corner. Sibi, roll. On the free throw line. D on elbow. Okay? Try to penetrate immediately.
Well, you hear the timeout from Coach Abramovich. Now, this time of the game, last 5 minutes, that's when the coaches tend to take over. You have to call the plays, give their teams direction. Long way to go in this. Got a 4-point lead. In other games, it feel like a 20-point lead the way these teams have played. As Njakovic handing Bojinovic up top. Bojinovic challenges Dian, and he is stopped at the pass. And now Madrid with a chance to have the biggest lead of the game. Wozniakovic drives, attempts, and converts. The lead now is 6. Kale trying to force the pace somewhat. Kroflić against Michet. Tries to get free, takes on Dian, gets the layup to go. Mega are not done yet. Ruben Kroflić now, he goes to 11 points. For Madrid, have a buffer. They lead by 4. Declan Duru spins to the baseline. Rejected by Sibi. Abramani Sibi shows he is still got something special. Kale dances and tries to flick it through to a teammate. And he's called out of bounds. Kale drew the defense, tried to drop it off to Sibi underneath. Sibi wasn't ready for the pass. To be fair, it's a difficult pass for him to catch. How's about this for rejection at the other end? No one's going to criticize Abdulrahman Sibi, the effort he's made today. But now Madrid with the ball and control. And Mitar Bosniakovic on fire! Back-to-back threes for the number 8. He's now the game's leading scorer with 16 points. Where did that happen? And Madrid now lead by 7. Have they put Mega to sleep? Kroflic off the mark with the 3, and that was a good look as well. Whatever the outcome of this one, both of these teams will know they've been in a battle. Mega not done yet. There's a charging foul though. Kylian Michet halts the progress of Vujinovic. That's going to be his 4th. As the hopes of Mega fade, Real Madrid have just maintained their toughness down the stretch when it matters most. None more than this man here, Bosnia Mijakovic. Serbian by birth, now plying his trade in Madrid. And now this is starting to be almost harsh. For Mega, because they've been so good throughout this game. But at the death, it looks like Madrid has it at their mercy. Timeout on the floor. Real 57, Mega 48.
Nikolić. Srđantić. Sibi. Slip. Švaba, screen. Na njegov. Screen. Sibi. Deep. Jack, you must attack. Okay? If you don't have a pass to him, pass the ball with my shot. We must be aggressive. Listen. Defense. Listen. You go back fast. We said 2-3. 2-3. You're...
Well, big moments define big games. He said in the 3rd period, if either one of these teams could get to 20 points in a quarter, chances are they would have victory. And that seems to be what's going to come true here. Madrid winning this period by 19 points to 8. They trailed by 1 at the start of the period. And with just 2.5 minutes left, they now lead by 9. Mega are going to have to find their offense, something they have not found throughout this game so far. Kale kicks it. Nikolic makes the 3. Coach Abramovich is not done yet. He dials up Ognjen Nikolic. There, he said 2-3 zone. No, they're not. They're going to stay in the man-to-man. Demin drives baseline. Bosniakovic, he's got the hard hand. Does not get it. The help defense forcing him to shoot the air ball. Kale working off the dribble. He's got the speed, but can he get around Dian? He loses it, slips it. There's another open look. The 3 is off. The foul is called on Igor Djemin. Madrid had a foul to give. Ognjen Zzentic had a wide open look. Comes up long. It's Hugo Gonzalez has been called, and he's fouled out. Is there life in this game left? Surely Mega can't come back from down by 9. Kroflich checks the clock. He's got time. Kicks it to the corner. The drive, the fade by Zzentic. It does not go. And with that, does the hopes of Belgrade go with it. Zzentic has had 2 good looks. He's missed both opportunities. That's not the difference between these 2 teams. As you said, free throws remain a problem for both teams. Igor Demin misses the first, makes no mistake with the second, and that's important because it makes it a 3-score difference between the teams. Timeout is called. Madrid 58, Belgrade 51.
Jack, they will play deny on you. Go straight. Kroflich, drive. Back door. Pass the ball on the back door, okay? If you don't have back door, if you're going on the side, Sibi, set the screen, drive, Sibi roll. Jack, open on the side, okay? Let's go. Like this in 10 seconds. No, hey, wait.
Right, you heard the offensive mind. Coach Abramovich still ticking over. He's not given up hope yet. Real Madrid. Maybe that star quality has been the difference. Either way, it's one of those scenarios where you hate the fact that one of these teams has to lose. Mega have been simply outstanding today. Kale can't make the 3-point shot. And that feels like that might be just about it, because now Madrid, they can squeeze the air out of the ball. They can take another 10 precious seconds off the clock with less than a minute to go. Igor Demin misses the jump shot. There's hope. Vujinovic on the drive. They've got to make something happen quickly. The crowd urging them to shoot the ball. Sibi is fouled. As Guille comes over a step late. Well, the best way to come back from a deficit is to do it with the clock off, which means at the free throw line. And Abdramani Sibi is going to have his first free throws of the day. 67% free throw shooter on the season. There's extra pressure on these two, though. Sibi shoots the first one as if he's at the end of practice. Misses the second, and Demin gets the rebound. That's his 12th, a double-double for the young number 9. And Madrid now all but certain of winning this game, and along with it, qualifying for the final. Miche makes the 3. And that's a harsh outcome, because that makes it look like they've been in control throughout when they've been biting their nails. As Kroflich finally drills a triple, and that will give us the final difference between the teams. Madrid qualify for the final. Mega was so close for so long, but ultimately a surge in the middle of the fourth period is the difference between the two clubs. Your final score, Real Madrid 60, Mega miss Belgrade 55.
Española, ¿vale? Silvia, Española, de últimos, ¿de acuerdo? Bloqueo. Mitad. Bloqueo, ¿vale? Bloqueo. Silvia, si hay pase aquí, Egon, a Silvia. Teclan aquí y sube, ¿vale? Si hay pase aquí, Silvia, y te la quedas fuerte que te van a hacer falta. No hacemos una falta deportiva si la perdemos, que tengo otro tiempo. Si no, mitad después de bloquear. Vienes a recibir. Vamos, vamos.
Pardon me, I'm getting overexcited. The game is not 39 minutes and 55 seconds long, it's actually 40 minutes long. So Madrid need to navigate these final 5 seconds. They don't need to score, they just need to get the ball in and squeeze the life out of it, take the foul, which is inevitably going to come. And the ball is in, and that is going to be it. Handshakes all round, a little bit premature from this side of proceedings, but ultimately the outcome is the same. Real Madrid, ever present at the ultimate level of the ANGT, will be there again once more this season. They will defend their crown on Sunday, regardless of the results tomorrow. They take down a resilient and an outstanding Mega Miss Belgrade. Final score, Real Madrid 60, Mega Miss Belgrade 55. Well, relief for Los Blancos as they assemble at centre court. Plenty of Real Madrid fans in attendance. They were here for game one. I'm certain they'll all be here for the men's semi-final tonight. But right now we're focused on these young men. Mega, an outstanding performance from them. The Real Madrid now will try to get themselves ready, prepare for the next level. They still have a date with Ulm, and we have a date with head coach Juarez. David Hine has him in the interview position.
Coach, congratulations. You're in the championship game. How do you feel?
Amazing game, no? Very hard. Amazing defense, two teams. Mega put very difficult for us. Our offense in 5-5, don't let run. But I'm really happy for my players because it's very difficult when you don't score, when you take very bad day in offense. Believe in our defense because Mega is a great team, but my players today win again with very focused in our defense, very good job in rebound, and believe in all moment that it's possible win this game because for us it's a semi-final game and okay. This guys is amazing. We are Real Madrid. We stay in the final.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, credit to Coach Juarez. Did not get frustrated, did not lose his focus. Trusted in his defense. And also knew his offense would come eventually, particularly from your player of the game. That man, Mitar Bosniakovic, what a fourth quarter he had. Okay, overall he's the leading scorer, and we'll look at his highlights, but defensively he is a phenomenon. He's also your player of the game.
Mitya, congratulations. A massive battle, intensity. Maybe your thoughts about the difference in this game.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mega always the hard opponent, really hard opponent. It was a really hard game. At the end, we was better, we was more conservative, and we play better. At the end, and it go out, and it was the key. I think we did a key in the defense, and it go out.
You and Ismaili and Hugo, Igor, you've been in this situation before. How much do you think that made a difference, helped you guys?
Yeah, I think it made a difference because I believe in these guys and they believe in us. I believe in the whole team, and we know we are always together. And we know if we do it together, we're gonna win.
Let you go with that. Congrats.
Yeah, there's some poetic justice in there somewhere. Vitor Bosnjakovic, Serbian, taking out the Serbian representative. His numbers 16 points, 2 huge threes at the end of the fourth. Well, what a game that was. If there was a way to allow a team to win by a half a point, that was one that deserved it, because these teams here have just given us an absolute showcase of defensive intensity. Mega must have thought they had control of this one when they took the 4-point lead at the end of the third quarter and then came back again. But across the midst of the fourth period, with about 4 minutes to go, the repeat veterans, the reigning champions we just talked about there, Bosnjakovic, Demin, Gonzalez, and of course Dejan, took control of this game, and despite the 3-point shooting of Vujinovic, they will march on to the finals. As I said at the beginning of the game, both teams have a game to play tomorrow, but with Ulm having lost 2 games already, they have no chance to knock Madrid out. So Real Madrid guaranteed to go to the finals. Look at those numbers. Well, the stats almost don't make a difference when you play defense as tough as that. Neither team could score, but you see what that has on the table. Mega now cannot get past Madrid because of the head-to-head. And so tomorrow they will play a consolation game against Milan. Still to come, ALBA and Paris, Barcelona and Overtime Elite. We're going to catch you for more ANGT action soon. From me, bye for now.
Welcome back to the Uber Eats Music Hall here in Berlin as we turn our attentions to Group B here on game day 2 of the Euroleague's ADIDAS Next Generation Tournament Finals 2024. Underdog hosts ALBA Berlin face another ominous task against two-time champions PFBB INSEP Paris, who are looking to go top of the group at 2-0 after an impressive win over Overtime Elite yesterday. This is the third of 4 games on this court on day 2 of these finals. Earlier today, all of the Group A teams played their second games. Milan picking up their first win down in Ulm, and Real Madrid winning a pivotal, intense and physical battle for top spot against mega miss Belgrade. Straight after this, the last game of the day sees Barcelona also looking to go 2-0 as they face the Overtime Elite, who are now in a must-win position to stand any chance of making the final. At the end of tomorrow's games, only the group winners go to the championship game on Sunday. In Group A, Real Madrid now in pole position. Here in Group B, INSEP expected to do the same after this one. It's up to Barca and OTE to keep the pace later on. They're playing at their third ANGT finals. ALBA up against it. INSEP Paris, one of just 6 clubs to ever win multiple titles in the 2-decade history of this event, lifting the trophy in 2010 and 2017. And they look like a contender again this year with great depth. ALBA here as a wildcard entry. As hosts of the event, they're only 1-6 all-time in games at these finals. A look at some key players. For INSEP, Ugo Yimga Makori only needed 22 minutes to be MVP of day 1. 18 points, 9 rebounds, 6 offensive rebounds, a steal, 0 turnovers. Shot 5 of 6 from the field, 8 of 10 from the line. Had a PIR of 30. And in a tough game against OTE, had a plus-minus in his 22 minutes of plus 28. There might be a bit more rotation today in this middle game. Cameron Windu certainly looked like he deserved a few more minutes. Played an impactful 14 minutes yesterday. 8 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, a steal, a block, just 1 turnover. 2 of 4 from the field and 4 of 6 from the line, the 16-year-old forward. We'll take a look at some of the ALBA key players momentarily as well. What a great opportunity this stage is to test and develop the talent of their best youngsters. And in difficult circumstances yesterday, down big, Dorian Grosper really impressed with his energy and his attitude. The 18-year-old guard had 9 points, 2 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 3 steals and a block. He was only 2 of 8 from the field, but both of them were 3-pointers in a game in which ALBA didn't score many points. Amon Doriez, the most experienced and impactful player on this ALBA team. 10 of his 17 points yesterday came in the second half. And he finished 5 of 9 from 2, 2 of 5 from 3. So efficient in terms of scoring in very difficult circumstances. A 3 rebounds, a steal and a block, but he also had 7 turnovers. Not a big problem for ALBA. He'll want to be more efficient with the ball in his hands today. 2 sets of players going through their final warm-ups ahead of this one. It would have to be an almighty upset for ALBA to get the win. This INSEP program has churned out star after star down the years. There's a wonderful crop of under-18 players at the moment. They look like a legitimate title challenger. You might see their strength in depth today, with this being the middle of 3 group games. They want to rest players if they can, ahead of what looks like it could, maybe should be, the group decider against Barcelona tomorrow. Ready for the official introductions. First, ALBA Berlin. Absolutely dominated by Barcelona yesterday, losing by 72 points, 118 to 46. Hard to look into the numbers with that kind of a score, but they only shot 29, 21, 67 in terms of their shooting split. Missed 47 shots, but only grabbed 10 offensive rebounds while giving up 24. Only 9 assists through the whole team, while committing 26 turnovers in the process. Barcelona moving the ball superbly for an astonishing 38 assists against them as they poured in those 118 points. It remains to be seen. That might be an all-time ANGT record. Somebody somewhere still sifting through the record books. Yesterday, for INSEP against Overtime Elite, they fell down by 10 in the first quarter, but used their length, athleticism, and diligence on defense to lock down the Americans in the second period, and they pounced in transition to turn the game around. 50 of their 64 field goal attempts came from two-point range, where they shot 52%. They also held OTE to only 33% on the inside. They moved the ball for 26 assists. And on the defensive end, finished with 12 steals, helping to force those 26 turnovers on OTE, 10 more than their own tally, as they ended up winning the game by 16, 85-69. We've seen some of our key players. In just a moment, we'll get the full rosters and indeed the starting fives for this second game of these finals for both of these two teams. Jonas Boulefard there, one of the key scorers for INSEP. 13 points yesterday. Nolan Traore had a big second half. 12 of his 16 points and all 6 of his assists coming after the main break. He's a new addition to the team for these finals, having not played in qualifying after being a key player for them at this level last season. Just witnessed a fantastic game between Real Madrid and Mega Basket. Now INSEP ALBA begins the Group B action today. There's a look at the full roster. Tali Sulak averaged 6.8 assists a game to lead the team creatively in qualifying. Had 9 assists yesterday, 2 steals and only 2 turnovers. Diakite was part of that fantastic defense to lock down OTE, as was Yanis Allar. Now the full roster for ALBA Berlin. Paul Barn had a big scoring qualifying tournament, but he was held to only 1 of 8 shooting from the field for 2 points in that difficult game yesterday. Anton Nufa had shot the ball well from 3 at this level before yesterday, but was 0 of 4 for 0 points in that game day 1 damaging defeat. Starting 5 for INSEP: Traore, Diakite, Allar, Boulefard. We've talked about the one player there we haven't mentioned, Noah Kwaku Egot, who only played 10.5 minutes yesterday due to foul trouble early on, so he's fresh. Barn, Grosper, Doriez, Kemmer, and Benefeld for ALBA. Navio Benefeld was the team leader in steals and rebounds in qualifying. But had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, as did most of his teammates. He fouled out in 18 minutes played, only hit 2 of his 7 shots, and also committed 5 turnovers. Anton Kemmer, though, against the very best that Barcelona had to offer, at the age of 15, made his ANGT debut, and he led the team with a PIR of 11, putting up 10 points, 5 rebounds, a block, 0 turnovers in only 15.5 minutes. So, well deserving of the start today, to see if he can continue his development. A comfortable middle day of competition expected for INSEP. A 2-0 lead at the top of Group B seems inevitable here. Might that see them take their foot off the gas, though, and their eyes off the prize, you wonder? A huge game to come against Barcelona tomorrow. Can Vladimir Bogojevic's ALBA Berlin, the big underdogs, find their bite with their opponents looking the wrong way? Can his team at least make it competitive? And will INSEP show just how impressive they are once again? It was the defense that really stood out from Lamine Kebe's team in that victory over Overtime Elite yesterday. They conceded 20 points in the first period, but only 12 in the second, as they flipped the script, having trailed early by 10. Ended INSEP, the most famed academy in France. A program that's produced the likes of Tony Parker, Boris Diaw, Evan Fournier, Ronny Churiev, all growing up in the French capital as part of the INSEP program, and now this next set of youngsters here looks to be the cream of the crop on the continent of Europe. It's going to be a huge game for them against Barcelona tomorrow. But that only really the case if they take care of business here against the tournament hosts ALBA Berlin. It's INSEP in the white today and ALBA in the changed kit after playing in yellow yesterday. They're wearing the blue. And they have the first possession. Grossbill, we highlighted for you in the pre-game, takes it straight to the goal and scores. Dorian Grossbill really impressed yesterday. Even when his team were down 40, 50, 60 points, he was fighting for every ball, showing that aggression on offense and defense. This is a stage for those ALBA Berlin youngsters to try and really make a name for themselves against the very best the continent has to offer, and Nolan Traore certainly is amongst that group. Takes no time in getting up and running today after a slow start yesterday. Only scored 4 first-half points, but then 12 in the second half. 0 first-half assists, but 6 in the second half. We expected him to explode onto this final scene, Nolan Traore, because just last week, for the senior Saint-Quentin side in France against Euroleague opposition Asvel, he had a couple of eye-catching playoff game performances. 14.7 assists and then 25.7 assists, 4 rebounds against Anton Kemmer at the line, picking up where he left off yesterday. £10 in 15.5 minutes on his ANGT debut, not just his finals debut, but his debut altogether. Only 15 years of age, Kemmer. Knocks down his first 2 free throws today, having gone 3 of 4 yesterday. Diakite. Traore. Traore gets it back off Allard. 3-point shot up and in by Boulay-Farr. He is their sharpshooter, Jonas Boulay-Farr. 13 points on 5 of 9 shooting yesterday. The joint team leader in scoring and qualifying. 14.5 points per game. Also had a team high 5.2 rebounds. He was 48% from the perimeter, knocking down 3 threes a game. Tough backdoor cut, well reeled in on the baseline though by Kemmer, but no time for the ball movement around the arc, and a shot clock violation on ALBA Berlin. And INSEP instigate their first defensive stop of the day. And the first 3-pointer of the day coming from Boulay-Farr, the French sniper. And he's Allard off to Nolan Traore. Skips it out. Boulay-Farr for 3 again. That sniper is hitting the target time after time. 2 of 2 from deep, INSEP by 4. First 2 possession lead of the game. Taking on the responsibility, Amon Doriez, the leading player amongst this current ALBA group in terms of expectations. Experience as well, one of the 18-year-olds. But off his miss, INSEP pounce in transition. That's what they were so good at in the game yesterday against OTE. And here they go again. Diakite able to reel it in. Hit a slight road bump at centre court. Traore. He's fouled by Barnes. So a positive start from ALBA, going up 4-2, scoring on their first 2 trips down the floor. Since then, they've had a miss and 2 turnovers, and INSEP have had 2 triples. Altogether an 8-0 INSEP run. They'll try and stretch it here. 3-point shot again. Boulefard can't miss. And he's putting on a 3-point shooting show of the highest caliber. It's now an 11-point unanswered run, and 9 of those points coming off the hot hands of Jonas Boulefard. It's Allard, can't replicate his teammate. Grosper. Another turnover. If INSEP do grab it, and they do, that's 4 turnovers in quick succession. That graphic late to update, now 4. Having scored their first 2 trips down the floor. So a chance for INSEP to make it a double-digit lead inside of 4 minutes. Boulefard has 9 points already. It's Traore's turn to attack. And he'll have a chance from the foul line to make it a lead as large as 11.
First personal foul, second team foul.
So 11 the lead, 4-15. ALBA on a drought after 2 early scores. 13-point unanswered run for INSEP. Breaking free and attacking Doriez down the runway. And the Albatross takes off. Amon Doriez, an emphatic way to end the drought. Takes it back to a single-digit margin. Tight defense from Herman, but better offense. Able to beat the defense, escape and score. Nolan Traore. Traore with 6 points, 3 assists, a steal, 0 turnovers already. High catch, kick out, and a foul. 2 on both teams. It keeps going this way. And you see that big dunk from Doriez, getting the ALBA bench up on their feet in celebration. They'd not scored for around 4 minutes before that. You can't see INSEP beating that 72-point winning margin that ALBA fell to against Barcelona yesterday as Barn wriggles free. ALBA showing plenty of fight and spirit to try and keep this one close here, back within single figures. Barn, who was only 1 of 8 from the field for 2 points against Barcelona, hits his first shot today. Sulak, the playmaker, takes it to the rack and gets denied on his route to the rim by the high-flying Herman. Swivel in. Pass back out, deflected out. The pass from Benefeld. Got a touch off the defense. Sulak shut down. ALBA with a couple of highlight reel plays at both ends of the court. The dunk from Doriez, the denial from Herman. It's a big block for a guard. Third foul on INSEP, one more to give the rest of the way. 4.5 to play in the first period. Vladimir Bogojevic, born in Serbia, but a Germany international. Played at both the 1997 and 1999 Eurobaskets with Germany. Turnover on the inbound from Barn. Look out! Showing no sympathy with the saw, and the score was Cameron Wyndham. We highlighted him in the pre-game as a player that can make an emphatic impact, and that certainly fell into that bracket. Right off the back of it, and steal and score in the blink of an eye. That one from Mbungolo Munonga. And the lead, just like that, grows to 13. ALBA 8, INSEP Paris 21. Timeout.
Es funktioniert nicht mit gestreckten Beinen und wir lassen uns in jedes Spot pushen. Wir müssen Kontakt aufnehmen, tatsächlich. Also wir müssen die Knie beugen, Kontakt annehmen. Ich rede nicht von Schubsen, sondern Kontakt. Und wenn, dann gehen wir zum Ball. Das Gleiche ist mit den Penetrations. So wird es nicht funktionieren. Es wird nicht funktionieren wie in der U18. Wir müssen die Physis annehmen. Wenn wir das tun, kommen wir zum Korb. Wenn wir das tun, können wir sie auch stoppen. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. In Ordnung? Let's go.
Plenty of support for ALBA Berlin. They're up against it against Lamine Kebe's INSEP here. They're up against it against everybody. ALBA only finished 6th out of the 8 teams at their qualifying event in Podgorica back in January. A fantastic platform, though, here at these finals on which to really test themselves against the very best. Not just in Europe now, but in the world. Players from all over recruited to these European junior teams, but also this tournament for the first time ever welcoming an American team that are playing in this group, Overtime Elite, who are in action. And in the final game today, immediately after this one against Barcelona. Slipped in by Sulak. And the man of game day 1, Yimga Makori, will turn and score using all of his length. The 15-year-old at 2 meters 4, showing his defensive diligence as well. His hustle, his offensive rebounding, and his persistence in the paint. 4 points in a flash for Yimga Makori. And the lead has ballooned to 17. Look at the turnover count. 8 for ALBA, 0 for INSEP. They're playing almost a perfect game. INSEP 7 of 11 from 2. 3 of 4 from 3. And on 5 misses from the field, they've grabbed 3 offensive rebounds. 8 of those ALBA, or rather 6 of those 8 ALBA turnovers have come from steals from INSEP as well. And there's another turnover, save though. Down on the deck, they'll fight for every possession, and a jump ball forced. For big crowds, where the Uber Eats music call for all of the games. Plenty of interest. It really helps that this arena is just across the way from the Uber Arena that will host the Euroleague semi-finals in a few hours' time. Again, trying to fight his way up. Yimga Makori, this time blocked off by a combination of ALBA players. Yet again, a second chance scoring opportunity, though. Nice pass to the free man in the corner, and the 3 good for Mbungolo Munonga. Mbungolo Munonga only played 9 quiet minutes yesterday. He's got 5 points in a minute and a half here, and a steal. Again, we talked about the strength in depth and the rotation, and INSEP are showing it in abundance. As Naton Solimon scores, and they have a 30-point period after only 7.5 minutes. Solimon, who only turned 15 last week, was an all-first-teamer at the Paris qualifying event. Perhaps the brightest young prospect of all in the academy. He's already the youngest player to ever attend the INSEP Academy. And the first ever to come into the program 2 years in advance. He joined at the age of 13. He's the son of ex-Euroleague player William Solimon. In fact, his dad is still playing at the age of 44 in the French fifth tier this season. 22 the lead for INSEP. 2 minutes to play in the first. Nice drop-off. Dorries adjusting the shot, but missing it. And then committing the foul, the third on ALBA.
Foul 16, on ADIDAS. First personal foul, 13 foul.
Solimon grabbing his second rebound in 3 minutes on court so far. Flips inside in tight quarters, in between blue jerseys, the catch and convert. Neatly done by Solimon, who's coming to the fore. 4 points, 2 rebounds in 3 minutes. 3-point shot for ALBA over everything. They have hit a brick wall. They've only taken 6 shots. INSEP have taken 19. It's because ALBA have committed 11 turnovers in the first 9 minutes against Lamine Kebe's intense defense. His team grabbing the only 4 offensive rebounds in the game as well. They've taken 13 extra shots. Maybe it could be a 72-point plus margin, as it was for Barcelona yesterday. Looked like ALBA were going to keep it closer than that, the way they played the first few minutes. INSEP, though, have gone up a level or 2. And for them, it starts with their defense. They've got great length and athleticism to stick with the opposition offense, to jump passing lanes, to gallop forward on the fast break. Mbungolo Munonga missing from the foul line. Might have the best name of all players in this competition. His first name is Soprano as well. Playing his second year at this level. Did start all 4 games actually at the qualifying event in Paris, but only averaging 15.5 minutes. He's the team's joint leader with 1.5 steals a game in that limited time. It's another illustration as to the defensive capabilities of this roster. Mbungolo Munonga missing both of his foul shots, but has 5 points and a couple of steals in 3.5 minutes in this one. Foul line shot knocked down by Benefeld. Benefeld gets his first score on his first shot today. And he had that really tough game yesterday when he fouled out. ALBA get to 10 points. 3-point shot, well challenged. And take care of the rebound this time as well. INSEP using their last foul to give. Let's look at that spot-ending score from Benefeld. the areas he really needs to work on is taking care of the ball. Averaged 4.2 turnovers a game from the front line in qualifying. Continued that yesterday, 5 turnovers. And today, he's already got 3 turnovers in only 8 minutes. A 22-point lead for INSEP Paris at the end of 1. We knew it was going to be tough for Vladimir Bogojevic. It's already a mountain to climb. ALBA Berlin 10, PFBB INSEP Paris 32 at the end of 1. Grosper tried to set the tone for ALBA as the underdogs look to show their teeth, but ultimately it was INSEP who sunk their teeth in attack. Kept knocking down shots. The 3-point scoring burst from Boulevard hit 3 straight threes. He's the top scorer in this game with 9 points, doing so without a miss. Duyes with a couple. Nobody has more than 2 points for ALBA Berlin. 5 different players with 2. They've actually shot 4 of 7 from the field, ALBA, so they've shot a good percentage. They just haven't taken many shots. They've committed 12 turnovers to INSEP's 1 and 10 steals for the French team as part of that 12 turnover count. Look at how many more shots INSEP Paris have taken. 9 of 14 from 2, 4 of 7 from 3. Also have the only 4 offensive rebounds in the game, led by the 9 points of Jonas Boulevard. They've had 5 from Umbungolo Munonga, 6 from Traore, along with 3 assists. Ready for the start of the second period here. It's my pleasure to welcome our expert in junior basketball at international and club level, David Hein, our reporter here at the ANGT finals as well. David, what have you made of the opening 10 minutes here, as we expected to an extent?
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing that ALBA couldn't have maybe kept it a little bit closer for a little bit longer, but that just kind of shows the extent of really just how strong PFBB is, and also the struggles that ALBA's kind of having right now. You know, one of the things that you have to think is that, you know, we just saw Jack Cahill have a great game for Mega, and he was in this organization just a year ago. Yeah, he would make a little bit of a difference, I would say, in this game.
Yeah, ALBA losing a couple of key players from their crop. They're a club, though, at senior side that do like to bring through the young players. Why is it that those players have departed for pastures elsewhere?
Germany has a very good place for youth development because, you know, a lot of the top clubs have second teams that are playing, you know, second or third division, which then gives them a chance to, you know, learn at the one level. Under 19 is the German league, youth league. Learn how to be a leader, and then, you know, you're playing against adults in the second or third division, and then you know, get taste of professional basketball at the top level. And yeah, I mean, the 2 clubs that they went to, that Jack went to, Rastafesta, which is an up and coming club that also plays youth players in their pro team, and then the other main guy that left was Mateo Gricic, who we'll see in the next game. Obviously went to Barcelona.
Gross for the miss at the line. No score yet in this quarter. I suppose the benefit to the players that ALBA still have is that they get to test themselves against the absolute best on the continent to try and continue their development here, even if they are going to lose by big margins.
Yeah, I mean, we have, you know, Amon Torres has already made his debut with the senior team. You know, one of the, let's say, advantages of the ALBA injuries that they've had this season is that they've gone and dipped into some of their youth talent and stuff. Their youth league is under 19, so it's actually another year after this. That's something different in a lot of different countries. You know, some of them are 18, and then there's sort of the graduation you know, what do they do after professional basketball? And then, whereas in Germany, you know, they have the under-19 league, so there is another year of development that they can go through.
ALBA under-19 champions last season. Doria is a part of that team.
And Jack won it this year, 2 weeks ago here in Berlin. Was the MVP of the Final Four for Young Rasta Dragons. It's a cooperation of Rasta Fechte and the former Euro Cup quarterfinals, I think, young Artland Dragons, way back with Chris Fleming as head coach back then. Also been able to produce some talents. So, but INSEP, you know, PFBB, you know, it's a factory. You know, you look at the guys that are here, and you know they have a lot of guys that'll be here. Nolan,
deep three for Nolan Traore, a player that you really admire for what he's doing at senior level as well now.
Yeah, I mean, to think that, you know, really just a few days ago he was in the playoffs against a EuroLeague team. You know, put up, what did we say, 25? Is that right?
25.7 assists and 14.7 assists in the other game. Yeah.
As a kid who turns 18 in a couple days, you know, that's, you start, you know, you start thinking who else does that, you know. There's not a lot of names that can do that. He struggled yesterday with the foul trouble.
He's got 9 points,
Another
3
one.
assists, a steal,
Up to 11
6.5
now.
minutes. Add 2 more to that tally. Quick offense, ALBA, as they try and attack before that INSEP defense can set. That's what really impressed yesterday, I think, for INSEP, the defense and running fast break, using their athleticism down the floor.
Yeah, you know, they're not the greatest of shooting teams from the outside, and you know, you have to try to take advantage of the aspects that you have, and you know, they have great athleticism, and they're so young. I mean, you're going to see a lot of this team next year too. You know, heck, Nathan Soliman, you're going to see for 3 years.
Only turned 15 last week, Soliman. And then the player of the day yesterday, Ugo Yimga-Makori, is only 15 as well.
Those two guys, plus Hundu, the Cameron, the big guy, they were part of the French under-18 championship last weekend, where INSEP then reached the final with a under-16 team. It was under-18 championship, but they sent their 2008s and 2009s and reached the final. Soliman and all 3 of those guys are really, really strong. And of course, a lot of these guys will be at the FIBA Under-17 World Cup this summer. You know, it's really you know, what France is doing right now. I don't know if it's something in the water. Maybe people need to be importing more water from
Well, we've got this water here that says EuroLeague Final Four, and I'm going to drink more just in case it's the same stuff.
For me, it's way too late. I don't even. When some of these guys fall, I think, man, I would be dead.
Yeah, yeah. It's remarkable, actually. We're sitting on the baseline courtside here, and to see the size of these kids close up, the speed at which they travel, the bumps they take, the physicality is really something to behold.
Yeah, and to think that, you know, the professional level, you know, the guys yesterday had the educational session. I mentioned it earlier in one of the other games. It's a great opportunity. They had Bokin Akbar, they had Igor Rakosovic, you know, World Cup champion, you know, kind of talk about, you know, different things, you know, how to you know, take care of your body, you know, how to you know, make the transition from professional, from junior to professional. And that's one of the things that a lot of these guys do have to do, is that, you know, figure out, you know, how do you make that transition? And, you know, you're not going to be able to dominate the ball, and you have to kind of figure out what maybe your role is going to be, just as a defensive stopper or whatnot, you know. A great program, the educational session that EuroLeague does for these guys.
Yeah, this is a huge stepping stone on their route towards the professional game, especially here at the ANGT finals. Strong play back towards the basket, although the missed shot from Dorias. And then the foul as well. ALBA's 4th already. They've only scored 2 points the first 3.5 minutes of this period, although INSEP have only scored 6 after they scored 32 in the first. So we got you in at a good time for a chat, David. Not a great deal going on the court in terms of scoring.
I hope that people watch this action all 4 of these days. just get a taste of what it's all about. You know, this is the future. And you know, later on today we're going to see the young kid from Barcelona, from Burkina Faso, and you know, it's seeing these guys now and just thinking about what they'll be in the future. And Doris is going to be an ALBA player, you know, Euroleague player probably, as a role player, depending. He needs a point guard is what he needs to kind of help him, you know, do what he can do. You know, Grossbear's probably one of the biggest hopes for Luxembourg basketball. Earlier today we had Dennis Vadalau from Milan, who's basically one of the biggest hopes for Romanian basketball. That's one of the beautiful things about this competition, is that you see all of these different countries providing, you know, really top level talents.
When you talk about the kid from Barcelona, you're talking about Mohamed Dabone, who's listed as a 12-year-old.
Man, what were you doing when you were 12?
Presumably, you've done all the research you can to dig up that birth certificate, David.
Man, he really has it. He really has it. It's listed as. But you know what? I don't. You know, there's a lot of people that say, you know, 12 and all this stuff. But you know, heck, even if he's 16, whatever. Even if it's 16, what he's doing here, you know, even at that, whatever, right? You know, it's just crazy that, you know, even that age level is dominating it. That's one of the things that, you know, in youth basketball, if you're under 16 and you play it at under 16 tournament, it doesn't mean that much. You might just be bigger, you may have gone through your growth spurt, whatever. But if you're underage at under 18 tournament, the physical development, the maturity of your body and everything else that happens between 16 and 18 is so big. And if you're able to really dominate at a youth level, you know, at an 18 tournament as a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old, you know, Soliman's 15, you know, if you're able to do that, that means that much more, you know. And so go back to Dabone. I mean, just, you know, everybody, you know, make sure, you know, if you don't want to watch the, you know, the full, you should watch all of this game to watch the top French talents. But, you know, definitely if you're going to tune in later, you know, enjoy another game of Dabone.
It should be a worldwide sporting story to have a near 7-foot, 12-year-old led the team in scoring in 12 and a half minutes yesterday.
And, you know, put it on top, a kid from Burkina Faso, you know, just put that on top. I mean, Burkina Faso, I mean, I know, what's the guy who's in the French league from Zimbabwe, he's been one of the best players for many years. You know, that's a great story. You know, here Burkina Faso is not a basketball country at all, and to, you know where they found him, how they brought him in. You know, from Burkina Faso to what he's doing now. Barcelona, ANJT Final Four. You know, and I was talking to the Barcelona coach, and he said that. Because this weekend, I guess, is the under-16 domestic champions in Spain. And he said, oh, look at that.
Big flying follow from Windu, throwing it down with one hand.
2008, you know, another kid, you know, another, you know, let's call him, you know, baby. You know, it's crazy how young these guys are. So the Spanish under-16 championship is this week, and the Barcelona coach, the under-16 coach, said, you know, why do you have to take him here, you know, when we could have him for the under-16 Dabone? You know,
that was his ANGT debut yesterday. His debut at this level.
Yeah, I don't think he's played many games, if at all, with the big team, with the you know, under-18 team.
We'll talk more about Barcelona. And I'm sure Dabone later on. The final game on this court today sees Barca looking to go 2-0 as they take on the overtime elite, the first ever American side to play this competition. Look at that from Windu, the emphatic offensive rebound, flying under the rim for the stylish one-handed throwdown.
What's impressive is that the PFBB still brings in so many players, even though, you know, teams like Cholet, teams like Strasbourg, teams like Asvel, you know, they're Metropolitan, they're all fighting, trying to get the top talents. And, you know, the INSEP program is just so fantastic. You know, it has such an established name, and and you know you're going to get top-level training. You know, just look at the alumni of that institution. It's amazing the guys that have been there.
And Solimon, the 15-year-old, is back on the floor. Going back to this current group of players, we've talked about how young they are. How talented are they compared to the previous few years? Is it a team that we should be looking at as a legitimate title contender here? They've not won it since 2017.
They're going to have to shoot. They're going to have to shoot, you know, the free throws, and they're going to have to hit three-pointers, and that's sort of the question, whether or not they can do that on a consistent enough level to compete. You know, athletically, defensively, yeah, sure. I mean, you see here, 15 points in 15 minutes for ALBA Berlin, so from that standpoint, yeah. But I just think that they, as far as like this team's place in history, I mean, you have really 3 super exciting young guys with Solimon is a 09, Traore, who's now on the bench, you know, the point guard who's going to graduate as an 06, and then you have Yinga, who's also 08, you know, and so, you know, what do those guys turn into? You know, we'll know more next year because they take that much more responsibility in next year's team. But I mean, you know, it's. And then they also take some of their guys from the under 16 team. You know, that will come to this. Will graduate to the INSEP U18 team. And they play, just because I know we're almost done here, but so this team right here plays actually in the French 3rd division, you know, so they're playing every day against adults. And in fact, past generations, you know, they would go years without a win. They're seriously, and I think it was, oh God, I wish I had this stat ready for you. Maybe even a span of 200 games, they won 1 game. Span of 200 games, yeah, and they were, because they were playing, the format of the French league has changed a little bit, the French 3rd division, but they would go seasons without a word, like Jalen Horde, when he was on that team, you know, some of that generation, you know, they would go, and the only times that they would win was when they come here to this competition. You know, think about that. You know, you're training, these are the best guys in the country, but they're not winning a game until they come to this competition where they're playing against their own age group.
It's fascinating because they're thrown in at the deep end. They learn the hard way, but you also have to try and build that winning mentality and culture as well.
Yep, yep.
The lead has just gone beyond 30. 4 minutes and change remaining in this first half. David, it was my instruction to get rid of you at the first time out. I don't see one coming.
I know.
So I just thought we were going to have a time out there.
Maybe here now? I guess not.
Triple threat at this event, David Hein. You're doing commentary, writing articles, and doing interviews.
Yeah. I hope everybody enjoys the content, you know, because, you know, it's a little chance for me to you know, pass along a little bit of my passion that I like about these, you know. The energy is great, you know, the energy of these young guys, and, you know, they're you know, they're not tainted yet, if you will, through professionalism and stuff like that, you know. That doesn't necessarily mean, you know, necessarily only bad, you know, but, you know, they're still, you know, let's call them a little bit innocent, you know, there's still that, yeah, more exuberance, and, you know, they're not at the professional level, and it's kind of like NCAA basketball, high school basketball, you know. I was always a big fan of college basketball over NBA from the States.
And you follow them all the way up. You see how they develop, how they improve, and then you must almost feel a sense of pride when you see them actually make it.
Well, it's funny because sometimes when I see like a guy who's like 19 or 20, I'd go over to him and say, yeah, you know, I kind of...
Doriez taking off and having a big moment as he attacks the rack and leaves bodies in his way.
Because I also cover them during the national team summers and whatnot, and so I kind of let them move on to the next part of their lives as well.
Offensive rebound, put back in, Yinga Makori. That's his 3rd score. INSEP targeting the half century before half-time.
Well, what do you think? I mean, I've seen these guys before. What do you think? Just give me, whoever you want to talk about, maybe just before we go to a timeout, Traore or Soliman or whoever.
I think with the shooting, you're looking at Boulefard, aren't you? Is there one player who can really shoot lights out? It's whether they can add a few more, whether Traore can make his outside shots. Sulak had a tough shooting time yesterday. Excellent playmaker.
My nickname for Boulefard is Mr. Underrated, because with all these other names, we haven't even mentioned his name yet. And I love him. Has a fantastic game, but it's so underrated because there's so many other guys to talk about.
And his teammates struggled to hit their shots in the final of qualifying. He stepped up with 29 points, with 6 of 8 from downtown.
Yeah, he was fantastic against next generation team.
Bongolo Munonga getting some longer minutes today. It's, I suppose, in many ways the perfect schedule for INSEP as well, to have this game in the middle of the 3 group games.
And the first game was ideal for them to get Overtime Elite, because Overtime Elite didn't know really what they were going to be getting into and
hadn't played these rules before, this size court before. And then tomorrow, INSEP are going to have to bring their very best. It looks like it's going to be INSEP against Barca for a place in the championship game against Real Madrid.
That's why we're here. Those games. The game we just saw.
The intensity of that game we just saw.
That was just crazy.
Real Madrid's narrow 60-55 win over Mega Belgrade.
And what was the score here after 10 minutes? 32-10? Right?
Yes. I mean, you're the man with the records as well. I know we don't have the team records to hand, but 118 points for Barca, a 72-point win over ALBA yesterday. How many are INSEP going to get here today? 49 already, 2.5 just under to play in the first half still.
It's about at least 85. Depends how much they want to keep up the pressure. Tomorrow's a big game, INSEP, PFBB, they also want to win that game, and they want to get to the championship game. They're the only team here other than Real Madrid with 2 titles. And, I'm sure they would love to get a chance at Real Madrid.
Real Madrid, the defending and record 4-time champions. INSEP 2-time title winners, 2010 and 2017.
But losers of the U18 Spanish Championship final just a couple weeks ago to Barcelona. So I'm sure Barcelona would love to. I'm sure Real Madrid hoped it's Barcelona so that they can get revenge for them.
Barca 2016 champions at this tournament. 3-time runner-up as well. So 30 the margin, 21-51. 2 minutes remaining here in the first half. Just catch you up on the numbers. 6 for Doriez, leads the way for ALBA. 12 points. Nolan Traore now level with Jonas Boulefard as the top scorer in the game. Top shot on the turn, knocked down by Schulze. Or Palban, I beg your pardon. Well, he's done much better already today, Palban. A couple of scores, only 1 of 8 from the field yesterday.
Great finish inside there by Yimga. I mean, you look at that strength that he has, and just to fight his way off his defender.
You'll see that finish again here.
I think we have our timeout.
We have our timeout, and you have your cue to depart. Back to those other duties, David. Absolute pleasure talking to you. We'll hear more from you in that next game here between Barcelona and Overtime Elite.
Thanks for the time.
Es sind 5 Leute innerhalb. Also ich möchte nicht noch einen Ball inside bekommen. Also die sollen Dreier werfen, wie bei uns, aber es bekommt niemand den Ball im Low Post. Okay? Wenn du so viel Kontakt bekommst, Mann, musst du dich hinlegen. Okay? Sideline, Sideline. Jona, du wirfst den Ball ein. Du wirfst den Ball ein, okay? Nufa, stell dich hier hin. Bani in der Ecke. Anton, hier. Lukas, du bist der Letzte. Ey, du musst mit Kontakt zum Ball kommen. Mit Kontakt zum Ball, okay? Kemmer, währenddessen beweg dich hier in die Mitte. Lukas, probier mit dem Backpick 5. Nochmal, wenn 5, also es sind 4 Leute draußen, Bani da, ne? Wenn das geht, super. Wenn 4 Leute stehen, suchen wir eine andere Option mit Ballbewegung, okay? Nufa hier. Anton, hast du mich verstanden? Wenn der Ball drin ist, stell dich dahin. Defense. Also nochmal, ich möchte keinen Ball in diesem Bereich von denen bekommen.
A minute and a half just under remaining in the first half of this one. 23-53, the 30-point lead for INSEP Paris. 12 points for Nolan Traore, 4 assists, 0 turnovers. 12 points for Boulifard, missing just 1 shot so far. Also 10 for Yimga Makori now, 3 scorers in double figures already for INSEP Paris. Drucker at the line. Late addition to this ALBA roster for this tournament. He's played 4 minutes. His team have done better on the defensive end in this second period. Albeit INSEP still with 21 points, but after 32 in the first quarter. We've got Meisa Fire into the game, the number 29, 16-year-old forward, only played 3.5 minutes yesterday. INSEP in this enviable position now, ahead of that big game against Barcelona tomorrow, where they can rest key players. Very difficult playing 3 games in 3 consecutive days. So the middle game against ALBA here, an opportunity to get a win, but also to refresh and spread minutes around. Nobody's played more than 11 minutes so far of these first 19.5 for INSEP. You see the man who has played 11 minutes taking a seat, Noah Kwaku Ego. No shots. Knocked down for ALBA. The first scores of the game for Anton Nufa. We expected him to be a key player for ALBA ahead of this tournament. Not so much in terms of his scoring, but his facilitating. Averaged the team's second best 3.2 assists a game in qualifying. Yet to register an assist here. And he had 1 yesterday with 2 turnovers. Thirteen turnovers for ALBA. Today, the majority of them came in the first period. As I say, they've done much better in a number of aspects in the second. The second quarter that they only lose by 5 points, having lost the first by 22. Like Lamine Kebe's team were going to pull away and create the kind of winning margin Barcelona had yesterday, 72 points. But ALBA have had other ideas, and they've kept it down to 27. At half-time, ALBA Berlin 26, INSEP Paris 53. So a first half of two different quarters. The first dominating INSEP Paris, 32-10 in their favour. Boulevard shooting the lights out, 3 of 3 from downtown. He's their joint leader with 12 points alongside Nolan Traore. Lots of other players stepping up with the minutes. The offensive output spread around, but effectively job done for INSEP in the first quarter, up by 22, took their foot off the gas in the second. And ALBA Berlin able to make the second period competitive, put up 16 points, 6 more than the first. Held INSEP to 11 fewer than they had in the first 10 minutes. Montoyes leading the way for the German team. 6 points on 3 of 6 shooting, including a couple of big finishes over the top of the rim. So half-time, 26-53. As we see the stats, excellent shooting from INSEP all round, including those 5 threes. That's one of the aspects of their game we were talking about with David Hein. Been able to knock down some shots, 5 of 12 from downtown in this one. Only 8 turnovers, 5 fewer than ALBA Berlin. The lead 27 points at half-time. They're at the Uber Eats Music Hall. Welcome back to the Uber Eats music call. ALBA Berlin down 27 at half-time against INSEP Paris. Second game of the ANGT finals for these two teams. ALBA a long way off trying to get that first win, but closer than when they lost by 72 to Barcelona yesterday. INSEP looking to go 2-0, top of Group B for now at least, until Barcelona look to go 2-0 back to the top against Overtime Elite in the final game of game day 2 straight after this one. Those two teams, INSEP and Barca, or indeed Overtime Elite, if they can get their first ever win of this competition and finish in a three-way tie in the group, know that they will face the defending champions Real Madrid in Sunday's championship game. Madrid have already guaranteed top spot in Group A after their big win against Mega Belgrade earlier on. Ramin Kabe's INSEP team would love to be there on Sunday. This is how they look at half-time in this one, pouring in 53 points. Shooting the ball really well, inside and out. In fact, they've taken 15 extra field goal attempts as well. Still shot that 58, 42, 77 at split. And they've grabbed 6 extra offensive rebounds and had 5 fewer turnovers than ALBA Berlin. A lot of that work was done in the first period when they won at 32-10. Opened up an insurmountable lead early on. They're led in scoring by Nolan Traore and Jonas Boulifard, each with 12. They also have 10 points from Yinga Makori, so 3 scorers in double figures already. Leading rebounder is Noah Kwaku Ega with 6. Only half-time in this one, despite that big offensive output for INSEP. Only 2 points off the 55 that Mega put up through the whole game, and losing that intense, tight, physical battle against Real Madrid 60-55 before this. And earlier on, Milan got their first win of these finals and eliminated Ulm from any chance. And in the process, we now know that Milan and Mega both have no chance as well of reaching the championship game on Sunday. Real Madrid guaranteed top spot before they play their final game in the group tomorrow against Ulm. Group B looks like it's going to be a bit tighter. Even if INSEP win here and Barcelona beat Overtime Elite later on, both teams would be 2-0, but neither would be guaranteed that top spot, as Real Madrid are after 2 games in Group A. Even if INSEP or Barca lost and the other won, we still wouldn't have this group decided today. That's because there'd still be the possibility of a tie at the top. Nolan Traore there, not just the 12 points, but the 4 assists, a steal, 0 turnovers. 4 of 8 shooting from the field, 3 of 3 from the line in his 10 minutes. ALBA, Dorian Grossberg, 4 points in 12.5 minutes played, but 3 turnovers as well. That's been a problem for ALBA again. Grossberg right back at it, but rejected by Kwaku Ega. He only played 10.5 minutes yesterday, Kwaku Ega, after a couple of fouls in the first minute. Still had 4 points, 4 rebounds, 2 steals and a block in that time. He's got 2 blocks already today. He's played longer than anybody else for INSEP. 12 minutes on court now. 3-point shot, Barn off left. Kwaku Ega battling for the rebounds. Ramin Kebe, best coach at last year's Under-19 World Cup as France made the final. Dorias going to work. Nice off-ball movement and drop off from Doriez. Benefeld was fouled. A positive opening possession of the second half for ALBA Berlin here. Nevio Benefeld at the line, 2 meters 10 center. Hit his only field goal attempt in this game. Knocks down his first 2 free throws as well, but he's got 3 fouls and 3 turnovers. 25. There's the gap after it had hit 30, and they pinch it back. Interior passing, flipped up on the reverse and in, and they're back within 23. Amon Doriez showing his composure in the paint under the basket. We talked before the opening tip about whether INSEP would take their foot off their gas and their eyes off the prize with the big battle against Barcelona to come tomorrow. They have taken their foot off the pedal, but only after a dominant first period that saw them way out in front. But ALBA are not backing down. Amon Doriez again, this time and one, as they look to close it even further. We see the 2 of INSEP. Doriez raises them to a 3-point play. He's at double figures. 11 points now for Amon Doriez. 5 of 8 shooting from the field. It's the free throw as well. Halar bypasses him to come back to Traore. Doriez, or rather, Grossberg picking his pocket. One back though by Traore. Albeit forcing the shot clock violation and getting the ALBA bench up in celebration. Grossberg's defensive doggedness that we've talked about over the first 2 games of this competition. So a chance to take it down to 20, maybe even into the teens. They're going to attack with Doriez putting on the moves again. Very nearly his best finish of the lot, but couldn't quite complete it, and Traore head down to the goal. So Doriez stopped by the foul trouble. Picks up his 4th personal. He's got 11 points to lead ALBA. Nobody else has more than 5. But he's got 4 fouls in 18 minutes. And surely will check out of this game. Traore, the game's leader in scoring and indeed facilitating, now has 15 points, 4 assists. Grossberg, 3-point shot. Rebound, Halar. Diakite, not really a scorer, grabs his own rebound, misses the finger roll as well, grabs another rebound. He is renowned for that. +5 in offensive rebounds in favor of INSEP. Strong attack by a man more capable of converting in traffic, Nolan Traore. 17 points, 4 assists for him now, both game highs. Nufa to Grossberg. The gap up to 25 again. Open shot for Nufa, and he gets nothing but net. After going 0 of 4 for 0 points in the first game. That was the first 3 of the game for ALBA Berlin, having missed their first 6 attempts. Traore misses from close proximity that time, but he's bailed out with the ball from Cameron Windu. We talked about him in the pre-game as a player who could have a big impact, and he's now on the verge of becoming their 4th player into double digits in scoring. 8 points in 11 minutes, missing just 1 shot, 3 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds for Cameron Windu. Diakite is going to head to the bench. There's that first 3 of the game for ALBA Berlin. It's taken 23.5 minutes to come. Doriez is staying out there on 4 fouls. Not just staying out there, but continuing to score at the line to try and add to his 11 points. (2'1", 18-year-old forward who was born and raised here in Berlin. A 67% free throw shooter in qualifying this year. Splits the pair there, 2 of 3 in this game, 12 points. Traore on the right, kicks it out of a pack of those blue jerseys, finds the open shooter who finds the target. Yimga Makori on the mark, has 13 points. He's got them in just 8 minutes on court. 3 steals on defense as well. Mr. Ultra efficient again. ALBA 37, INSEP 63, timeout, 4 minutes into the 3rd period.
Sei nicht so dickköpfig. Es gibt Leute, die schneller sind. Dann geh bitte, drück, drop. Drück, drop. Und du siehst irgendwann mal so, wenn du Augen machen und dann macht's. Schritt zu ihm ist offener Wurf. Er soll 2, 3, 4, 6 Mal dribbeln auf dem Weg zum Korb. Bum, 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 bum. Das ist das, was wir wollen. Verstehen wir? Wir wollen bum, bum. Das wollen wir. So stoppen wir den Ball. Wir gehen nicht für den Stil, wir gehen nicht, sondern bum, bum, bum. Du musst ein bisschen mit bum, bum aufpassen, du hast 4 Fouls. Okay? Ey, in Offense, Jungs, in Offense. Wenn jemand den Ball hält, geht, stellt, also versteht ihr, guckt nicht zu, wie einer irgendetwas macht. Horns. Ey. Mal rein! Hey, guck mal bitte, auf dieselbe Seite zu kommen.
We said that ALBA improved in the 2nd. They're continuing to improve here in the 3rd. They're winning the period 11-10. The gap still for INSEP with a healthy 26 points. Only 1 foul to give the rest of the period for the French, though. Doriez gets inside, couldn't quite flip it up and in. And then all the way through, ploughing through the paint, Cameron Windu. His 8 points so far, coming on 3 of 4 field goal shooting, 2 of 2 from the foul line. He's back there again for another pair. Windu, 16 years of age, debuted on the ANGT circuit at the qualifying event in Paris in April. Only played 12 minutes a game. He was very good in 14 minutes yesterday, and he's going to play longer today, as we anticipated. He's got the 3rd best PIR in the game, behind yesterday's 2 biggest stars for INSEP, Nolan Traore and Yimga Makori. Nufa kicks it out. Down the baseline, forced back. Nufa takes the three and makes the three with nothing but the bottom of the net. Anton Nufa 0 of 4 yesterday, 2 of 2 in this quarter today. 25 the gap. Traore. Guarded by Barn. Another really energetic and focused here to try and make it as competitive as possible. And that is why that will hurt so much. Nolan Traore with the triple hits 20 points. And really making INSEP work. Raising the level of physicality and focus. Windu looking to match them. Windu now the 4th scorer into double figures for INSEP, has 10 points. Behind the 12 of Boulefard, 13 of Yimga Makori and 20 of Traore. 3-point shot is good again. Paul Barn from downtown. Alba, remember, didn't hit a 3 until, what was it, 23 minutes into this game. They've now knocked down 3 in a row after missing their first 6 in a row. Yimga Makori knocks down the mid-ranger. Yimga Makori at it again, 15 points in 9 minutes. 3 steals as well. 3 rebounds all on the offensive glass. Turnover ALBA, they're flooding forward. And the attack gets stopped. Barn, I think, actually drew an offensive foul. Have a look at Barnes stepping in, taking a big hit from Bongolo Munonga. That's what you love to see. If you're an ALBA fan, players putting their bodies on the line despite the perilous position in terms of the scoreboard. They're fighting for something more than a win, these players. They're fighting to try and get to the next step of their careers. Defense. That one again, Yimga Makori, but a trip. Nufa pulls it back from the baseline, shot clock down to the final couple of ticks, and he knocks it down. Anton Nufa has found his scoring range. Nufa was 0 for yesterday, now he's got 10 points with just 1 miss. Now keeping this gap at 25. And certainly keeping this game competitive in terms of the action through the second and third quarters. Down the left rail, a foul that will take INSEP to the limit and send Kama to the line. Almost the entirety of the differential on the scoreboard came because of the first quarter. Won by 22 by INSEP. Since then, it's been an even game. INSEP only winning by 2 points through the second and third quarters combined. Stop and pop on the elbow, and it's good for Tali Sulak. Sulak hitting his first shot of the game to go along with 2 assists, 0 turnovers. Foul trouble for INSEP here in this third quarter. Sulak knocks down his first field goal today on his third attempt, having been limited in terms of scoring yesterday, only 2 of 8. although he had a game-high 9 assists with 2 steals and only 2 turnovers. INSEP last competed at these finals 2 years ago in Belgrade, only won 1 of their 3 group games, so they're on course to better that already. It was 4 years after their previous finals appearance, which also came in Belgrade in 2018, when as the defending champions they lost all 3 of their games. So they're going to have their best group stage since they won the championship in 2017 with this win. Indeed, they do dot the I's and cross the T's on it, up by 24 with 12.5 minutes to play. It'll be their first 2-win group stage in 7 years. Outside shot good. Two minutes remaining in the period. Missed by Nufa. Quick outlet pass. They love to get forward quickly. Sulak moving it on. Flipped back out. They're queuing up on the perimeter. Ping passing into the paint as well. Beautiful INSEP team basketball. Finished off by Yimga Makori. He's up to 17 points in just 12 minutes. 4 rebounds, 3 steals. Just one of his 18 points from yesterday. Close proximity miss for ALBA. A chance to take it back to 30 or indeed beyond, because the unsportsmanlike foul has been called against ALBA Berlin here. All of their hard work through this 3rd quarter is going to be undone by the way they're finishing it. Made in the INSEP Academy. Tremendous team play and camaraderie. There's a collector's item. Tali Sulak hangs his head, tries to hide. Misses both, the first by a long, long way. They get the ball back, though, off the back of the unsportsmanlike foul. Shot 75% from the line across his 3 previous ANGT events. Solimon, long range 2, fire. Can't convert, and a foul on Yimga Makori. It's his first foul. In fact, 2nd. Stats late to update. INSEP at the limit, so the foul on the offensive rebound attempt is a defensive foul because possession is gone after his teammate took the shot, and that sends ALBA's Navio Benefeld to the line. Sulak quickly passing out. Solimon, and a quick attack. A staple of this INSEP offense. Final minute of the 3rd. They lead by 28. Turnover, and look out, a check of the rear view mirror. And then fought firmly on the accelerator for the high-flying Maisa Fire. They're not going to slow down in the final seconds of this quarter. Solimon for 3, fouled on it. And a chance to take the lead beyond 30 points to the highest of the game so far. Maisa Fire, the 16-year-old, Only played 3.5 minutes yesterday. Getting more action today, and his big highlight reel moment. Solimon up to 9 points. All 9 of his points yesterday came in the second half after a slow start. Lamine Kebe sitting comfortably. 33 is the biggest lead in the game. Sulak recovering from those missed free throws to knock down a long two. Tali Sulak, 4 points, 5 assists, 0 turnovers. Largest lead extended to 35. Defense relentless still from the French. Sulak runs into the retreating defense of ALBA in transition. Still INSEP ball though, with 8 seconds to play in the quarter. Smooth stroke that time from Sulak. Here he goes again. Tali Sulak. Step back, 3-point shot. Drains it to beat the buzzer and finishes with a flurry at the end of the third. Tali Sulak with 5 quick fire points on 2 beautiful takes and makes. So with 10 minutes to play, ALBA 50, INSEP Paris 88. The lead up to a game-high 38 points for the French. ALBA did so well for so long in that quarter. They were winning it 11-10 at the timeout. And threatened to close the gap from as many as 31 down to the teens. And then came INSEP's fast and furious second wind. It ended up being INSEP's best offensive period of the game, scoring 35 points. Traore leads the way of all scorers with 20 points. Leads the way of all playmakers with 6 assists. It was also ALBA's best offensive performance of the game with 24 points. But the deficit has grown to an insurmountable 38. 50-88 the score. Tremendous shooting, 60-47-73 split for INSEP. 18 assists with 11 turnovers. The assist turnover numbers almost the other way around for ALBA. Look at the rebounding, 14-34 in favor of the French, including a +10 in offensive rebounds at 16-6. Those numbers have created so many extra field goal attempts for INSEP. They've taken 14 more 2-point attempts, 8 more 3-point attempts. And they've shot it at an excellent rate here today. 8 threes on 17 attempts. As for ALBA, Amon Doriez continues to play, having picked up 4 fouls early in that third quarter. They haven't taken him out of the game. He leads them with 12 points. Anton Nufa up to 10 points. 3-point shot short for Ebu Nongombe. Nufa's 10 for ALBA. 8 of them came in that last period. Remember, ALBA missed their first 6 3-point attempts of the game, then hit 3 in a row. Grospa forced away from the basket. He'll post up on the block, though, draws the help defense, tries to find the open man. Kemmer had that excellent ANGT debut yesterday. Hasn't quite been able to hit the same level today. Anton Kemmer, 0 of 4 from the field, 4 of 6 from the line. 4 points, 3 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 2 assists in his 17.5 minutes. Grospa always offering energy, but not execution in terms of the shot that time. Chance to take the lead to 40 or beyond for the first time. INSEP Paris shooting the lights out from long range as well today. 41 the lead as they knock down their 9th three at nearly 50% accuracy. They're not going to slow down with those quick attacks. You've seen the way Paris basketball have played in the Euro Cup this season. You can count that and one. Doriez still playing on 4 fouls. And in fact, the first player to foul out is an INSEP player. Mohamed Diakite picks up his 5th. His defense was excellent against overtime elite yesterday. He fouls out today, though, on 2 points, 1 of 5 shooting, with 4 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds. So only playing 12 minutes. Doriez has 14 points. Long range 2, and everything is going down for INSEP right now. For that 35-point third quarter. And they're continuing to hit the target here in the fourth. Tough attack against 2. Benefal gets the better, or Doriez rather, gets the better of both. What a performance this is from him, playing on 4 fouls still. He's now played 24 minutes, got 16 points. Boulifard off the mark on the outside. I think Vladimir Bogievich, the coach of this ALBA team, will be delighted with the improvement from his players. And leaving his defender in the spin cycle goes Jona Drucker. Hanging fire out to dry, putting the ball in the bucket. That was after Fire had knocked down a shot on the offensive end. 6 points in 11 minutes for him. Drucker can't complete the 3-point play. That's his first score, though. Fire also getting his first 6 points, having not scored yesterday, missing both of his shots. ALBA getting arms in passing lanes in the paint. They find the free shooter off the mark for Aibu Gongombe. The century mark will be the target for INSEP now. Dropped off and thrown down. Kwaku Ega with the 2-handed hammer. INSEP with that 5th gear attack again. I was going back to the Paris team, different club, Paris Basketball, that played in the Euro Cup, won the Euro Cup with record numbers this season. And they play that kind of similar style. Run and gun offense off the back of great defense. And that's what we're seeing from this other Paris team, the INSEP Academy, here at these ANGT finals. Lamine Kebe still keen to check on the numbers. Always areas to improve for a coach. Benefel back in. Doria still isn't getting a break. 25 minutes. Many of them played on 4 fouls, 16 points. 3 rebounds and a steal. Benefel misses his first shot after coming back in, only his second field goal attempt of the game. Wriggling down the baseline, lovely wraparound pass back out. Fire misses the 3. After the great work from Kwakuega to set him free. The 4th foul on Kwakuega. He's got a game-high 9 rebounds, 2 blocked shots, and hit his only shot from the field for 2 points. Ebunon Gombe. Fire. Lots of bench players getting good opportunities here and telegraphing the fight to that ball. Ebunon Gombe trying to make the most of his minutes. Only played 4.5 minutes yesterday, the number 23. But the INSEP bench has outscored their starters in this game 59-38. 59 points from the bench. ALBA have only managed 18 from their bench, 38 from their starting 5. Ebunon Gombe again. Gets it back from Kwakuega. Ebunon Gombe running the play back out, foot on the sideline. I think was the call. 41 is the lead. It's currently the highest we've had in the game. Just across the midway point of this final period. And the final game of the 4 on this floor today, on game day 2 of the ANGT finals, is a big one. Barcelona against the American side, Overtime Elite. Overtime Elite must win that game to have any chance of a place in Sunday's championship game. Barcelona would eliminate them with a win and would go back top of the group at 2-0 on points differential over INSEP, who are about to go to 2-0 before those two incredibly talented and world-renowned academies face off against each other in the final group game tomorrow, in a battle that would decide who takes on Real Madrid in the final on Sunday. .40 the gap with 4.5 to play. Ebunon Gombe. Back from Fire. Ebunon Gombe on the burst to the baseline. They work it around. Great ball rotation to find the free shooter, but it's off for Umbongo Mononga. He loves to see the fight and the hustle, even with a game essentially in the bag already. The 3-pointers have dried up again for ALBA. 6 straight misses, 3 straight makes, and then 3 straight misses after that. Grosba commits the foul, trying to go for his own rebound. First foul on ALBA here in the fourth quarter. INSEP already at the limit. Not necessarily a bad thing. The coach will be delighted to see that they've continued to fight and play physical despite being out in front by 40. That's because you've got bench players playing to impress, playing for longer minutes, bigger roles. Windu, one of them, has 10 points, 5 rebounds. He's only missing the game, coming with his only 3-point attempt in the game. He's done it in 14.5 minutes. Commits the offensive foul here. Foul on Mbungolo Munonga. That's his 4th. So one player fouled out. Diakite for INSEP already. 2 players on 4 fouls. And the 3-point switch flicked back to on for Anton Nufa. Nufa 3 of 4 on the outside, now has 13 points. Second most for ALBA Berlin. Windu from the stripe off the mark. One of 4 scorers in double figures for INSEP. Tip-off in that important final game of game day 2. He's not too far away. The game comes in around 17 minutes time. Final 3 minutes of this one. Become quite a long game because of all the fouling, particularly from INSEP. INSEP have committed 29 fouls in this game. It's the 18th on ALBA. INSEP about to take their 23rd and 24th free throw attempts. ALBA have taken 33. Two and a half to play. INSEP in sight of the century. And a chance to get there now. Mbungolo Munonga the rebound. They'll slow it down. Play 5-on-5 in the half court. 2 impressive performances to start for INSEP. Although, as I say, still things the coach will want to improve. The turnover count, one of them, as they commit their 17th of this game. He wasn't happy with 16 yesterday against Overtime Elite, even though they forced 10 more than that on their opponents. He won't be happy with 17 today against ALBA Berlin. He will know it needs to be as near as possible to the perfect game tomorrow to beat Barcelona. Outside shot good again. ALBA Berlin. It's 5 threes for them. Boyes has played every single second since picking up his 4th foul fairly early in the 3rd quarter. Faye has played 16.5 minutes after only 3.5 yesterday. The INSEP bench really stepping up, showing their depth. The bench with 61 points, almost as many as ALBA as a whole team. Here is Dorius looking to go to work on 16 points. Physically taking it at Sulak, who forces him back. Nice pass though, 3-point shot. No good this time, rebound secured. Quarterback pass. ALBA working hard to run back with their transition defense though. Sulak 5 assists in the game, second to his teammate Traore. And showing he can shoot now as well, Tali Sulak. He's had a tough time shooting the ball at this level at times, including yesterday. And he's 4 of 8 from the field for 9 points now today. 5 assists with 0 turnovers. That takes INSEP over the century. Takes us into the final minute of action here. Doriez twisting and turning against 2. Quick hands, takes it away. Yimga Makori. What a performance from him again. The fabulous 15-year-old with back-to-back big displays. The 30 PIR yesterday, MVP of day 1. And now at the other end, he goes to the line to try and add to his 17 points today. 4 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 4 steals now, and no turnovers. He's 7 of 11 from the field, including a 3. 2 of 2 so far at the line. Jointly led the team in qualifying with 14.5 points per game, doing so by shooting 54% from 2 and 40% from 3. A real two-way talent. In the second, so 18 points for the second straight day for Yimga Makori. Doriez, entry pass, found him well, but he couldn't finish it well. Nominal differential between shot clock and game clock at the end of the game, 40 the margin. I think ALBA would have been battling to try and keep it below 40, but they're certainly a long way below the 72 they lost to Barcelona by on game day 1. Give them plenty of credit. Vladimir Bogojevic's team for a battling display today, but Lamin Kebe's INSEP well and truly on top. And now on top of Group B as well as they go 2-0. The first time they've won 2 games at the finals since they won the whole thing 7 years ago. This group looks like the real deal. But we will find out more about that when they face the brilliant Barcelona tomorrow in a game that could be the decider for top spot and a place in the championship game on Sunday against Real Madrid. In this one, they had 64 of their 102 points coming from the bench, as they win it by 40, 62-102. Stay with us as we get some reaction from the winning team, hopefully from coach and player, and wrap this one up with some highlights and stats. INSEP Paris finishing with 4 scorers in double figures, but 7 scorers on 8 points or more. Led by the 20 in just 15 minutes of Nolan Traore, who also had 6 assists, a steal, 0 turnovers. Might be our player of the game. Yimga Makori, excellent as well for the second straight game. Boulefard and Windu, the other players scoring in double digits. Let's get some reaction from the INSEP Paris head coach. Here's Lamin Kebe with David Hein.
Coach, congratulations. 2 games, 2 victories. Your thoughts about this?
I'm happy about this game because we did a serious job in first half, very intense in defense, and it's better at yesterday. Second half is so-so, but we did the job. Tomorrow, very tough game.
You mentioned it just as a coach, maybe. What's it like for you to be coaching in big games like this?
We worked all the years for this game, so I'm very excited and happy to play against Barcelona, a great club, great formation. So it's very cool for us.
All right, good luck tomorrow. Thanks.
Took France to the Under-19 World Cup final. Amin Kabi has now overseen INSEP's best finals at the ANGT event since 2017. 2-0, top of the group. One more big one to come against Barcelona. And they'll need one more big performance from their fabulous 15-year-old Ugo Yinga Makori, who did it again. Day one MVP yesterday. And one of the top performers for INSEP Paris again here today. 18 points in just 17 minutes. Let's hear from Yinga Makori.
Hugo, congratulations. Maybe just 2 games, 2 victories, exactly what you wanted. Your thoughts about this game?
Honestly, we won the game because yes, we are very focused on the tournament, and the real goal this tournament is tomorrow against Barcelona. So yeah, okay, we won this game, but this is not the goal. So yes, the way is getting long, and the job is not finished. So yeah, tomorrow is for us. It is a real final. So yeah, tomorrow against Barcelona was a big deal for us.
These 2 games, these 2 victories, what do you think is the biggest thing that this team has learned that will prepare you for that big game tomorrow?
We must good start the game. We must good start the game because we take a lot of time for start the game because tomorrow against a good team, a very good team like Barcelona. We can lose this game if we not start good the game. So yeah.
All right, that's what I got. Good luck.
The player of game day 1, also the player of this game 2. For INSEP Paris, 18 points for the 2nd day in a row, doing it on 7 of 11 shooting, including a 3, 4 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 4 steals, 0 turnovers, all in just 17 minutes on court for Yinga Makori. 2 standout performances in this big INSEP Paris win, along with the combo guard Nolan Traore, who finished with a game-high 20 points and 6 assists, 0 turnovers for him as well. He was 5 of 9 from 2, 2 of 3 from 3, and 4 of 5 from the foul line, all in just over 15 minutes on court. He had the highest index rating in the game, Nolan Traore at 24, Yinga Makori was at a 21. INSEP with 12 points apiece for Boulefard and Windu, 9 each for Solimon and Sulek, and 8 for Ngolo Munonga. ALBA led by the 16 of Amon Doriez, 7 of 15 shooting, did well to play 29.5 minutes despite picking up 4 fouls early in the second half. Check on the numbers, 62-102 the final score, 60-39-73 that shooting split in the end for INSEP. They'll be happy with the 9 threes, so close to 40%. 2 fewer turnovers in the end, dominant on the boards, including a plus 11 in offensive rebounds at 19-8. So INSEP go top of Group B at 2-0. Barcelona up next, looking to match them, and indeed surpass them if they can beat Overtime Elite and get that higher points differential. We already know Real Madrid will win Group A and play in Sunday's championship game. If Barca win this final game against Overtime Elite, that is coming up in a few minutes' time, then it'll be Barca against INSEP for top spot tomorrow. From me, Tim Long, a pleasure in your company. We'll hopefully welcome you back in just a few moments for Barca Overtime Elite. Welcome back to the Uber Eats Music Hall in Berlin. One more game to come here on game day 2 of the Euroleague's ADIDAS Next Generation Tournament Finals. And it is a big one as FC Barcelona take on Overtime Elite. The Americans need to win to remain in contention for a place at Sunday's final. Barca looking to go top of the group at 2-0. Earlier today on this court, on the middle of 3 days of group action, we had a couple of games in Group A. Milan grabbing their first win, ending any chance of progression for Ulm. And in a pivotal, intense and physical fight of a contest for top spot, Real Madrid edged mega miss Belgrade. And then in this group, just recently, INSEP Paris beating ALBA by 40 to take top spot at least for the next couple of hours. Barcelona now looking to match them at 2-0. The only way Overtime Elite can make Sunday's championship game is if they win their last 2 and finish at the top of a 3-way tie of teams at 2-1. That final will be against defending and record champions Real Madrid, who we know have already won Group A, even with 1 game still to play for all those teams tomorrow. The players going through their final warm-ups on this court. It's been a subpar couple of years for Barcelona. 2016 champions, 3-time runners-up in this competition, but they look back to their best this season. They demolished ALBA yesterday. Now test themselves against stronger opposition today. This Overtime Elite squad came here with a lot of hype. The first ever American team to compete at this event. The best under-18 players from the highly renowned Atlanta-based league. One of their new recruits for next season impressed in a tough defeat to INSEP yesterday. 17-year-old point guard Chris Jeffrey, 26 minutes, had 15 points, 5 assists, a steal, a block, and just 2 turnovers. Now to 5 of 12 shooting from the field, 5 of 7 from the line as well for those 15 points. And Parker Robinson, one player who really did shoot it well in 27 minutes against INSEP, had 16 points, 2 of 3 from 2, 4 of 7 from deep. Added 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and just 1 turnover. He was Overtime Elite's best player. Barcelona have plenty of talents. And some incredible numbers that they put up in that game against ALBA Berlin with a 72-point winning margin yesterday. We'll look at a couple of players that you simply can't not talk about after that game. Their on-court leader, 17-year-old point guard Kasparas Yakuchonis, broke a record in that game. Now, the ANGT competition took just 20.5 minutes to dish a tournament record 17 assists. Yesterday, Yakuchonis, MVP of Barca's qualifying campaign for a 2nd straight year this season. He averaged team highs of 17 points, 6.2 assists, and team second best of 7.5 rebounds and 2.2 steals. And how about Mohamed Dabone, 12 years of age. That is not a mistake on that graphic. And then around 12.5 minutes on his ANGT debut yesterday against some players 5.5 years older than him, he poured in a game-high 21 points on 9 of 12 shooting from the field, including a 3. Had 6 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 2 blocks, 1 steal, no turnovers, a 26 PIR in 12.5 minutes for the 12-year-old. We'll see what he can do against a team that's deeper, with a bit more quality, with this OTE side today, before the test gets even tougher tomorrow in a game against INSEP. Maybe even tougher after that if Barcelona can get to the championship game for an El Clasico final against Real Madrid on Sunday. Dabone, part of an incredible 3-man rotation at centre for Barcelona yesterday. All 3 of their centres dominated. Going to their final warm-ups today. They know it's not going to be anywhere near that easy today against Overtime Elite. And they got a start in the shallow end of these tournament finals against ALBA yesterday. Now they have to really be right at it, because this Overtime Elite team have the tools. They've had the one-game experience now as well to adapt to the European game. Different rules, of course, on this side of the Atlantic. They play on NBA-sized courts over in the US. Slightly smaller playing surface here in Europe. No defensive 3-second violation, 5-foul limit. Barcelona, you see, are going to be in their changed colours. The turquoisey blue here today. And Overtime Elite changing their jersey colours as well for this second game. They need to win. If they do win, they move to 1-1, and they would knock Barca down to 1-1. And then they would need Barca to beat INSEP tomorrow. And that would put all three of those teams onto 2-1 for a three-way tie at the top of the group. So the points differential in the games between those teams could become critical as well. Not just about winning the game, but by how many they win the game. The main thing is they need to get the W. If they don't, they are done on this historic first ever appearance by an American team at the ANGT event. It's the highest caliber of competition in junior world basketball in terms of a club-based tournament. This is the 21st edition of the ADIDAS Next Generation Tournament. Barcelona champions in 2016. Overtime Elite playing their first game yesterday, looking for their first win today. Barcelona being introduced first here. 72 points, the win over ALBA yesterday. They poured in 118 on the offensive end. Only shot 19% though from three, but it's 38 twos at 66% and 27 free throws at 87%. They grabbed 24 offensive rebounds, forced 26 turnovers, and ended up taking 22 more field goal attempts, 15 more free throw attempts as well than their opponents. They dished a staggering 38 assists. And I talked about that three-man rotation at centre. 20 points, 9 rebounds, 3 steals for Kone, 19 points, 8 rebounds for Keita, 21 points, 6 rebounds, 2 blocks for Debone. So in one position, at the 5 position for Carlos Marin's team, they got 60 points and 23 rebounds. This Overtime Elite team will need to try and combat that with their bigs here today. They must have felt it was easy. New to the European game early on yesterday, went up by 10 points in the first quarter against INSEP, but ended up being brought crashing back down to earth, losing by 16, 85-69. Had 20 points in the first period. They were held to only 12 in the second and were suffocated on the offensive end. Only 33% two-point shooting, only 13 assists with 26 turnovers. Look at their roster. Kai Fleming had 15 of his 17 points in the second half yesterday. He can be a real sniper, the shooting guards. Marcis Ponder is the one to watch at centre. To try and combat those Barca bigs. Mention the stat lines of their centres, all put together by that ANGT tournament record. 17 assists of Jaku Chonis, not just a record of the finals, but a record altogether in this competition. We'll see if the centres can bring their best again. Dane Saar, another to watch in the forward positions, played 17 minutes yesterday, had 14 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds and a block. Seen the full rosters, we'll find out your starting fives as well. Beginning with OTE, Fleming and Jeffrey, we've talked about, are in that starting 5. Abu Yama, a real floor stretcher, knocked down the 6th most threes in the league in the OTE this past season. Mustafa Diop and Jackson McVeigh Starting the 4 and 5 positions, two big bodies, 2 meters 8 and 2 meters 15 respectively, leaving Ponder to come off the bench. For Barcelona, Vilar starts in the backcourt with Yakuchonis, Sar and Keita we've talked about. The one we haven't mentioned, Arturas Butejevas, the other Lithuanian for Barcelona. Butejevas played 17 minutes yesterday, had 6 points. On 2 of 4 shooting from the field, 2 of 2 from the line, 7 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 1 steal and 2 block shots. Had the introduction to the players, an introduction to the officiating crew as well for this last of 4 games on this court today. Carlos Marin, coach since the age of 16, leading Barcelona at this under-18s tournament. He's been a part of Barcelona as a club for 8 years now, coaching from the under-14s upwards. Doug Martin, very adept at bringing through young players as well. Took over as a coach in the Overtime Elite this season. Before that, developmental coach of the LA Clippers G League team. Head coach at Team Takeover before that, bringing 115 students through to earn college scholarships. He's just won the OT Championship his first year with the City Reapers as well. It's a crunch clash for the US program that's breaking boundaries, breaking borders to make it over here to Europe. Overtime Elite wanted to test themselves against this continent's best at under-18 level. They've been thrown straight in at the deep end here at the ANGT finals. A loss to start to the famed French academy INSEP on their competition debut. And now the world-renowned might of Barcelona, who battered ALBA Berlin by 72 on game day 1 to send a statement they're here for the title. It is must win for OTE if they're to open this group back up. And if Barca win, they set up an all-or-nothing showdown with INSEP tomorrow for a place in the championship game against their El Clasico rivals Real Madrid. Barca in the turquoisey blue, OTE predominantly in the black. Barca will get the first possession with Butejevas recovering, but giving it to Yakuchonis, the record-breaking playmaker who comes roaring out of the gates of this game, sending it up to the heavens for Sion Keita to throw it down. Welcome to the game, OTE. Barca raised the bar with the opening possession. After 17 assists yesterday, a highlight reel assist and throwdown today. The perfect opening tip play. That one squeezed in at the end of the buzzer by Chris Jeffrey. Open spot for the 3 for Barca. They are in the zone in the opening minute. Dame Sar from downtown. Jeffrey, 15 points, 5 assists yesterday. Scored already today, now looking for his first assist as well. Corner 3 well short, but McVeigh on the window. Jackson McVeigh, the over 7-footer. Bounce pass, Yakuchonis turned over. 3-point shot in transition, doesn't go. Overtime Elite looking for the lead. And it's Jeffrey. He's off right. Rebound grabbed by Keita. Yaku Jonas. The turnovers, the Achilles heel for him so far. He's trying to get the turnover numbers down. He succeeded in doing so to an extent from last season to this season. Three-point shot is good. And OTE have their first lead. Barca not happy, conceding 5 straight points. And Kai Fleming, who scored 15 of his 17 in the second half yesterday, responding to Dame Sarr. Yaku Jonas, bounce pass this time to Keita, that's the connection. The point guard pulling the strings. Keita on a couple of occasions pulling the trigger. Here comes Sarr on the saw and score off the back of the steal. Barca hit back with a big 1-2 punch combination. Three-point shot right on the money from Abu Yama, who he said he could shoot. The 6th most threes in the OTE League this season at 39% as well, and Sarr will rattle down another. Dame Sarr, 8 perfect points inside of 3 minutes. And a series of lead changes already in this game. McVeigh, look out as he attacks strong, confronted by Sarr, can't convert. He'll make him earn them from the line. Jeffrey's pass picked off. Yaku Jonas also had the 5 steals yesterday, as well as the 17 assists. Perfectly placed bounce pass into the path and stride of Sarr, who stretched for the throwdown. That adds to his 2 of 2 from downtown for 8 of Barca's 12 points. They played 13.5 minutes yesterday, missed all of his shots, 3 from the field, 2 from the foul line, so going 1 of 2 there is an improvement. He's also hit his 1 field goal attempt already for 3 points. Barca still ahead by a whisker. Yaku Jonas already 4 assists for Yaku Jonas in the first 3.5 minutes. And that steal as well. And he puts a foul on Jeffrey. Yaku Jonas off the inbound, make it 5 assists in the first 3.5 minutes for the record breaker. Might be targeting another record here today, the way he started. He actually overtook a couple of other Lithuanians to break that record in the ANGT tournament yesterday. His 17 assists, 1 higher than Marius Grigonis 12 years ago. Hannes Velicka 8 years ago. Yaku Jonas adds a first foul to his already full stat line. Jeffrey at the line. A new recruit by the OTE for next season. He's committed to the OTE draft. Yaku Jonas didn't take the ball with him. Still Barca ball, 15 to shoot though. Overtime Elite, somewhat of an unknown quantity coming here. It's a tough ask for them to go up against European teams they don't know too much about, and then also for the European teams that are facing them. Players who play with a different style, with different rules, and are playing together for the first time as one team The OT League is a Georgia-based league of 8 teams. This is the best of their under-18 players put together in one team. They know each other very well, though. All play and train and study at the same facility in Atlanta. Fleming flips it back out, 3-point shot. Off the mark for Yama. He's already not 1 down. Can't instigate another lead change. Vila gets it back from Keita. Vila to the elbow. Plenty of time still on the shot clock. Yaku Chonis just heaves up a 3. He had about 6 seconds left to work with. He's improved his 3-point shooting, Yaku Chonis, but it's still not the best part of his game. Shot 30% in qualifying. All round, though, he's an excellent scorer and playmaker. He averaged 17 points per game to lead the team in scoring with a 67-30-100 split at the qualifying event. More about his playmaking here at these finals. That was his first shot of this game, a game in which he's already dished 5 assists, and yesterday 17 assists, only 7 points. It was Barca's centres doing all of the scoring yesterday. Off the mark from Ellis. Barca looking to push the pace. Yaku Chonis feeds it in. Quick foul. Only the second of the period on OTE. It's on Lincoln Cosby, a 15-year-old who's just come in, the youngest player currently in OTE. Made history as the first ever freshman to sign for the league this past season. Also the first freshman in league history with a double-digit scoring game back in December. Outside shot good for Saar, who has caught fire early on game day 2. 11 perfect points in 5 minutes. 3 of 3 on the outside. Wasn't the most accurate from the field yesterday. 4 of 12. And Keita, quick hands from the big man on defense as they push the pace again, and a whistle. And the 3rd foul on OTE. And that matches the 3 of Barcelona. 1 more to give the rest of the way for both of these teams. 5 the quarter limit per team. And the individual limit per player per game here in European rules basketball. Yaku Chonis, 6 assists now. Looking for 1 more. Tough catch for Keita, though. Yaku Chonis almost looked like he was caught in 2 minds between shooting and passing, and the opportunity passed him by. And they are punished on the perimeter in transition by the Parker Robinson triple. He shot 4 of 7 on the outside, en route to 16 points yesterday. Again, Keita can't handle. That time, the power of the pass at close proximity from Danny Gonzalez. So back-to-back turnovers on Barcelona. There's the pull-up 3 from Parker Robinson. Shot a playoff 4th best, 45% from downtown in the OTE this season. Dame Saar shooting the lights out early in this one, has 11 of Barca's 17 points. They lead by 2 at the first time out.
So we got to talk it out. We got to talk it out. All right, we got to talk it out. On defense, 1 time, we're going to go 2. On defense, we're going to go 2. You 2 are up. You guys are high wings, and you're in the drop in the middle. All right, we're 2 1 time.
Gotta talk. B-side gotta drop and talk.
Offensively, Isaac got the basketball. Parker, Adam, Marcus, Lincoln. Whatever side Parker comes out on, hit. Marcus just flip that to a ball screen, okay? Come out Marcus' side. Hit Marcus, just flip that right to a ball screen, just like a flop.
Where Isaac go when he hit me?
He's gonna go here, and Adam's gonna go here. Lincoln's gonna get
right here. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. Okay.
Yep.
Hey, defense on 3. 1, 2, 3, defense.
Hey, let's go. Let's go.
Hey, P-Rob. You're coming off whatever side you want.
So Barca the edge here, 17-15, 4 minutes to play in the first. Kuchonis at it again, averaging an assist a minute. Overtime Elite looking to get back level. Ponder in the game for the first time. The big man through a gap it didn't appear he could fit through, and backed up on the far side by the 15-year-old Lincoln Cosby for the tie. Kuchonis from the elbow, taking and missing another shot. Not as efficient with his shooting as with his passing so far. Moses Ponder, the big body at centre for OTE, was the only player for them that had a positive plus-minus in the defeat to INSEP yesterday, but it's on the outside. And they're scoring the majority of their points. Parker Robinson, another three, showing his shooting ability once again. Kuchonis fakes the shot this time, passes inside to Debone, who's just come in, a 12-year-old. We'll see if he can live up to the extra test offered by Overtime Elite here. They won't have seen anything quite like this. This OTE team have got an impressive 15-year-old, their youngest ever player. They've just seen for the opposition a 12-year-old enter the court. Debone, he led Barca in scoring, gets the steal. Quick release pass as well, Kuchonis. It still won't go down. Taken back though by Grujicic off the miss. OTE defense trying to reshuffle. Kuchonis not shy to shoot here on game day 2. Knocks down his first three-pointer. Look at the defensive impact of Debone straight away. It wasn't just the steal, but the IQ to release the pass quickly, almost like a steal and touch pass in one go. He was just as impressive on the defensive end as on the offensive end in the game yesterday. Had 2 blocks and a steal. 6 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds. The pass bypasses him, outside shot, foul on it. So Grujicic will go to the line. There's the Kuchonis 3. Both teams shooting it very well on the outside. Barca 4 of 6. Overtime Elite 4 of 8. They've hit more threes than twos. Barca have hit as many threes as twos. Those three-point attempts continue to come, sending Grujicic to the line as he was fouled on one. Big offensive outputs for both teams because of that excellent three-point shooting through these opening 8 minutes. 3 the lead for Barca. As Grujicic goes 3 of 3. Slice and the dice and the drop beyond the baseline. Drawing ooze from the crowd. Isaac Ellis straight back to his feet though. Unfazed by the hard fall to the floor. Isaac Ellis, who scored 31 points in one of his 2 playoff games in the OTE this season, but yesterday against INSEP went 0 for 4 from the field, 1 of 2 from the line in 17 minutes. Bounce pass to the corner. Saar looking to attack strong again. Ponder having none of it. Moses Ponder says, get out of the paint. To Barca's top scorer. Debone over the top of Ponder, but not accurately. Ponder looking to disrupt shots, force Barca away from the basket. Here he is on the offensive end now, and Debone answers back, albeit with a goaltend called. What a battle that is for the 12-year-old Mohamed Debone against probably the biggest overall body in the whole of this ANGT finals. Marcis Ponder, a 6'11", 327-pounder from Miami, Florida. He's gone to the bench. 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block in 4.5 minutes. OTE were +8 with him on the floor in their 16-point defeat yesterday to INSEP. Only played 15 minutes, though. He only returned from a bad injury in the OTE postseason recently. Vilar at the line with overtime elite at the foul limit. Beg your pardon. Barca also on 4 fouls, so their next on the defensive end in this quarter would send overtime elite to the line. Diop. Trap near side. Sarr and Gonzalez between them, coming up with the steal. And the opportunity to get forward for high percentage opportunities, forcing a foul and earning a trip to the line. Eight fouls in just over 8.5 minutes for overtime elite. You can see a clear pull of the jersey by Mustafa Diop, so the unsportsmanlike foul on him. That will mean free throws and possession for Barcelona. The foul shots to be taken by Danny Gonzalez. He knows his team need the win. They will scrap, scratch and claw to try and get it. They've had an introduction to European basketball now. Can they really warm to the occasion? You've got to be impressed with sticking with this Barcelona team. Over 8.5+ minutes so far. A long wait at the line for Danny Gonzalez, who in qualifying dished 9 assists altogether without a single turnover. But yesterday only had 1 assist with 3 turnovers. Barca 4 of 5 from the foul line. 1 more to come. And the ball back off the unsportsmanlike. 3 the Barca lead. 5 has been the largest lead in this tight opening 9 minutes. Vilar. Shot clock down to the final 3. Vilar trying to find a pass. He threaded it beautifully, but didn't leave a lot of room for Gonzalez underneath the basket. And a 3-pointer away, but over everything. A rush of blood to the head and far too hasty on the 3-point attempt from Jaden Wilkins, who comes from a huge basketball family, including his great uncle, Dominique Wilkins, Hall of Famer, 9-time All-Star, 7-time All-NBA teamer, and former NBA scoring champion, who also won the Euroleague with Panathinaikos back in 1996, was Euroleague Final Four MVP that year. So Jaden will be supporting Panathinaikos in this evening's semi-final, just across the way at the UBA Arena as they take on Fenerbahce. Before that, pretty much dead on the conclusion of this game, we'll have the first Euroleague semi-final between Olympiacos and Real Madrid, a rematch of last season's championship game that was won by the record champions Madrid. Jaden's father, who's the head of the OTE League, was a 10-year NBA veteran himself, says that Jaden's the best shooter in the family. But at that time, the air ball. There's a few gremlins in the system over at the scorer's table right now. The reason for this lengthy stoppage. Jaden Wilkins did win the Next Up award in the OTE this season as the best underclassman in the league. He averaged 6.6 points, but making close to 2 threes a game at 39%. Also won an OTE Player of the Week award when he made 7 straight three-pointers, 20 straight points to close out a win. And 7 made threes were tied for the second most in any game. And it's Saar who's been putting up those kind of numbers in this game, but he misses for the first time. Apart from the block from Ponder, it wasn't going to deter him. Offensive rebound, puts it back in. Dame Saar has 13 points. Off the back of his first miss on the outside. Second chance scoring opportunity that he converts on the inside. Barca did have the largest lead of the game at 6, but a quick response from overtime elite. Saar. That time trying to feed it away from the double team. The score came from Adam Umidush, who was a big scorer in the OTE this season, but absolutely locked down yesterday by INSEP's Yanis Alar. He had 9 points, but on 2 of 7 shooting from 2 and 1 of 6 from 3. Also had 5 turnovers. Umidush looking to break free here today. That was his first score on his first shot attempt. Barca back up by 5, 2 to shoot. It's away in time, off balance and somehow down. Isaac Ellis. What a shot, he can't quite believe it. Isaac Ellis, the 17-year-old, almost having to contort his body to pull the trigger. In a matter of milliseconds with time expiring, and got a little bit of love from the rim as he saw the 3 drop in fantastic fashion. And that makes it just a 2-point game at the end of 1, 29-27 Barca. A high-scoring first 10 minutes. A high-flying first 10 minutes, initially for Keita. But fantastic quality in the first period, especially on offense from Dame Saar. 14 of Barca's 29 points for Saar, including 3 of 4 three-point shooting. Yaku Chonis has dished 7 dimes, but overtime elite are not backing down. They've had a good offensive spread, 6 points from Parker Robinson, their three-point marksman, their top scorer, but pretty much everybody who's taken to the court, the overtime elite has scored. And as a team, they put together 27 points, doing a lot of it in isolation. 4 assists compared to Barca's 9, but excellent shooting from both teams. And in particular, on the perimeter, Barca leading 29-27. Ready for the start of the second period, so it's time to welcome our reporter and junior basketball expert, David Hine, alongside me, Tim Long. A check of the stats taking place on the bench.
Somebody else is checking out the stats too, eh?
You've gone through the numbers, David, as well, and some impressive numbers. The opening 10 minutes, overtime elite, warming to the challenge of the ANGT finals.
Yeah, it's nice to see some hot three-point shooting, both sides. How about that nice little matchup between the big man, Ponder, and the youngster? A couple of guys that are very interesting in this tournament. Really exciting to watch this game.
Start of the second period, a close game. I think we're going to be doing a little bit more traditional commentary than we were in the last game when it was a nice chat with the INSEP lead already at an insurmountable point against ALBA. This one has a lot of significance for these two teams and has had a lot of scoring so far at a high pace. We're going to learn to an extent how good this Barcelona team are, because they had that 72-point win against ALBA yesterday. But we're expecting a big Barca win. Now they're going to have to get better. They're being pushed by Overtime Elite, who themselves seem to be getting better in their second ever game at this tournament.
Yeah, this is actually the second, this is not the first time that a foreign team has been at a competition like that. Big three by Mr. Parker Robinson.
Overtime Elite ahead, his third three. Perfect 3 of 3 on the outside for 9 points.
2 Chinese teams have played in this competition. And actually the Brazilian national team has played here as well. So it's very cool that Euroleague basketball has decided to go to the USA market a little bit to bring a little bit more attention and also show a little bit of love to what OTE is doing. You know, they're producing a lot of interesting players as well.
That Parker Robinson 3 on the last score was the 8th lead change of this game. It's swung back and forth. Barca's largest lead has been 6. What does playing at this tournament offer the Overtime Elite in terms of their development, and what does it offer the European teams in terms of facing a different type of opponent from a different continent? Big, strong attack from that man again, going up to the rack. Sion Keita with a cracker.
I mean, for OTE, it's great to be able to play against international competition. The first time that any of these guys have been in a tournament. Actually, Kai Fleming was at the Treviso camp last year, but none of them have been played. None of them have played for USA basketball. A couple of the guys have been in the USA camp for the under-16 AmeriCup, but didn't make the team. So, you know, anytime that these guys are exposed to a different system, a different, you know, level of basketball, you know, different game understanding, different, you know, style of play, you know, I mean, you're only going to get better when you're exposed to something different.
Yakuchonis at the line to try and add to his 3.7 assists already. After that ANGT record, 17 assists yesterday.
An all-around game, right? You know, I mean, we've kind of known he can score, and this tournament he's basically really said, all right, I'm really going to pass the ball and show you my point guard skills.
Average 6.2 assists in qualifying.
Yeah, you saw that.
He's over that
you
already.
saw that at the qualifying too. That that was sort of the responsibility. You know, that's the way he's going to be able to become a pro is as a point guard, and he's showing that he's able to do it.
Something about the Lithuanians playing at this level.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say who, but one guy said I'll take him over Jokubaitis. You know, that's a pretty big statement, but you know, the way he's playing right now is pretty fantastic.
Barca by 4, and a big block from Keita as well, clocking up the air miles at both ends of the court, igniting the Barca transition offense.
One of the things about this Barcelona team is that they're still so young. We talked in the game, the PFBB game, about a lot of those guys coming back. A lot of these guys are going to be coming back too. You know, Yakuchonis is really one of the only guys, him and Sar. Otherwise, everybody's 2007 born, 2008 born. You know, so get used to this Barcelona team being a tough one to compete with.
Yeah, and the three-man center rotation really embellishes that point. The 16-year-old Keita dominating the opening couple of minutes of this quarter. Then they've got the 15-year-old Kone and the 12-year-old Dabone.
And you know they're going to bring in more guys this summer. You know the recruitment's going to go there and get more players.
3-point shot from the floor stretcher Yama doesn't go down.
You asked also about what it's like for the Europeans, you know, just being able to face this level of athleticism, you know, like here Ponder going up and, you know, affecting that shot as a rim, you know, rim protector. You know, we don't see these guys like Ponder here in Europe. You know, I mean, we see some of the long athleticism of Africans, but you know, like the really monster bodies, if you will. You know.
Jaku Jonas at the line again, where he's just gone 3 of 3.
What's he at now? Points and everything.
Jaku Jonas, 8 points, 7 assists, a steal, a block, just 2 turnovers. I think I'm right in saying he was close to the 8th triple-double in ANGT history at the finals of qualifying.
Yeah, there haven't been many of them. And anytime you get there, it's special, you know? It's a different game, you know, youth level and everything else.
Barca by 8, have the largest lead of the game now. Overtime Elite just 1 foul to give as well. 3 in the first 2.5 minutes of this second quarter. Keita dominating on offense and defense and with rebounds as well now. A chance for Barca to make it the first double-digit lead of the game. Jaku Jonas looking to pull the strings again. Skips it far side, 3-point shot for an 11-point lead. Knocked down by the other Lithuanian, who says, don't forget about me, Arturas Butejevas. And Barca are bursting away.
I mean, what a pass, right? I mean, look at this. You know, knowing that he's there. And the big man, you know, draining it. Impressive.
9 points, 8 assists for Jaku Jonas. And our cue to say thank you and goodbye to our reporter, David Hine.
No. Okay. Have a good one, everybody. Enjoy. Great game. Follow.
I got 6 guys over here who want to play. If you don't want to play, keep doing what you're doing.
Come on, y'all, pick it up. Come on, go. Focus, read up, y'all, get up.
Just out there fouling guys because I don't want to guard. They got 20 points on free throws. They got half their points on free throws because we're goaltending shots and we're just fouling.
Come on, y'all.
Pick it up, bro. Pick up this defense, bro. Hey, defense win this game. Defense.
Let's go.
Doug Martin's pointing that 12 of Barca's 41 points have come from the foul line. Barca 12 of 15. His team only 2 of 4. They've committed 12 fouls in the first 13 minutes of this game. Barca have only committed 5. Barca now up by 11. And their biggest advantage has been those free throws. They've got 10 more points from the foul line. Only 4 more points from 2-point territory. And 3 fewer points on the perimeter. So the free throw shooting has been the difference. Isaac Ellis had that incredible buzzer beater at the end of the previous period. Overtime Elite kept it close right the way through the opening quarter. Had several leads. There's been 9 lead changes in the game, but Barca have burst away to lead by 11 here. So 12-3 second period over the first 3 minutes of it. Isaac Ellis, whose brother led the OT in scoring this season. And Fleming, far side, working behind that big body of Ponder. The pass never reached him though. Look at the defense. Jaku Jonas taken back by Ellis. Ellis will try and glance it in off the glass. Ponder disrupted on his way up for the offensive rebound. Butejevas skipping through a gap. Intensity turned up. OTE, no, this is their time now. Not just really to save this game, but to save their opportunity to get to the championship game. They can't allow Barca to open up much more of a gap. Jaku Jonas for 3 short. Rebound Grujic. So still 11 the margin. Barca's third foul to match the 3 of overtime elite. Raul Vilar, the only player with more than 1 foul though for Barca. Isaac Ellis already has 3 for OTE. Fleming, Cosby and Jeffrey each have 2. Here is Ellis. Far side it goes from Yana, and a foot on the sideline, and a turnover on Diop. Diop actually the only non-American playing on this team, the Senegalese power forward. Sarr, Yaku Jonas. Defense backs away from him, invites him to shoot. He almost made them pay. The scoreboard stuck at the moment, 41-30. No scores in a while. Fleming trying to change that and does so delightfully. Gliding through a gap and finishing with the spin on the reverse. 5 points, 2 assists for Fleming. He burst away in the second half of yesterday's game, scoring 15 of his 17 points. But the Yevas shot was blocked on the perimeter into the hands of Keita. Turnaround, trying to bank it in over Ponda. But the Yevas gets right back at it with the big board and stick back. After having his 3-point attempt disrupted, he was not backing down. 11 the lead again, turnover again. OTE 3-on-1 in transition. And they run it superbly for Keita to go up to the rack one more time. 13, now the largest lead. OTE with 3 more turnovers than Barca through the game. Pena off to Sarr, off to Keita, off to the sky. Keita with 8 points, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks. Just 1 missed shot in 10 minutes of action. He will take a well-deserved break. Plenty to ponder for Doug Martin. Marcis Ponda misses his first free throw attempt. That's a helping hand from Frontine to make the second. Miss Abdrahaman Kone in for the first time at centre for Barca now, the number 3. 15-year-old, perhaps their widest body to go up against Ponda. In fact, Ponda's gone out though. McVeigh's come in at centre. Commits the foul on Yaku Jonas. Yaku Jonas is a great offensive player from the backcourt when he attacks the basket. He's had that aggression, that lack of fear and intimidation for several years now. He's improving his outside shooting and has improved his passing. His coach says he's become a real all-round player. His rebounding excellent for a guard as well. He's now got half of his 10 points from the foul line. That comes from his own aggression on the offensive end. Big 3-point shot. Parker Robinson one more time. 4 of 4 from downtown for 12 points in 7 minutes. His 3-point shooting keeping overtime elite in the tournament. Yaku Jonas, though, with the off-ball movement, points and appreciation, the man who's usually playing the passes. 12 points, 8 assists, 3 steals for him. They missed the chance to steal there as Gonzalez jumps, misses the ball, but OTE can't make the most of it. Turnover on Lincoln Cosby in the end. Barca have twice as many assists as overtime elite, 14 to 7. doing so with 4 fewer turnovers. Too heavy on the floater, offensive rebound. Blocked off on his route to the rim. He wasn't going to be denied, taking flight. Abdurrahman Konan with his first big moment of this big game. 14 the lead Barca. They hit the half century with still more than 3 minutes to play. In this first half, they're showing it was no fluke yesterday. They put up 118 points in beating ALBA. We expected this would be a tougher test for them, but they're almost just as hot on the offensive end. Fleming puts a foul on Jaku Jonas. It's his second foul. He joins Keita and Villar on 2 for Barca. Barcelona at the foul limit for this second period already, so Akai Fleming to the line. Usually a very good shooter, but he misses the first. He was 4 of 4 from the line yesterday. He's another new recruit for the OTE for next season. Born and raised in Marietta, Georgia, already committed to Georgia Tech. Hometown hero, they call him. Now with the Georgia-based league for next season. In transition, the slice and the dice and the score. At full throttle for Parker Robinson, his first 2. The man who's 4 of 4 from 3. He's got 14 points. Nobody else for the Overtime Elite has more than 6. We have a timeout with just over 2.5 minutes to play in the first half. Barcelona leading by 11, 50-39 over Overtime Elite.
Des del 5, llavors vinga, treu, vale? Jugueu bé el bloc, Abdu, deja que defienda, bloquea bien, roll, subir un poco para que te ayude y tenemos a Dame o a Miquel en esa espalda, vale? Jugues tu el pic, de tant en quant podem jugar wide perquè ens permet jugar el bloc una miqueta més dinàmic, vale? Sí? Segundo bloqueo importante, primero da igual, segundo, pum, buen bloqueo, y ahí el roll. Sí, castigar el rebote ofensivo, todos, ¿vale? Porque les está costando mucho. Ahí, por favor, corred rápido atrás, tíos. Vamos. Y cerrar pintura. Atrás, va. 1, 2, 3. Vale, objetivo que no tires atrás,
Barca putting on a performance in front of a big audience live here in Berlin and a big audience watching on the Euroleague's YouTube channel. 50-39 the lead for Carlos Marin's team. Welcome along, wherever you're watching, on this big day for junior basketball and, of course, senior basketball on the continent of Europe. And this big occasion here at this tournament for the Americans, Overtime Elite. They're trying to fight their way back. They are back within single figures, having trailed by as many as 14. Open spot for the 3 if he so chooses, and he does, but misses Luke Pluvinet. So Overtime Elite have the opportunity to continue their fight back in these final 2 minutes of the first half. Ponder at the line, we saw there quite recently, split his previous pair. Had an injury hit OTE regular season, but he managed 6 games. In those games, he played 6 minutes on average, but had a league 4th best 1.7 blocks a game. Also the nickname Baby Shaq or Little Shaq. Same free throw shooting as Shaq. Ate the gap though, they've shaved 6 off it at its best. And they pinch it back, long range 2. Offensive rebound, put back in by Umidouche, and overtime Alita back within 6. They threatened to come back from 20 down against INSEP yesterday. One bounce, side skip, 3-point shot, put the Yevas off. Baby Shaq battling. And a chance to make it even closer. They could even complete the comeback before half-time at this rate. And they came from 20 down in the second half. Got as close as 7, I believe, against INSEP yesterday before ultimately losing by 16. But they have to win this game, overtime elite. And if they don't, they fall to 0-2 and miss out on any chance of making Sunday's championship game against Real Madrid. 3-point shot, Umidouche finally unloads his ammunition here at the ANGT. It's a 1-possession game. Dabone off right. The 12-year-old rattled by this overtime elite rally. Seems like nothing has fazed him so far at this tournament. And Umidouche double roll around and out it goes. The finest of margins at the finest level of junior club basketball. Here goes Parker Robinson now. It's all got a bit anxious and a bit edgy for both teams. How on earth did that stay out for Adam Umidouche? The others are going down. 7 points in a flash from him. 3 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals and a block. He's become their joint leader in index rating alongside the 14-point performance of Parker Robinson. Barca can't keep the ball right now. Long pass, fumbled in the end zone. Barca had a 14-point lead not too long ago. Overtime elite have turned up the intensity, turned up the pressure. Barca at the foul limit. So Doug Martin's team at the foul line again. This is what they did when INSEP took their foot off the gas in the second half yesterday. It's whether they can sustain it, overtime elite. But they are going to go in to the halftime locker room with their heads held high. No matter what happens in these next 39 seconds. We don't have a trip to the foul line. We've got a bit of confusion. Just trying to ascertain when that 14-point lead exactly was. Barca hit the half-century mark early in this first half. In fact, they hit 50 points with 3.5 minutes of it remaining. So they've not scored in just about 3 minutes now. And since then, Doug Martin's team have launched an 11-0 run to close the gap from 14 down to 3. We've had our second fairly lengthy stoppage to decipher a few issues at the scorer's table here in this first half. As the head coach of Mega Basket in Belgrade, who lost an excellent game against Real Madrid in the second game on this court today. Real securing top spot in Group A and a place in the championship game, and a 3 for the tie. And from 14 down, overtime elite level on a 14-0 3-minute run. Turnover Barca. Taken back in a travel called on Dame Sarr. It's almost like 2 turnovers and a few ticks of the clock. Barcelona were protecting the ball so well for so long. I believe they've committed 8 turnovers since they had their last assist. So OTE, a chance to take the lead from 14 down in the space of 3.5 minutes. Umidouche was locked down yesterday, has broken free today. Here he is, spinning and scoring in a pack of Barca bodies, and a 16-0 surge for overtime elite to finish the first half with an almighty flurry. From 14 down, they lead by 2 at the main break, and Barca don't quite know what's hit them. The answer is Adam Umidouche and his teammates, and the best young kids from the United States. The Overtime Elite Select team lead at half-time over Barcelona, 50-52. Well, it looked like Barcelona were pulling away. It looked like they'd started to dominate, flying high, up by 14. 3.5 minutes of the first half left. They led 50-36. How different this game looks now as they trail at half-time. Yaku Jonas, 12 points, 8 assists, 3 steals in the first half. Overtime Elite looked like their chances of making the championship game were fading fast. Instead, the lightning fast fight back. Led by 14 points of Parker Robinson, who's 4 of 4 from deep. They had 9 points from Akai Fleming to go along with 3 assists and 3 steals. 9 points from Adam Umidouche coming late on. This incredible shot at the end of the first from Isaac Ellis. How important could that be when it's all said and done? Overtime Elite shooting above 50% from 3-point range. That has been a key part of the equation to get them ahead at half-time. They've had 4 extra 3-point makes on the same number of 3-point takes. Overtime Elite, 9 of 17 from downtown. Barca just 5 of 17. Umidouche pulling up, knocking one down. A superb second period for him. And from 14 down at half-time, Overtime Elite lead by 2. 50-52 over Barcelona. You see the 53% 3-point shooting, Barca under 30%. And their assist number has been kept down. They were facilitating so well before those final 3.5 minutes. A big second half to come here in Berlin. Welcome back to the Uber Eats music call here in Berlin. Half-time, Barcelona 50, overtime Elite 52. But the OTE there on a 16-point unanswered run over the last 3.5 minutes of the first half. Barca were leading 50-36. With 3.5 minutes of the second quarter to play, they now trail by 2. Looked like they were the dominant team, pulling away, ending any chances of the championship game for overtime Elite. The OTE rallied in a big way, and Barca now have had to regroup at half-time. Barca led by 14 points from Dame Sarr, all coming fairly early. Jonas 12 points, 8 assists, 3 steals. That's the best PIR in the game. But OTE firing back with their 3-point shooting, 9 of 17 from 3. Parker Robinson 4 of 4. Leads them with 14 points. 53% from downtown to Barca's 29%. They've forced more turnovers on Barca than they've committed now. So many turnovers in that final 3.5 minutes of the second period. Talked about those top scorers in the game. Marcis Ponder hasn't played a great deal, but leads the way of all rebounders. A big 2'10" wide body. Keita, 4 rebounds to lead Barca. Yaku Jonas, we talked about the 8 assists. A team effort in playmaking for OTE. And their big run came when Keita went to the bench. 50-52 at half-time after a 40-point win earlier on in this group, Group B, for INSEP. So INSEP top of the group at 2-0. Barca looking to match them with a win. And if overtime Elite get the win here and keep alive their title chances, would have to get to the championship game on a 3-way tie. They would need Barcelona to beat INSEP tomorrow. But they also need the best possible winning margin in this game to have any chance of winning that theoretical 3-way tie. Looking at the plus-minuses at half-time, Barcelona is still +16 in this game over the 10 minutes that Sion Keita has been on the court. That's the key. Overtime Elite mounted that big run when Keita went to the bench. As for the OTE, they're +17 in the game, the highest plus-minus of all players when Jaden Wilkins has been on court. 6 minutes he's played. But OTE +17 in those 6 minutes, which included the last 3.5 minutes of the first half. And Amumidouche +14 as well. Was a huge part of that second quarter performance, not just with his plus-minus, but producing that plus-minus with his scoring. Barcelona really lost their composure, lost their concentration, lost their confidence over those last 3.5 minutes. Let's see how they deal with that huge psychological shift for the start of the second half now. They're only down 2, but it feels like they've been hit by a train. They begin with the ball on a 16-0 run. Overtime Elite are able to instigate the 10th lead change of the game. So many of them early before Barca pulled away to go up by 14. And now they're back ahead again. Porteavas from downtown becomes their 3rd scorer to hit double figures. We talked about that at halftime, being an area they'd want to improve, only shooting 29% from 3 before that one. But they start the third with a triple that produces the 11th lead change of the game. Buttigievas 2 of 5 from downtown, now 2 of 3 from 2 as well. A 2'6" Lithuanian forward. Parker Robinson, who's been the best shooter on this overtime elite team, misses his first free throw attempt. Shot 85% of the line in the OTE this season. Misses both of them. K to the rebound. We talked about his impact in terms of plus minus. He gets it and makes an impact high above the hoop as well. Sion Keita becoming the 4th Barca figure into double figures. Doing so in spectacular fashion. Quickly turning defense to offense off the back of that missed free throw. Won back by overtime elite though. Using the glass to avoid any attempt at a shot block was Adam Umidush, who continues to rediscover his best. 11 points, 3 assists for Umidush. 7 of his 11 came in the last quarter, but Barca, after overtime elite, raised the bar at the end of the second. Are looking to raise it further at the start of the third. We saw a fantastic, physical, intense battle between Real Madrid and Mega Basket in the second game on court today to decide who was going to win Group A effectively. It ended up being Real Madrid with a 60-55 final score. We're seeing a big basketball battle again here to decide who goes towards the top. And in Barca's case, to the top of Group B. This one more offense orientated, but big moments on defense as well, and one there from Marcis Ponder. Overtime elite down 4. Need to turn to their defense again. Ponder this time committing the foul. In fact, could have been first on Umidush as he reached in from the other side. Isaac Ellis has 3 fouls. Nobody else more than 2 for overtime elite. Similar situation for Barca with Keita on 3 fouls. Nobody else on more than 2. There's a look at the line for Sion Keita. Ponder taking it right at Keita and having a big impact in more ways than one. A block on defense, a chance at a 3-point play on offense, and a 4th personal foul on Sion Keita. Barca's best player today at center. So that will force Keita to the bench, dangling by a disciplinary thread. It'll put Ponder to the line. A chance for him to hit 7 points, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks in just 12 minutes, but he can't convert. Sarr. They work it around the perimeter to the open corner shooter. Vilar intercepted the flight path of the ball by Ponder. Umidush, overtime elite, have the wind in their sails. An extra spring in their sneakers, feeling confident now, but Barca still have the lead and now have the ball again. Sarr, 14 points for him, but the majority of them came early, including a huge scoring performance in the first quarter. Jeffrey looking to run the fast break, started the game, and was one of our key players. Hasn't played a great deal. He had 2 early fouls, so he's only played 7 minutes. Mohamed Daboni, the 12-year-old. He's back on the court for Barca in the centre position with Keita having gone to the bench. Debone doesn't turn 13 until late October. It's just something beyond anything else we've ever seen at this tournament. Lots of speculation as to Debone's actual age, but even if he's 14, 15 or 16, what he's done so far would still be impressive. You have to highlight the point that his official documents have been processed to play in Spain for Barcelona, to play here at the ANGT as a 12-year-old. He led Barca in scoring against ALBA Berlin with 21 points in 12.5 minutes. On his ANGT debut yesterday, was 9 of 12 from the field, but he's missed all of his shots now here today. 0 of 2 from the field, 0 of 2 from the line. Frustrated with himself, but he's going to get a retake. Close to 7 feet tall from Burkina Faso. Not eligible for the NBA draft until 2030. Umidouche. Crosses over. Rejected by Debone, right on cue. He runs the floor as well. But so do OTE with their transition defense to slow down Barca. 5-on-5, Yakuchonis passes away from the double. Side skip away from the interception attempt, but Sarr can't convert, gets his own rebound. Barca looking to make it a large lead now in the scope of this game. It's been so tight for the vast majority. And a flying follow from a 7-footer, Jackson McVeigh. Jackson McVeigh following up and throwing it down. That was after the Debone block. He's got a steal and a block on defense, Debone now. McVeigh has 5 points. There he is on the offensive end. He's fouled as he goes up, so he'll go back to the line. He's been dominating under 15 and under 16 tournaments at the age of 12 this season, including a dominant performance against Real Madrid at under 16 level. Unparalleled athleticism, muscle definition and mobility for a player of his age and size. That time he makes both of his free throws, rediscovers his scoring touch. Barca rediscover their 4-point lead. Tight defense, providing the platform from which to launch the offense. And Yakuchonis obliges. 14 points, 11 assists, 4 steals for Yakuchonis now. He set the all-time ANGT record of 17 assists yesterday. He's got 11 here today, with 15.5 minutes still to play. Yesterday it was against a wildcard entry underdogs ALBA in this tournament. Today, Yakuchonis is doing it against the best under-18s that the Overtime Elite American League has to offer. The lead for Barca. Debone guarding the perimeter. The perimeter opens up for the shot from Wilkins, who's not set his radar right today. Usually an excellent shooter, particularly from range. Oh, rattles out for Barca. Deep three-point attempt, NBA range, Abu Yama. Halves the deficit at the halfway point of the third quarter. Yama, who upped his output over a couple of playoff games in the OTE League this season to 16.5 points per game. He hit 5 threes a game at 50% accuracy, and he makes a big one here. His second of this game. And now it's only a one-possession game. Sarr, in fact, scored all 14 of his points in the first period of this game. He's not scored in 15 minutes since then, and finally stops the rot. He's 2 of 5 from 2, 3 of 6 from 3, 2 of 4 now from the foul line. 5 assists, but also a game-high 5 turnovers. Parker Robinson stripped on his way up. Little bounce pass behind him out of his pocket, though. Gets it back. The sharp shooter pulls the trigger, misses the target. Debone dominating the board. Sarr. Can he score from the field for the first time since the first? Passes out of a pack of players. Vilar misses. Final touch off OTE. They've got a tough test on the defensive end now for the next 4.5 minutes. They're at the foul limit already. Barca still have 1 foul to give. Out goes McVeigh. Replaced at centre by Marcis Ponder. You've got a matchup again now with the 12-year-old Debone against the biggest out-and-out body in the competition, Ponder. Perhaps the player that looks most like a man against the youngest player this competition has ever seen. We talked about the foul limit. Umidouche commits one there. So Sarr at the line, where he's only 2 of 4, split a pair a couple of seconds ago. That's the best he can hope for this time. Shot 82% to the line in qualifying. 3 of 6 today. In terms of individual foul trouble, nobody on 4 yet for Overtime Elite, despite the fact they've committed 19 fouls altogether as a team. We've got 4 players on 3 fouls. Barcelona's starting centre, Sion Keita, has 4. Nobody else on more than 2 for them, though. Niku Chonis, right on cue, commits his 3rd. Yama. That deep 3 before, misses that one. Debone does just about enough in that big centre matchup against Ponder. Debone, the player who's replaced the man in foul trouble, Keita, at centre. Didn't play a lot until that point, Debone. Barca were dominant against ALBA yesterday, leading by a big margin early, so all 3 centres had around 13 minutes each, effectively split the 40 minutes evenly. Debone trying to get down to it, look at that, 7 feet down to the deck, gets there first with that mobility and then demonstrates that athleticism. The 12-year-old taking over. Unparalleled potential. Mohamed Debone doing it in all areas of the box score now, but Ponder answers back, showing his hustle and his muscle. That the matchup we were just talking about. Debone in behind to send a statement jam. Marcis Ponder got the message. Returns it with interest. So a 5-point Barca lead. At the end of that exchange, the officials with plenty to discuss here. Tabone's now played 11 minutes, got 5 points, 3 rebounds, a steal, a block, 2 fouls. He stood right in front of me on this baseline, ready to inbound the ball. And his huge frame, listed at 2 meters 8, shutting out the light over the top of my commentary table. How big is it possible for a human being to grow if he is only 12? Barca up by 7. In the scope of this game now, that is a big lead. Umidouche answers right back. Both offenses continue to unload here. Sarr, reeled in by his teammate from wide of his body. Final 7 seconds of the shot clock. Look out! Oh my goodness! The generational juggernaut, Mohamed Dabone, the Burkina Faso phenom. That is a 12-year-old putting a 327-pounder on a poster. Perhaps the biggest highlight reel play of these finals. And it's the 12-year-old who takes flight and serves up a facial. They can't believe it, and nor will the rest of the world. We have just witnessed a moment that if he does go on to do what his numbers and potential suggest he can, will be the moment his career was truly launched. McVeigh will fly back in the face of adversity in that battle of the bigs. Tough shot, Umidouche on his way down. Barca by 5, 1.5 minutes to play here in the third. Bay has 7 points, 5 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds now in 13 minutes. Sarr, entry pass. They're trying to print more posters. That time it was Spotayevas going up. Fouled on his route to the rim. Umidouche the foul this time. His 4th foul. Kai Fleming has 4 for OTE as well now. 7 the lead for Barca. Robinson, Umidus, riding the turbulence and getting the teardrop to drop. Over the top of the lengthy athletic challenge of Dame Sarr. 2-possession game, final minute of the third. They're queuing up on the perimeter. It's Sarr for 3, short, but the Yevas the rebound. Barca have gone small ball here in comparison with Keita, Kone and Dabone all on the bench. The 3 players that shared all of the seconds at centre yesterday. But the Yevas playing at the 5, taking the baton and running with it. But the Yevas up to 14 points, 3 scorers on 14 for Barca. Sarr leading away on 18. Smothering defense as well. But the Yevas putting his name in that mix of impressive Barca bigs. Seven the lead for Barcelona, 23.5 seconds to play in this third quarter. They are looking to tighten the screw.
What do you about that right here? Ball's right here. J-Dub, tell like you and go screen for AO, all right? Parker, go get him. Abu, go get him. J-Dub, come get the basketball, all right? We're going to hit. Chris, you're going to come right up here. We're going to hit Chris. Abu, Parker. All right? So squeeze screen. Chris, get off. Come downhill. This guy has to help. AO's going to be wide open in the corner.
I'm popping back into it.
Parker's popping back.
11 seconds.
11 seconds, so you got time. All right, you got time. Let's go.
Hey,
go.
Execute on 3. 1, 2, 3, execute.
About 40 minutes until tip-off in the Turkish Airlines Euroleague semi-final between Panathinaikos and Fenerbahce. For the second semi-final between Real Madrid and Olympiacos later on. Try not to go elsewhere just yet. This one threatens to go down to the wire. Sarr tips away. Shot clock turned off, end of the third quarter. 8 for Barca to shoot. They can't. Well, they beat the buzzer in spectacular fashion in the first, can't do so in the third. Overtime elite. So having overturned a 14-point deficit to lead at half-time, Doug Martin's team trailed by 7 with 10 minutes to play as Barcelona retaliate with an excellent third period. They win 28-19. Barcelona 78, overtime elite 71, with 1 period left to play. Huge offensive periods for Barcelona. Huge battle at centre. Abumidouche leads the way for overtime elite now with 15 points. We're seeing how good the physical attributes of 12-year-old Mohamed Dabone. We're also seeing how good the offense of Abumidouche can be and how good the defense of INSEP's Yanis Alar was yesterday to shut him down. Yaku Chonis, we know all about how good his facilitating is. What about that finish from Mohamed Dabone over the top of the huge body of Marcis Ponder? as he surfs some skin to the rack. 78-71 with 10 minutes still to play. Better shooting on the inside from Barca, better shooting on the perimeter from Overtime Elite. Barca 3 extra turnovers in the game, but also 3 extra offensive rebounds to cancel them out. Overtime Elite first possession of the fourth period set the tone in these final 10 minutes by taking it back to a 2-possession game. For them, it is do or die in their debut appearance at this tournament in terms of any chance of making the championship game against Real Madrid on Sunday. They can't afford to lose this one. Now a chance to make it a 1-possession game. Parker Robinson up to 16 points. Continues to bring his absolute best. Make it 18 for Parker Robinson with only 2 missed shots from the field. Taking it at SAR. Robinson 3 of 4 from 2, 4 of 5 from 3. His one problem is he's 0 of 2 from the line today. And he puts it right by completing that 3-point play. 19 points for Parker Robinson, surpassing the 16 he had yesterday. And Overtime Elite back within 2. It is win or don't go beyond the group stage for them. Dabone had it picked off. Transition triple for the lead. Overtime Elite into overdrive. Well, they've caught it at 2. Toe on the line for the tie instead. Whipped out, Butayevas puts it on the floor. Here they come forward again. Umidouche, now they do have the lead. Their second significant comeback in this game that has swung back and forth from start to finish. They've started the 4th quarter with a 9-point unanswered run. Robinson up to 19 points, Umidouche up to 17, overtime up by 2.
En ataque hay que moverse sin balón, atacar el aro y el resto moveros sin balón.
Chicos, va. Raúl, Caspa, jugar los picks profundos, ¿vale? Moja hacia el rol, Leaf, ahí. Si no tenemos en la primera, no tenemos entrada, pasar el balón fuera, buscar extra pass, tirar y cargar el rebote ofensivo, que es lo que nos está dando. ¿Ok? Vamos, bien, bien, bien. Vale, sacamos de aquí Moja, Caspa, Raúl, Arturas. Cuando el balón entre, Arturas aquí, Moja, balón entra.
They only have 2 scorers in double figures. Overtime Elite, those 2 players have now combined for 36 points. And they're bringing their best in this 4th period. Barca have committed 3 turnovers in the opening 91 seconds of this 4th period, forcing Carlos Marin to call time. Did the timeout sort it out? Barca down 2, as they were at half-time. Yaku Jonas. Turnaround triple, way off and over everything from Grojicic, who's 0 of 5 from the field, having gone 0 of 5 from downtown yesterday. Umidouche putting his opponent in the spin cycle, twisting, turning and tormenting as he hits 19 points alongside his teammate Parker Robinson. The two big hitters for OTE, keeping them in the tournament. Adam Umidouche restricted to only 3 of 13 shooting against INSEP yesterday. Today, 9 of 16 for 19 points. Largest lead for Overtime Elite since they trailed by 14. Mid-range push shot short. Saar, the rebound, somehow twists and turns and slips through a gap. Keeps his composure in the paint and halves the deficit. Parker Robinson with the hot hand. Hasn't taken a shot in a while. Jeffrey, that one's off. DeBonnet the rebound. Barca a chance to tie or take the lead again. Considering the tightness and tenseness of this important game. That's only our third foul of this fourth quarter. 2 on OTE, 1 on Barca. Yaku Jonas was a low catch, but Dievas having to pick it up off the hardwood. Barca have now committed 20 turnovers. Big strong attack to Bonnet, met Ponder at the rim. The 12-year-old with the 10-foot tall denial. Ponder then looking to answer back by throwing it down. But the whistle came first. We've got a technical on Ponder. And I think that was called earlier. Let's have a look. Here's the attack from Ponder. Now that was the basket that didn't count. Before that, there was the previous rise to the rim, where he was met by DeBonnet. DeBonnet taking flight at both ends of the floor. Assist number 13 for Yaku Jonas. That was the finals record until he had 17 yesterday. So he's tied or surpassed the previous ANGT finals record in consecutive games on consecutive days. After nobody had had more than 13 for 20 years. Yaku Jonas passing on away from 2, pulling Ponder away from DeBonnet, who spectacularly stole the spotlight. Pass back level from 4 down. Yaku Jonas high off the window. Having to glance high off the glass to try and beat Ponder. The shot blocker. DeBonnet comes flying back but can't get there quick enough. And Overtime Elite are back ahead. Final 6 minutes, 82-84. Saar gets to the elbow, free. Well short on the shot, Ponder the rebound. Fleming. Bumping bodies, baseline fouled. And then the second foul on Barcelona. We've had 12 lead changes in this game. We've had a comeback from 14 down on a 16-0 run. Which way Is this story going to turn over the final 5.5 minutes of action on game day 2 of these ANGT finals? It's must-win for Overtime Elite. Barca hoping to win to go top of the group at 2-0. Level with INSEP, but beyond them in terms of points differential. Overtime Elite looking to win for the first ever time on the ANGT circuit. Butejevas, if they did, that would keep alive the possibility of making the championship game on a 3-way tie. Yakuchonis, short. Keita back in on 4 fouls, has been restricted to 12 minutes in which he scored 14 points and grabbed 6 rebounds. Got 2 block shots, the starting centre. With the Evas defensive board, greeted on his way down by a foul from Isaac Ellis, who becomes the 4th OTE player to pick up his 4th foul. 5 the limit here in European basketball. Also the 4th team foul of the 4th quarter for Overtime Elite. Sa, back to Yoku Baitis. Outside shot rims out. Keita couldn't grab the rebound. Butejevas alongside him couldn't grab the handle either. What that foul count means now, though, is that for the rest of this game, any fouls from the OTE defense will send Barcelona to the line for free throws, shooting foul or not. Barca still have a bit of leeway to play aggressive defense, 2 fouls to give. There's the overall team foul count through the course of the game. And why OTE have so many players walking the disciplinary tightrope, but Adam Umidouche shooting lights out on his 2nd ANGT appearance. 22 points in as many minutes. And from 14 down, Overtime Elite lead by 7 against the former ANGT champions. Timeout, Barcelona 82, Overtime Elite 89, 18-4, 4th quarter in favor of the Americans.
Unas, Sion, tú, Dame, Matt, Caspa, ¿vale? Pase, ven desde aquí, desde la esquina, ¿vale? Trabaja, hay que recibir aquí para poder recibir una línea más abajo. Arturas, aquí, pum, pum, ¿vale? Entonces aquí, venga, toca porque no va a salir, toca y vamos a jugar este 2x2. Arturas, open up, screen and open up, ¿ok? Subes Matt, Caspa aquí, si el balón llega aquí, ¿vale? Podemos volver a subir a bloquear.
1, 2, 3.
Vamos. Defensa 3.
Well, Adam Umidouche was ice cold yesterday. Today he's caught fire. Only 3 of 13 from the field yesterday with 5 turnovers. Today, 22 points on 10 of 18 shooting, just 1 turnover. 3 assists, 3 steals, 4 rebounds. He's 8 of 15 from 2, 2 of 3 from 3. And Overtime Elite are saving their first ever finals. They need to win it, they lead by 7. They lost by 16 to the French Academy INSEP on their tournament debut yesterday. The first ever game by any American team at this competition. Now they're looking for their first win. The American outfit, one that would get them to 1-1. They would need to win tomorrow against ALBA. They'll be favourites to do so, to finish 2-1. They will then need Barcelona to beat INSEP. So all 3 of those teams finish 2-1 in a 3-way tie at the top. Fleming for 3, knocks it down, and Overtime Elite hit their 12th triple at close to 50%. Barca looking to respond, can't. 8. Here's the largest lead of the game for OTE. They were the victims of a huge swing yesterday from 10 up in the first period to a 16-point defeat against INSEP. Today, they've come from 14 down to 8 ahead. Still time for a Barca comeback, but it would have to be a special one. 3.5 minutes to play, down 8. Overtime Elite with the ball, trying to make it their first double-digit lead. A fight on the floor and a jump ball, the outcome. The silver lining, if there is one for Barcelona, is the foul trouble for Overtime Elite. Because that can help Carlos Marin's team stop the clock. If they're struggling to create a shot, they can get somebody to go aggressively to the basket. Yakuchonis is an expert at that. Driving, drawing fouls, getting to the foul line. Barcelona have done that plenty through the course of this game. You might see quite a bit more of it. Instead, the Overtime Elite defense invite Dane Sarr to shoot, and he does so to great effect to close the gap to 2 possessions. It could have been a 10-point lead for OTE a few seconds ago. Now it's 6, 3 minutes and change still to play. Ball movement, open spot, Fleming. Can't convert, Ponder, big offensive rebound and volleys the ball into the bucket. Meet the lead once more for Overtime Elite. Yakuchonis back out Butayevas. They need it. He can't provide it. Ponder the defensive board, dominating late on in both paints. He's got a double-double now. 10 points, 10 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 2 block shots in 19 minutes. OTE are getting within touching distance of their first ever ANGT win. Marcis Ponder, a big part of the reason why. Fleming pulls up, can't deliver the dagger. Yakuchonis had his pocket picked in the blink of an eye by Isaac Ellis. Long possessions will help OTE. In contrast to Barca, who need quick scores and stops. This would be a dagger, it's short, it's a rebound Butayevas. Back-to-back downtown misses for OTE, keeping Barca breathing. And it goes to Keita, back out, slips through their hands of Butayevas. Well, Barca are going to pay the price for their count of now 22 turnovers. 7 more turnovers than Overtime Elite. You have to give the American team credit for that. That time it was just a lack of focus on offense from Barca, but 17 of those 22 Barca turnovers have come from Overtime Elite steals. Parker Robinson flips it to the corner. A score here, and it's almost over. Adam Umidouche, can he finish the job on his big evening here in Berlin? He will have a chance to do so from the foul line. It's been a coming-of-age performance for the 16-year-old guard. Was one of his team's top scorers in his debut OTE campaign this season. Averaged 12.9 points, which was the second most in the league for any underclassman. He finished as runner-up for the best underclassman in the league, the next up award. He's been the best of all of these under-18 players for Doug Martin's team here today. A chance to hit 24 points in 24 minutes of action. A chance that he takes as the calmest man in this arena. And then he takes his bow and will sit for the finish on what appears to be a winning stat line. 24 points, 3 assists, 3 steals, 4 rebounds. Sarr has to go and does. And for overtime, Elite had their first double-digit lead of the game. Barca hit back quickly, take it down to 8 with 86 seconds to play as Dame Sarr hits 26 points to overtake Umidouche in that regard as the top scorer in the game. And there's still a little bit of life in Barca lungs.
You got Chris. Get open. Stay behind the ball, AO. Yeah. Parker, you go middle. Let's go down court. Once we get it over half court, we're not stalling. We're still going to play, okay? Right. We're still going to play. Now that you guys got 4 fouls.
Play smart. Play smart. Offense,
Right?
Andy says somebody back, coach?
Yes, yes.
I'll get back.
You'll get back.
Anyone.
Abu, Kai, get back. Kai, you get back. If you're not shooting the ball, you got to get back. Let's go.
Hey, finish on 3. 1, 2, 3. Finish.
We've seen how much this game has swung back and forth. Barca winning a high-scoring first, 29-27. Pulling away up by 14 in the second before OTE launched a 16-point unanswered run the last 3.5 minutes of the first half. Won the second period, ultimately 21-25, led by 2 at half-time. Barca then 28-19 winners of the third. But here in the fourth, a 25-10 period in favor of OTE, leading by 8, 80 seconds to play, playing out to the press, taking precious seconds away from Barca, and on the brink of handing Barcelona their first defeat, while at the same time gaining their first win. Umidouche, it's been his evening. Adam Umidouche with a performance to remember, 26 points. Many of them in crunch time. Now Bonet, too heavy. And the chance has gone surely for Barca. But the Yevas has other ideas, takes it back down to 8. But time is not Barca's friend right now. They missed the opportunity for the steal. Fleming gets over centre court. This to kill it from the corner. Doesn't quite go. Offensive rebound though, and that would have done it. There's a whistle. As Yevas grabs the rebound. He's got a double-double as well now. 16 points, 10 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds for Yevas. 3 double-doubles in this game. Marcis Ponder, 10 points, 10 rebounds, and the Barca point guard Kasparas Jakučionis, 14 points, 13 assists. Yevas needs both of these. He's 2 of 2 at the line so far. If he makes them both, it's a 2-possession game at least. That's the only way it stays possible for Barca. They've taken almost twice as many. In fact, it will be twice as many free throws after this one as overtime Elite. He misses. Can they get the offensive rebound? Which way's the foul? On Parker Robinson. There's a push. In fact, it's gone the other way against Barcelona. And that surely is that. Barca at the foul limit. The foul is on the Catalan team. And that sends Parker Robinson to the line. He's gone a little bit under the radar after Umidouche's late burst, but Robinson hits 20 points. And if he hits this next free throw, his PIR would actually be the highest for overtime Elite as a team. And he does knock it down to tie the highest in the game, delivered by Jakučionis at 24. Quick response, Barca. But no time, surely now. They need instant steals, instant scores. They're not coming. Composure from Umidouche to get it over centre court. Carlos Marin's team will go through the motions because you never know what's possible. But Doug Martin's team have one hand on an historic win. We had a brilliant defensive duel for top spot in Group A earlier on. 60-55 in favor of Real Madrid over Mega Belgrade. This one an excellent offensive duel for a chance at top spot in Group B. Jakub Jonas takes it straight to the basket. Still a 7-point deficit though. 15 seconds to play. Jakub Jonas will finish perhaps as the highest ranked player in the game in terms of PIR. 16 points, 14 assists, 4 steals now. But Barca are out of time, but they have to play hard for each and every score, because there is now that possibility that this group could finish with a 3-way tie at the top of teams at 2 and 1. And if that's the case, then the points differential in games they play against each other is what will separate them come the end of the group stage tomorrow evening and decide who goes to the championship game against Real Madrid on Sunday.
Abu, Adam, Parker, Kai.
So he's sending it for me.
Parker's going, we're going to double to come here.
Yeah.
Abu set the screen for AO. Kai's popping here. Abu, you're there. All right? Get open. Get open and get fouled. Get open and get fouled.
Hey, win on 3. 1, 2, 3, win.
We got to jump off, so don't try to make a pass. Don't try to make a regular pass. Get fouled. Where you want that?
So Overtime Elite were minus 16 in their defeat against INSEP Paris yesterday. Currently plus 7 against Barca in this game. And then Barca play INSEP tomorrow. They're the 3 teams that would be in that 3-way tie. It's out of Overtime Elite's hands. All they can do is try and win this by the best possible margin, but they will then need Barcelona to beat INSEP tomorrow. Otherwise, INSEP would finish 3-0. And they would win the group by their win-loss record. Now inbounded all the way into the backcourt by Chris Jeffrey for the turnover. Takes next to no time off the clock. And now Barca will call the timeout. For all the same reasons, they need to lose by as few points as possible. They will then need to beat INSEP tomorrow and do so by whatever figure is required to win that 3-way tie.
Vamos a un tiro y a intentar meterlo, ¿ok? Para reducir el average. ¿Se ha entendido?
¿De dónde sacamos? ¿De la nuestra?
Sí. Ah, no, mierda, no. Hemos de sacar de aquí, que es campo atrás.
Vale. Se espera un tiro de 3, atacamos el lado. Final, yo bloqueo a Tabone.
Tenemos 51 flash, pero parar el balón en el momento en que esté aquí. Con Dame. Dame, ¿vale? Dame está aquí. Matt, cortas, ¿vale? Aparece aquí Dame, recibe el balón, moja. Espérate aquí. Cuando haya tiempo...
Doug Martin will be absolutely delighted with the adaptation his players have made. Remember, they hadn't played the majority of them, the vast majority of them, European rules basketball until coming here to the ANGT finals. And a 16-point defeat yesterday to a big win in a do-or-die game against Barcelona today. The only question that remains is how big and how significant will that be? All those questions will be answered by tomorrow evening. And we'll know who will face Real Madrid, the record and defending champions, in Sunday's final. Jakub Jonas off the crossover, knocks down the 3. Huge shot for Jakub Jonas, makes it a 4-point game. Seconds about to expire. Overtime Elite will get the win, and they do it from 14 down with a huge offensive performance, pouring in 102 points to get the first ever win in the history of this competition for an American-based team. Barcelona handed their first defeat. Both of these teams now at 1-1 over the first 2 games of these finals. Adam Umidouche, the hero, with 26 points for Doug Martin's team, with Parker Robinson also pouring in 21. Barcelona left baffled as to how they let a 50-36 lead slip away as they lose it 98-102 to Overtime Elite. And that really does open up the fight for top spot in Group B. Barca need to regroup and rally now, ahead of a must-win game for them now against INSEP tomorrow. Close to the end of the first half in this one, it looked like it was going to be the head-to-head decider for top spot in the group. Overtime Elite have thrown their names into the hat. Still have a chance of making the championship game on their ANGT debut. Stay with us as we get some reaction. Our reporter David Hine standing by, ready for that man to make his move into position. Here shortly from Doug Martin, as well as one of the Overtime Elite players. Smiles all round for the Americans. They will surely beat ALBA tomorrow to go to 2-1. Now they just need Barca to do them a favor against INSEP. Let's hear from head coach Doug Martin.
Coach, congratulations. Actually, before this event started, you said pray for me with the game with Barcelona. You ended up taking the victory. Your thoughts?
Our guys just competed the whole time. We got down 15-16 in the first half. And Adam actually looked at me and said, Coach, we're not losing the game. And everybody embraced that attitude. Guys played unselfish. We shared the basketball. And we did what we do best. We made open shots. We can really make open shots if you give us an opportunity. And guys stepped up and made open shots. So we're humbled by this, super excited by this opportunity, and just grateful.
What's it mean for this organization that you guys were invited to come here and that you're able to beat such an established program like Barcelona?
Not to be braggadocious about it, but this is to let people know that OTE is here. And we're not going anywhere. We're going to get really good players. We're going to continue to develop our guys. And, you know, any opportunity that we get to compete with this, whether it's with ourselves or somebody outside of this, we're going to embrace this and we're going to show out.
All right, good luck tomorrow. Have fun with the last game.
Thank you.
The man who led City Reapers to the first back-to-back championships in the OTE League's young history, winning a decisive game 5 by just 3 points in the finals. Doing it again now here at the ANGT. 2 main standouts for player of the game, but you have to give it to Adam Umidouche, who led the team in scoring 26 points. Having been locked down by INSEP's defense just yesterday, he exploded against Barca's defense today. Let's hear from Adam Umidouche, the 16-year-old guard.
Adam, congratulations. First game in the history of this organization to win a game here. What's your thoughts?
First of all, it's a blessing to be here. It's a great experience, and I'm glad that we got invited to this. It was a great opportunity for all of our teammates, and we came here and we said we're going to compete. That was the first thing we said, and we came out. We did that every single time on the court. Play hard. We got the win, and I'm thankful for the opportunity.
Coach said that at one point you told him, Coach, we're not going to lose this game. Where does that winning mentality come from?
I'm just a competitor. My mom, when she grew up, she used to play tennis, so she was always had that grit in her. And I came from a family, we grew up in Morocco, so I got that grit, and I always want to win and compete. So I told my coach in that third quarter, I said, but I knew the way Barcelona was playing, I knew we could win this game, and I know how hard our players play. So I said, I'm not losing this, coach.
You got one more game at least tomorrow. Still a chance to actually make it to the championship game. Maybe what you take from this whole event?
Definitely, we're able to compete on this court. We're as good as everyone, and like my coach said, OTE is here, and we're here to let everyone know that. And we're gonna do the same thing tomorrow. Come out, compete, play hard, hopefully win another game.
Let's go with that. Congrats.
He had 17 of his 26 points in the second half, 11 of his 26 points in the fourth quarter. He mentioned that third period, Barca won it 28-19, but OTE responded by winning the fourth 31-20. Adam Umidouche, a huge part of it, your player of the game, 26 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals. In the end, finished 11 of 20 from the field and 2 of 2 from the line. Barca were flying high early on. 3.5 minutes left in the first half. They led by 14 points at 50-36. Didn't score another point the rest of the way until half-time as OTE launched a 16-0 run and turned the game on its head. Barca then did the same with that big third quarter, but the overtime elite had the last laugh with a fast and fiery finish down the final stretch. 26 for Umidouche, 21 for Parker. Debone had some huge moments, including the poster dunk against Ponda, but it wasn't enough for Barca, who were led by the 28 points of Dame Sarr. He also had 7 assists, 6 rebounds. Kuchonis had a 19-point, 14 assist, 4 steal double-double. Butayeva 17 points, 10 rebound double-double. But Barca lose it by 4 and OTE celebrate their first ever ANGT win. How did they do it? Well, 3-point shooting, 40% with 12 made threes. Barca took more and made 5 fewer, just 23%. And also turnovers. Barca with 22 turnovers, 6 more than their opponents. 17 steals for overtime elite to help to inflict those 22 turnovers on Barca. They drop to 1-1. Overtime elite rise to 1-1. Now they need Barca to beat INSEP Paris in the final group game tomorrow. They are likely to beat ALBA. That would see those 3 teams finish 2-1 in a 3-way tie. It will come down to that plus-minus points differential, but in games played, I believe, against each other, discounting the games against ALBA, who will finish bottom. Confirmation of the final set of scores on game day 2 out of 3 in the group stage. And tomorrow, we finish with Mega Belgrade, Milan, Ulm, Real Madrid. That big game between INSEP Paris and Barcelona comes third. Overtime elite against ALBA comes last. We know that Real Madrid will already be in the championship game on Sunday. We'll find out tomorrow who they will face. From me, Tim Long, a pleasure having your company. We'll see you for game day 3 tomorrow here at the ANGT Finals in Berlin.